As Chu Zhengxuan took out a treasure similar to a ruler from the storage bag, Huang Lao, who had just recovered from the mantra master's exclamation, roared in an extremely excited tone. "Boy, hurry, hurry and bring that treasure right away. I want to see if it is the legendary treasure." While reaching for the jade ruler handed over by Chu Zhengxuan, Chu Zhongshan was very puzzled and asked, "Old Huang, what kind of contrarian treasure is it that makes you so excited? A strong man who keeps his face unchanged and takes it lightly." As Huang Lao is in his mind, he feels more deeply about some changes in his mood than others, so Chu Zhongshan can deeply feel the excitement in Huang Lao's heart and uncontrollable excitement at this time. What's more, he just used 3 fast verbs in a row, which made it clear that the ruler in his hand was by no means an ordinary thing. Boy, if this jade ruler is really the legendary treasure, then there will be no obstacles for you in the realm of chaos and the supreme title, and even it is not impossible to surpass the realm of chaos. For Chu Zhongshan's question, Huang didn't explain too much. He just used the words he could imagine to exaggerate the strength of the treasure. Really? Chu Zhongshan asked incredulously. In the realm of chaos, he didn't know the meaning of this realm, nor how far he was from this realm, and how many levels he was different from his current realm. However, for the supreme title, he saw it in the Book of Mainland Secrets presented by Jiao Jun. In the whole Eternal Continent, there are only 10 strong people who are known to obtain the supreme title. Each one is the strong one standing at the peak of the warrior. Each one is a big man who stomps his foot and shakes the whole continent. Let's take his mentor Jiao Jun as an example. As the deacon elder of Liyun sect, according to the power structure, his status is not very high, but he can surpass the sect, and no one dare to provoke him easily. At the same time, for those who dare to provoke him, he dares to fight back violently regardless of the strength and identity of the other party. Take Dabai, a disciple outside the sect, for example. Just because of the quarrel of words, he directly killed Luo Changlao, a law enforcement peak who dared to provoke him. He was an elder of the sect during the spiritual period. Afterwards, no one dared to investigate his responsibility. He was the supreme strength. The strength of the supreme level is still a level different from that of the title supreme. The strength gap between the two is like the gap between the gas refining period and the gas C period. The jade ruler in front of him, which is only about 20 cm long, can sweep away the barrier of breaking through the supreme title. How can Chu Zhongshan not be shocked and easily convinced? In the face of Chu Zhongshan's shocked question, Huang didn't reply immediately. Instead, he used his power of mind and began to check the jade ruler carefully. When the power of divine thought checked the jade ruler from beginning to end, old Huang couldn't help sighing. At the same time, the tone was full of pity and said, "Alas, it's a pity. Huang Lao, what's the matter? Isn't this jade ruler the treasure you imagined?" Chu Zhongshan asked nervously. "A treasure that can sweep away the barrier of the supreme title. I don't know how much time you can save and make yourself further away from the goal you set, but just raise the heart of expectation, which was made up by Huang Lao's sigh and pity. Chu boy, this jade ruler is called evil ruler. It was refined by a strong man whose accomplishments exceeded the supreme title level millions of years ago. Evil ruler has neither strong attack power nor good defense, but it can wash away the sins committed by a person, and can more assist in cultivation and quickly improve his accomplishments." "Old Huang, I don't quite understand what you just said." Chu Zhongshan, who stared at the jade ruler, shook his head secretly. Sin. If according to Huang Leigang, sin is the barrier that restricts the martial arts to break through the chaotic period and advance to the supreme title, how do the 10 supreme titles in the world break through? You know, every strong man grows up on countless bones, every strong man's hands are stained with blood, and every strong man has committed heinous sins. Chu boy, now your cultivation is too low and you don't know much about the realm. The more you go forward, the various conditions required to improve each realm. Only when your cultivation breaks through the divine soul period can you understand the importance of this evil ruler one by one. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's question, Huang didn't explain too much, because Chu Zhongshan's cultivation achievement is too low now. He only has 7 layers in the Qi transformation period, so he can't really understand all kinds of mysteries in the realm of the strong. The more he explains to him, he won't really feel it. Maybe even because he knows too much in advance, he will make his mind confused and don't make use of his future cultivation. Chu boy, don't talk first and listen to my explanation. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan had another question to ask, old Huang directly interrupted him and began to introduce the evil ruler in his hand. Chu boy, the jade ruler in your hand is a real evil ruler, but it is seriously damaged, so it can't play its ability to wash sins. Huang Lao, how can we repair this evil ruler? Chu Zhongshan didn't care when Huang interrupted the questioning atmosphere, but after hearing that the jade ruler in his hand was real, but it was seriously damaged and couldn't be used for the time being, every thought in his mind was how to repair it. If you want to repair this jade ruler, it's hard to say. Basically, there's no hope, but it's easy to say, as long as you can find someone suitable for repairing it. Huang didn't interrupt Chu Zhongshan's question this time, but his answer made Chu Zhongshan more confused. Huang Lao, can you speak more clearly? If you want to repair the evil ruler, you need 2 requirements, but the 2 requirements are very strict. The first requirement is that it belongs to the acquired lingbao that surpasses the spirit tool. The acquired lingbao is similar to your life lingbao. It is a lingbao that can grow with your master. Therefore, if you want to repair it, you must be a martial artist with the potential of a tool refiner. When you start to learn to refine it, you will use it as your own life spirit tool, and then the evil ruler will automatically start to repair as the tool refiner grows. Huang Lao, although the first requirement is a little harsh, it's not difficult to find such a smelter. For the first repair request put forward by Huang, Chu Zhongshan thought carefully and felt that this request was not so complicated. Take the southern region for example. The number of weapon refiners can't be said to be 100 million, but the number of tens of millions can still be guaranteed. Therefore, it is not so difficult to find a smelter suitable for repairing evil ruler from tens of millions of smelters. Chu boy, it's not as simple as you think. The so-called potential to become an instrument smelter is very high. It's like the talent of a martial artist who breaks through the chi transformation period. Only a martial artist who reaches the level of peerless genius can uncover the spell. If you want to meet the requirement of repairing evil ruler, the qualification of an instrument smelter must reach more than 4 grades. The quality requirement is so high. Chu Zhongshan couldn't help taking a breath of cold air for the potential of the tool refiner. The division of auxiliary cultivation system qualification is the same as that of martial arts cultivation talent, which is completely divided according to different grades. The refining potential of more than 4 grades is equivalent to the cultivation talent of 4 grades of martial arts. In Nanyang region, it is very rare for a tool refiner to have this potential. Moreover, unlike the cultivation talent, the grade potential of a tool refiner can be improved by using some spiritual fruits and pills. In addition to being born, the most important potential of a tool refiner lies in daily practice. What do you think? Huang Laoxian disdained Chu Zhongshan's fussy response. Then he began to say the second requirement for repairing the evil ruler. The main function of the evil ruler is to wash away people's sins, so the smelter who repairs it must be a person with simple mind and little blood on his hands. In today's practice world, people like this are almost dying. His mind is simple, and his hands are rarely stained with blood. The second repair condition mentioned by old Huang makes the figure of Dongfeng Yuner flash in Chu Zhongshan's mind. If the mind is simple, Dongfeng Yuner, who has been strictly protected, is too simple to live in this cruel environment. Moreover, after a period of contact, Chu Zhongshan also knows that she is a person who hates killing and yearns for peace. Before becoming a sect disciple, the Endless Forest experience was the first time she left the Tianlong imperial dynasty and killed an alien beast for the first time. It was precisely because of that experience that she hated killing and blood more. At the same time, when the sect Dabai was in the qualifying match, the attention she showed when the sect smelter was refining the site has revealed the extraordinary potential of her smelter. That is to say, as long as Dongfeng Yuner's level of weapon smelter is determined, she is likely to be the best person to repair the evil ruler. He shook his head secretly, and Chu Zhongshan drove the figure of Dongfeng Yuner out of his mind. If it was before the sect Dabai, he might let Dongfeng Yuner try to do it. But now, since the formation of each other's heart knot, he has planned to end the withered relationship before it has started, so he doesn't want to make any contact with each other because of evil feet. Grandpa 3, this ruler is called the evil ruler. It can be used to wash away the sins committed by a person. It is suitable for the strong beyond the spirit period. Seeing Chu Zhengshuan looking forward to the answer, Chu Zhongshan also had no hidden explanation. Unfortunately, I don't know what kind of disaster this evil ruler has experienced. Now it has become an ordinary weapon. It can be said that it is useless at all. In that case, you can keep this evil ruler for a long time. In case you encounter a master craftsman in the future, you can ask them to repair it for you. Hearing that the function of this jade ruler can only be used for the strong above the divine soul period, Chu Zhengshuan immediately extinguished the idea he wanted to hold. According to his cultivation talent, the highest achievement in his life is the primary stage of Kihai period. Even if Chu Zhengshuan helped him find the spiritual fruit and pill that can continue to improve his cultivation talent, according to the talent he showed when he broke through the Qi transformation period, which is at most the peak of the Qi C period, it is absolutely impossible to break through the spirit period, so this evil ruler is of no use to him. For Chu Zhengshuan, the white tiger after the illusion of genuine attribute is no different from the real white tiger, which shows that his talent revealed when he broke through the Qi transformation period has at least reached the level of peerless genius. With the talent of peerless genius, it is not difficult for Chu Zhengshuan to break through the divine soul period as long as there are no fatal accidents in the process of cultivation. It was precisely because Chu Zhengshuan had such potential that Chu Zhengshuan didn't stop him from taking over the war and suppressing Chu Tianyun, and tried his best to comfort Chu Tianyun and let him accept the reality. When Chu Zhengshuan put away the jade ruler, Chu Zhengshuan took out a treasure from his storage bag. After seeing the treasure he took out, Chu Zhengshuan was stunned first, and then shook his head. Because the shape of the treasure Chu Zhengshuan took out this time was very similar to the cigarette box he often smoked before crossing, he was stunned when he saw the treasure similar to the cigarette box. Seeing Chu Zhengshuan take out the fourth treasure, Old Huang was not as excited as when he saw the first two treasures. Reaching for the treasure similar to the cigarette box handed by Chu Zhengshuan, Chu Zhengshuan observed it over and over, and found that although the appearance of the treasure is very similar to the cigarette box, the real structure is completely different. Because it has no tier opening that the cigarette box can be opened, the whole box is completely sealed, and it feels like a stone in your hand. Old Huang, do you recognize this treasure? Since he can't recognize the name and origin of this treasure, Chu Zhengshuan can only verify the well-known Huang Lao. Chu boy, don't worry, let me observe and say, Huang Lao in his mind said cautiously. Originally, when Chu Zhengshuan took out this treasure similar to a cigarette box, Huang didn't pay attention. Because the color of this treasure is like an ordinary ore, and there is no fluctuation of aura, but just now through the observation of God, he gradually found the strangeness of this stone. Chu boy, take out your life spirit knife and use all your strength to try the hardness of this stone. Through the observation of the divine mind, the name of a treasure gradually came to his mind. However, the treasure is basically a legendary treasure. He has only heard of it, but has never really seen it, so he is not sure whether it is such a treasure. Okay. Hearing Huang Lao's instructions, Chu Zhengshuan directly stood up from his chair, took out his life spirit knife, mobilized all the real yuan in his body to input into the spirit knife, and then threw the stone in his hand into the air. With a move of the scorching sun, he cut it directly on the stone. After the benaming spirit knife containing genuine collided with a stone the size of a cigarette box, a deafening roar sounded. With the deafening sound, Chu Zhengshuan ran into his body along his life spirit knife and his right arm, and began to bombard his viscera and danshan. In the face of sudden changes, Chu Zhengshuan didn't imagine at all, so he didn't have time to defend effectively. Seeing the powerful force entering the body, when it was about to explode in his 5 zang organs and danshan, a force like dark yellow gas immediately blocked in front of his 5 zang organs and danshan, avoiding the crisis of heavy damage to him. Huang Lao, in case of such a situation in the future, you'd better say in advance, if I'm not careful, I may lose my life. Seeing the deafening roar just now, the 5 holes bleeding from the earthquake and the depressed look of Chu Yuping, Chu Zhengshuan felt a burst of fear when he thought of the strength just now and escaped from death. Although the power to enter the body was blocked by Huang Lao, who had been on guard for a long time, using the power of the divine soul, Chu Zhengshuan still had a feeling of narrowly escaping in the face of the attack of that powerful force just now, so he couldn't help complaining. Chu boy, I'm really sorry. This is my mistake. I will pay attention to it in the future. In the face of Chu Zhengshuan's complaint, Huang Lao, who has always been very tough since he met, made a sincere apology for the first time, which made Chu Zhongshan, who has accumulated a full stomach of resentment, can only be stifled. Seeing Chu Yuping, who was held by Chu Zhengshuan and helped him take the upper-level Jiyupin healing pill, Chu Zhongshan said apologetically, "Yuping, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that the interior of this stone contained such powerful power, which caused you to suffer a heavy accident." Under the action of the upper-level Jiyupin healing pill, Chu Yuping has not fully recovered, but he has been able to speak. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's sincere apology, he struggled to stand up, but the injured viscera and Danshan made him unable to stand up at all, so he had to gasp and say, "Young clan leader, I'm fine, you don't have to apologize to me." Seeing Chu Yuping, who was weak and couldn't stand up with his own strength, Chu Zhongshan took out an upper-level 8 healing pill from the storage bag, threw it directly into Chu Zhengshuan's hand, and motioned him to take it for Chu Yuping. Then, he took back the stones that fell on the ground and stared at the stones, but his consciousness quickly colluded with Huang Lao in his mind. "Huang Lao, what kind of treasure is this stone, and why does it contain such powerful power?" "Chu boy, you are rich, your Chu family is rich." After Chu Zhongshan took out the stone, Huang looked at it once with his mind to determine whether the stone was a treasure he had heard of. Finally, from the PowerPoint just cut by Chu Zhongshan, he got an answer that he couldn't imagine. "Huang Lao, please explain in detail," Chu Zhongshan asked excitedly. Huang Lao, who can make the body of the divine soul say the word, get rich, must be that the stone in his hand is by no means an ordinary thing. At the same time, this stone must be of great help to yourself. Otherwise, Huang Lao will never say that he has made a fortune. "Chu boy, the spirit tool you are using now is still a life spirit tool that is connected with your mind and can be upgraded with your strength, right?" Huang Lao didn't answer Chu Zhongshan, the real origin of the stone in his hand, but turned the topic to his original life spirit tool. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan was neither upset nor anxious. Through the jade slips and evil ruler just now, he has understood Huang Lao's means and knows that he will better understand the origin and function of the treasure through some image comparison. "Yes," nodded, Chu Zhongshan said. "Benaming spirit weapon will be promoted automatically as your own strength increases, but just because the promotion of Benaming spirit weapon is limited by the strength of the warrior itself, the promotion time is very long. At the same time, the promotion grade of Benaming spirit weapon is directly proportional to the level of the warrior itself." In order to let Chu Zhongshan deeply understand the origin and efficacy of the treasure in his hand, Huang Lao further explained the life spirit tool. "That's right. It's precisely because the promotion time of Benaming spiritual weapon is too long, and the promotion grade can never exceed the cultivation of the martial artist, which leads many strong people to choose a higher grade spiritual weapon as their daily weapon when tempering their Benaming spiritual weapon." For Huang Laogang's explanation, Chu Zhongshan deeply feels the same way. The initial form of this life spirit tool can only be at the level of half spirit tool, and it is impossible to reach spirit tool. This is the general result of Iron Rule after countless tests conducted by countless weapon, refining masters, and top strong people for millions of years and tens of millions of years. When the warrior breaks through the Qi melting period, the Benaming spirit weapon of the semi-spirit weapon level will be automatically upgraded to the inferior spirit weapon under the integration of Zhenyuan. This level will remain until the warrior breaks through the Qi C period, and the Benaming spirit weapon will be independently upgraded to the middle spirit weapon. Only when the cultivation of those who have their own martial arts breaks through the divine soul period can the original life spirit weapon be upgraded to the top grade spirit weapon. This promotion speed has little impact on ordinary martial artists. Because they are limited by their own strength, the spirit tools of the same grade are enough for them to give full play to their full strength. However, for talents who are born in powerful forces and have top talents, the promotion speed of Benaming spirit tools is too slow, which will affect their own strength. Therefore, there are many talented disciples who, after breaking through the Qi transformation period, continue to improve the grade of their own spiritual weapon through cultivation, and find a higher grade spiritual weapon as their daily weapon through various means. The consequence of this is that the intimacy between the warrior and the life spirit is greatly reduced. When the life spirit reaches the limit and reaches a higher level, there will be a bottleneck like the warrior, and this bottleneck is very difficult to break through. Chu boy, this stone in your hand is called Jiyushin Yaoxing stone. It comes from 9 days away. After a star explodes, It is tempered by countless atmospheres and finally forms a top material that can be used to refine tools. Jiyushin Yeoxing stone can not only be used to refine utensils, but also be used to improve the quality of life spirit utensils. Chu boy, as long as you cut the 229-day star shining stone, your life spirit knife can improve the promotion speed, so that your cultivation can reach the middle grade spirit weapon in the high level of Qi melting period, and the top grade spirit weapon in the Qi C period. When your cultivation breaks through the spirit period, your life spirit weapon will be 100% promoted to another shape of magic weapon. Really? Chu Zhongshan asked incredulously. It only takes 22 liang of Jiyushin Yeoxing stone to raise one grade of their own life spirit saber, which can be said to break the iron rules formulated by countless weapon refining masters and top strongmen for countless years. That's right. It's just that the conditions for the formation of Jiyushin Yeoxing stone are too harsh. Such treasures rarely appear on the Eternal Continent, so few people know it. Facing Chu Zhongshan's unbelievable tone, Huang Lao's tone was also mixed with a trace of surprise. Because in the era when he was born, the strong in the Eternal Continent, both in quantity and strength, were far stronger than this era. The strong of that era could not only easily cross 5 continents, but also the top strong could even tear the void and travel and explore other planets. The reason why he heard about the existence of Jiyushin Yeoxing stone and the role of Jiyushin Yeoxing stone was from one of his friends, a top power who can tear the void and roam the stars. According to the friend at that time, according to the difficulty of the formation of Jiyushin Yeoxing stone, the probability of such a top refining material in the Eternal Continent is 1 in 10 million years. That is to say, in 10 million years, the Jiyushin Yeoxing stone formed in the starry sky has a certain probability of landing on the Eternal Continent. Therefore, Huang Lao, who heard of this material at that time, dreamed of getting a Jiyushin Yeoxing stone, even if it was just a thumb-sized Jiyushin Yeoxing stone. As the world's top refining material, Jiyushin Yeoxing stone is not only used to assist the promotion of this life spiritual weapon, but also used to refine many top divine weapons and sharp weapons whose grades exceed that of spiritual weapon, as well as some of the world's top array flags. As the top of the array mages, Huang Lao's biggest dream in his life is to refine a set of array flags that can peep into the power of heaven and earth and change the world. Previously, it was limited to various conditions and its own accidents, which led to the failure of this goal. Now, although the body has not recovered, at least there is hope of recovery, so he also began to consciously collect some top refining materials, so that he can refine the treasure in his mind immediately after he recovers the body and cultivation. Chu boy, through my mental observation just now, the weight of the Jiyushin Yeoxing stone in your hand is at least more than 20 kilograms. I don't want many, just 2 kilograms of Jiyushin Yeoxing stone for future use. No problem. Chu Zhongshan didn't even consider Huang's request for 2 kilograms of Jiyushin Yeoxing stone, so he nodded and agreed. Through the judgment of hand feeling, Chu Zhongshan felt that the weight of this Jiyushin Yeoxing stone in his hand reached 26 kg, which only needed 22 to help his life spirit weapon to advance. Now, only he and Chu Zhengshuan can use Jiyushin Yeoxing stone in the Chu family. That is to say, he and Chu Zhengshuan only use 4 liang in total. Even if he gave Huang 2 kilograms, there were still 24 kilograms left, enough for him to keep for urgent use in the future. Grandpa 3, this stone is called Jiyushin Yeoxing stone. It's extremely precious. It can be said that it can only appear for thousands of years. It's the top refining material in the world. Chu Zhengshuan helped Chu Yuping take the upper-level 8 healing pills. After he could recover by himself, he returned to his seat and looked forward to Chu Zhongshan. Through the effect of Chu Zhongshan's just full strike, Chu Tiangshuan knew that this seemingly ordinary stone was definitely a top treasure, so he urgently wanted to know the origin of this treasure and whether it had any effect on himself. However, after hearing Chu Zhongshan say that this stone is only the top refining material, he immediately lost interest. The Chu family is famous for its pills. There is no craftsman in the whole family. Therefore, the family has never deliberately collected the materials for refining utensils, and never expected to get precious materials for refining utensils. Seeing Chu Zhengshuan with a disappointed face and Chu Zhongshan with a happy mood, he couldn't help laughing at him, so he said with a smile, "Grandpa 3, look at you. It seems that you don't have any interest in this Jiyushin Yaoxing stone. Yes. Our Chu family is not good at refining utensils, and I don't know the master of refining utensils, so this stone is of no use to me. As if he didn't notice Chu Zhongshan's teasing tone, Chu Zhengshuan said in a tone he wouldn't ask for. Okay, Grandpa 3, since you don't intend to use this 9-day star shining stone, I don't need to explain its function. Seeing Chu Zhengshuan who still didn't respond, Chu Zhongshan didn't continue to explain, but he reminded him with a slow action. Wait a minute, Zai Ocean, you'd better introduce to me the function of the 9-day Yaoxing stone, and then put it away. Through the slow and steaming movement in Chu Zhengshuan vaguely felt the taste of his tone in the tone just now. He responded with a smile on his face. Seeing Chu Zhengshuan who finally reacted, Chu Zhongshan stopped putting away Jiyushin Yaoxing stone, and then said about the promotion of Benaming spirit weapon, and the promotion of Benaming spirit weapon assisted by Jiyushin Yaoxing stone. After hearing Chu Zhongshan's introduction, Chu Zhengshuan stood up directly from his chair and confirmed in a shocked tone. Zai Ocean, what you just said is true. Well, it's absolutely true. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan gave the exact answer. Chu Zhongshan's exact promise made Chu Zhengshuan excited to walk back and forth around the living room. He couldn't sit back quietly at all. The cultivation talent of the lower level Kippen determines his highest achievement in his life, that is, the primary stage of Kihai period. Even if his cultivation talent can be improved in the future, according to his talent, when he broke through the Qi transformation period, the highest achievement in his life is the peak of the Qi C period. In other words, his original life spirit tool is at most promoted to the middle grade spirit tool. If Jiyushin Yaoxing stone can upgrade his life spirit weapon to the top spirit weapon, it can not only enhance his own strength of 3 to 5 layers. After 100 years, he can also leave a powerful top-grade spirit weapon to the Chu family. Zai Tian, just now you can't break the 9 sky star shining stone with your life spirit knife and all genuine. So how can you cut down the 2 Liang 9 sky star shining stone? When the excitement calmed down, Chu Zhengshuan suddenly flashed a question about how to cut when he looked at the Jiyushin Yaoxing stone in Chu Zhongshan's hand. Huang Lao, how to solve the problem that my third grandpa just raised? Chu Zhengshuan didn't mention the cutting. Chu Zhongshan couldn't remember the problem at all. Now that he has raised it for himself, Chu Zhongshan immediately threw the problem to Huang Lao in his mind. For Chu Zhengshuan's question just now, the answer given by old Huang is very simple. For Chu Zhengshuan's question just now, the answer given by old Huang is very simple, which makes Chu Zhongshan have to feel a trace of doubt. You know, just now, in order to test the strength of Jiyushin Yaoxing stone, he can't break the slightest defense of Jiyushin Yaoxing stone by using all genuine and the initial saber technique of entering the peak. Now he can cut it by using only a trace of genuine attribute. It's strange that he can believe it. Chu boy, Jiyushin Yaoxing stone belongs to a special material in the star. It has a natural sense of resistance to physical power. Therefore, no matter how strong your strength is, even if you are a supreme strong man, as long as you use physical attack, you can't break the defense outside Jiyushin Yaoxing stone. Using the soft genuine, it will not resist, but even become very weak, and its strength can be easily broken at the beginning of the Qi transformation period. Therefore, you can have a try now. Huang understood the doubt in Chu Zhongshan's tone very well, so he neither ridiculed nor angry but explained patiently. So simple. Although Huang's explanation is very detailed, Chu Zhongshan still holds a skeptical attitude. He uses the true element attribute to conjure up a small knife about 10 centimeters long, and cut it off at a corner of Jiyushin Yaoxing stone. The originally hard Jiyushin Yaoxing stone, cut by the knife with the illusion of genuine attribute, seemed to become a soft tofu, which made it very easy for him to cut the Jiyushin Yaoxing stone the size of his thumb. He held the cut Jiyushin Yaoxing stone in the palm of his hand and felt it. He found that the cut Jiyushin Yaoxing stone weighed more than 2 liang, but less than 3 liang, so he directly threw the fragments of the Jiyushin Yaoxing stone in his hand to Chu Zhengshuan and explained how to use the Jiyushin Yaoxing stone. Grandpa 3, use the true element attribute to soften the Jiyushin Yaoxing stone, and then integrate it into the life spirit tool. In 10 to 15 days, the life spirit tool will be automatically upgraded to a grade. Zai Tian, thank you. After receiving the Jiyushin Yaoxing stone thrown by Chu Zhongshan, Chu Zhengshuan said gratefully, after hearing Chu Zhongshan's introduction to the use of Jiyushin Yaoxing stone. At the same time, a trace of dissatisfaction rising in my heart dissipated. Because since he took out the first treasure, the 5-clawed dragon jade pendant, whether it is a jade slip with a spell or a jade ruler that can wash away sins, all have been collected by Chu Zhongshan. It seems that the treasures he took pains to collect are prepared for Chu Zhongshan. There is a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart, which is normal. Fortunately, the Jiyushan Yaoxing stone, which can assist the promotion of this life spirit tool, eliminated his inner dissatisfaction. At the same time, it also made him feel infinitely good. After putting away the more than 22 heavy Jiyushan Yaoxing stone, Chu Zhongshan immediately took out a treasure from the storage bag. Huang Lao looked forward to his move, but a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. However, for the time being, he didn't tell Chu Zhongshan about his inner doubts, but planned to observe the treasure taken out by Chu Zhongshan first and mention his inner doubts to him when Chu Zhongshan was alone. After seeing the treasure taken out by Chu Zhongshan for the 5th time, Chu Zhongshan and Huang Lao in his mind were stunned at the same time. Because the treasure he took out was a pill bottle containing pills, not a rare foreign body as Chu Zhongshan imagined. Zhao Tian, take a look at the pill in this pill bottle and see what kind of pill it is. What's the function of the pill? Send the pill bottle to Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan said with great expectation. This pill bottle was discovered by him on the 5th floor of the Liu family's secret storehouse. There is only such a pill bottle in the 5th floor of the Liu family's secret storehouse. At that time, after he opened the pill bottle, he only smelled the fragrance of the pill. The whole person felt refreshed, and the vitality in his body was unusually surging. Therefore, he felt that the pill in the pill bottle should have a great effect on him. After receiving the pill bottle from Chu Zhongshan, Chu Zhongshan opened it, just like Chu Zhongshan, first smelled the medicine fragrance. After the medicine fragrance entered the body along his nose, Chu Zhongshan immediately felt refreshed, and an extremely huge vitality rose from the inside of his body. Yin-Yang Longevity Pill. Although Chu Zhongshan didn't pour out the pill in the pill bottle, Huang recognized the origin of the pill through its fragrance. Huang Lao, what is Yin-Yang Longevity Pill? After hearing Huang Lao say the name of the pill, Chu Zhongshan asked in a trembling voice. Chu Zhongshan didn't know what Yin-Yang Beishu Pill was, but the word longevity contained in Yin-Yang Beishu Pill made him vaguely feel that this pill might be a pill to increase life, so he raised strong expectations in his heart. Chu boy, according to your current cultivation, I shouldn't have told you the realm above the divine soul period to avoid you knowing too much, which is not conducive to your next cultivation, but just a yin-yang longevity pill will make your mood change dramatically. It seems that I have to disclose something about the realm in advance. The realm above the divine soul period is called longevity, also known as longevity. After your accomplishments break through the longevity period, your life will increase to 1,000 years. When your accomplishments reach the 10 layers of the longevity period, your life will reach 10,000 years. This is also the origin of the longevity period. Chu boy, with your qualification and talent, it's not difficult to break through the longevity period, so this yin-yang longevity pill is of no use to you. Just a yin-yang longevity pill that can increase lifespan makes Chu Zhongshan so excited. While disdaining his short-sightedness, Old Huang also revealed the realm above the divine soul period in advance. Huang Lao, how long can this yin-yang longevity pill increase life? Chu Zhongshan was not at all excited about Huang Lao's explanation of the longevity period above the divine soul period and the 10,000-year lifespan possessed by the longevity period, and his idea still remained on the yin-yang longevity pill. Because the yin-yang longevity pill, which can increase lifespan, has unimaginable help for the 3 most important people in his life. Chu Zhongshan's reaction made Huang suddenly realize that the reason why he valued this yin-yang longevity pill was not to take it for himself, but that one of his relatives needed this yin-yang longevity pill to increase his life. For those who are sincere and filial, Old Huang appreciates them very much, so he gently introduces them. This yin-yang longevity pill is made from the rare yin fruit and yang fruit in the world, and then refined by the 4-grade alchemy master. Its main function is to improve the lifespan of living creatures. As for how many years of life can be increased, it is fundamentally determined by the name of the pill. For example, this yin-yang longevity pill can increase the life of 100 years, while yin-yin longevity pill can increase the life of 1,000 years. Since he crossed this strange world and was able to practice again, by using the copy and paste program, he did his best to practice. For this reason, he did not hesitate to kill hundreds of people in front of him. The purpose is to make his cultivation reach the realm of tearing the void and being proud of the stars in the shortest time, and then return to the earth to see his elderly parents. At the same time, he has been looking for pills and spiritual fruits that can increase life expectancy, and wants to help his parents increase some life expectancy. After all, before he crossed, his parents spent too much effort to provide for him to go to college and enable him to buy a house in the capital. At the age of more than 50, he looked like an old man of 70. After crossing, he has been able to make himself fly to the sky and escape to the earth and keep himself young through cultivation, as in the myths and legends of Longshuo Kingdom. Then why can't he use his ability to help his parents live longer and make his parents look younger? Now, Yin Yang Beishu pill can help him achieve a wish. How can he not be excited? He took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed his excitement. Chu Zhongshan poured out the pill in the pill bottle and found that there were 3 yin-yang longevity pills in the pill. He was secretly relieved. This bottle of yin-yang longevity pill was found by Chu Zhengshuan from the secret storehouses of the 3 families. It is supposed to belong to him. Therefore, no matter how many pills are in the pill bottle, at least one of them must be given to him to increase his life. In the Chu family, the elder who loved him like his father was the 3rd person in his heart who wanted to help increase his life. He should give him one anyway. Although he has a copy and paste program, the existence of Huang Lao in his mind makes him unable to start the copy program in a short time, so he must leave an original code as the startup program. After taking out 2 empty pill bottles from his storage bag and putting 3 pills back into the pill bottles, Chu Zhongshan used Genuine to send one of the pill bottles to Chu Zhengshuan and explained, "Grandpa-san, the pill in the pill bottle is called Yin Yang Longevity Pill. It has only one effect and can increase the lifespan of 100 years. It's just suitable for you. This pill can increase the lifespan of 100 years." Through the feeling brought by the fragrance of medicine, Chu Zhengshuan's heart had guessed, but he never thought that the fragrance of medicine, Chu Zhengshuan's heart had guessed, but he never thought that the pill in the pill bottle could increase the life of 100 years, which can be described as sending charcoal in the snow for Chu Zhengshuan, who broke through the period of Qi and devoted himself to his family. With an extra lifespan of 100 years, he can better contribute to the Chu family. He can also have more time to watch the Chu family, under the leadership of Chu Zhongshan, advance to the 7th-grade family, the 6th-grade family, and the 5th-grade family. It may even become a shoulder compared with the 5 families among the 9 forces in the southern region. Grandpa 3, although you are not an alchemist, you live in a family of elixirs and know something about the characteristics of elixirs. Seeing Chu Zhengshuan carefully put away the yin-yang beishu pill, Chu Zhongshan was worried that he would misunderstand himself and embezzle the remaining 2 pills, so he continued to explain. For pills of any grade in the world, only the effect of taking them for the first time can reach 100%, and the effect of taking them for the second or even the 3rd time will be greatly reduced. As the yin-yang 100 lifespan that can increase the lifespan, some are similar to the upper-level Jiupin Xuanlong fruit that can enhance the potential. The restrictions on the number of times to take it are very strict. After taking the first pill, the lifespan will increase by 100 years, but after taking the second pill, not only will it not increase the lifespan of 1 day, but it may even conflict with the pill of the first pill, resulting in a great discount on the efficacy of the first pill. So, take one of the 3 yin-yang longevity pills, and I'm going to give the other one to the elder. As for the last one, I keep it for important use. Yes, 100 years of life is enough for me. You can handle the remaining 2 pills by yourself. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's special explanation of the use of the remaining pills, Chu Zhengshuan waved his hand, a gesture that he wouldn't care at all, which made Chu Zhongshan secretly relieved. When defeating the allied forces of the 3 families, he took over the position and stole the limelight of the patriarch Chu Tianyun, which has created a gap between them. The next change of the Chu family, the gap between him and Chu Tianyun may even evolve into a direct conflict. At this time, he needs the support of Chu Zhengshuan and his firm side. Grandpa 3, I wonder if there are any treasures you don't know that need me to verify. Seeing that Chu Zhengshuan, who received the yin-yang longevity pill and did not continue to take things from the storage bag as just now, Chu Zhongshan, who received many benefits, said with great expectation, "No more." Shaking his head, Chu Zhengxuan explained. The 5-claw dragon jade pendant, the jade slips pasted with spells, and the jade ruler that can wash away sins are obtained from the royal secret library. The Jiyushan Yaoxing stone is obtained from the Wang family's secret library, and the yin-yang Beishu pill is obtained from the Liu family's secret library. What a pity! Seeing that Chu Zhengxuan had no treasure, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Chu boy, there is a saying that people's hearts are insufficient, snakes swallow elephants. It describes people like you. Whether it's a jade slip with a spell, an evil ruler that can wash away sins, a Jiyushan Yaoxing stone that can improve the spirit of this product, and a yin-yang longevity pill that can increase life, any treasure is the top treasure in the world. It's lucky to get one, lucky to get the second, and unlucky to get 3. Chu Zhongshan's pitiful sigh made Huang Lao in his mind extremely jealous. Seeing his greedy appearance, he couldn't help drinking and scolding. Chu boy, you got 4 treasures in one breath. This luck can go against the sky. Aren't you satisfied? Huang Lao, I just sigh. As for your long scolding me. In the face of Huang Lao's endless criticism, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help complaining. For Chu Zhongshan, he was satisfied with any of the 5 treasures. The reason why I sighed just now is entirely a temporary emotion. It is not that greed affects my mind. Zhao Tian, although there are no treasures similar to the above found in the secret storehouses of the 3 families, there are 2 things that should be of great help to you. Chu Zhongshan's heartfelt emotion just now not only made old Huang chatter about him, but also worried that he would be dissatisfied. Chu Zhengxuan took out 2 books of special quality from the storage bag. Zhao Tian, these 2 books are written by a top strong man who reached the peak of Qihai period hundreds of years ago. The realm sentiment is just suitable for your current realm. Deliver 2 books of special quality to Chu Zhongshan, Chu Zhengxuan explained. Reaching for the book handed by Chu Zhengxuan, Chu Zhongshan directly opened the book recording his feelings during the Qi transformation period and only read 4 or 5 pages. Huang Lao in his mind made a sound and interrupted his continuous viewing. Don't look at it. The martial artist who records this sentiment is only talented. The sentiment he records is not suitable for you. In fact, without Huang Lao's reminding, after reading the 4 or 5 pages of the sentiment records about the realm of Qi transformation period, Chu Zhongshan found that the sentiment recorded in the book was not suitable for him. Because this book only records the use of genuine power by the top power, not about the characteristics of genuine and the application methods of genuine attributes. And the perception of true element characteristics and true element attributes is what he urgently needs now. Presumably, the top power of the royal family at the beginning of the Gas Sea period did not understand the characteristics of genuine at all, and would not use the means of transforming genuine attribute into shape. Of course, Chu Zhongshan didn't completely ignore these 2 secrets as Huang said. The second book recorded his understanding of how to break through the Gas Sea period, which still has a certain reference for him. Grandpa 3, this secret script about the perception of the state of Qi melting period is not very useful to me. Later, you can put Uncle 8 into the deep part of the 4th floor of the secret library. Later, when the disciples of the family have reached the perfect state of the 10th floor of the body training period, they can borrow it to help them break through the Qi melting period. Return the books about the perception of Qi changing period to Chu Zhengxuan again, and Chu Zhongshan casually ordered him. Then he patted another secret script in his hand and said, as for the book recording the realm perception of the Qihai period, it has a certain reference for me. After I finish reading it, I will ask Uncle Ba to also put it in the depths of the 4th floor of the secret library. Okay, you can do such things yourself. Chu Zhongshan's arrangement is very reasonable. Of course, Chu Zhengxuan won't have any opinions. Chu boy, ask the old man if he has anything else to do. If it's all right, let him get out immediately. I have something important to discuss with you. After Chu Zhongshan opened the books about realm perception, Chu Zhengxuan not only did not continue to take out the treasure, but began to drink tea, which made Huang Lao, who had been suppressing his inner doubts, want to drive Chu Zhengxuan away as soon as possible. Huang Lao, the old man in front of me is not the old man in your mouth, but my 3rd grandfather. He is the guide for me to get out of my family and enter the big stage of Liyan sect, so I hope you can be polite to him. Huang Liagang just used the old man and rolling words in his words, which made Chu Zhongshan feel very uncomfortable, so he retorted in the same impolite tone. Okay, it was my fault just now, so could you please ask him to leave here quickly? For Chu Zhongshan's impolite retort, Huang Leiqiang suppressed his anger and tried to calm his heart. Grandpa 3, don't you have anything else to report to the young patriarch? Chu Zhangshuan, who was injured by the roar, has recovered nearly 7 floors after being treated with the upper-level 8-grade healing pill. At this time, he was not only able to move freely, but also had the energy to threaten Chu Zhangshuan. Boy, I finally remembered the black shape that soothed me. After drinking the tea in the cup, Chu Zhangshuan had the meaning of leaving. Whether it's the Jiyushan Yaoxing stone that can assist the promotion of this life spirit tool, or the Yin-Yang Beishu pill that can increase lifespan, he urgently wants to go back to his residence to use and take it. However, Chu Yuping's intervention makes him unable to help, but plan to stay and see how he slanders himself. Seeing that he didn't want to take out the treasure he took privately, Chu Yuping had the courage to tell Chu Zhangshan about the black shape of Chu Zhangshuan. When the young patriarch and the third grandfather searched the secret storehouse of the 3 families, they took a total of 13,000 pieces of 6-grade medium-level spirit stones, 7 inferior spirit tools, 9 secret scripts with unknown contents, and dozens of pills with unknown grades. Hee, Yuping, I really don't know what to say about you. Not afraid of Chu Zhangshuan's strength and status, Chu Zhangshan is very useful for Chu Yuping's mind, but he has a headache for his rash practice. The black matter of suing a person can only be carried out quietly behind his back. There is no above-board way to say it in front of the party concerned. In order to avoid Chu Zhangshuan's anger, Chu Zhangshan pulled down his face and said in a serious tone, Yuping, in the future, you should remember that Grandpa 3 is different from the rest of the family. He is not only the Zhenhai God Needle of the Chu family, but also the guide on the road of Chu Zhangshan's cultivation. In the Chu family, as long as it is what he likes, he can withdraw it at will. No one is allowed to intervene or interfere. Yuping, remember. Standing up, Chu Yuping responded respectfully. As the younger generation of the Chu family, Chu Yuping is the third genius whose cultivation talent and qualification are second only to Chu Zhangshan and Chu Zhangba. Chu Yuping is not stupid, but very smart. He knows that he has no use telling Chu Zhangshuan about his black appearance, but he still does so, just to show his loyalty to Chu Zhangshan. On the battlefield of the defeat of the 3 families, Chu Zhangshan's strong rise and domineering style have made Chu Yuping soberly realize that although Chu Zhangshan is only the identity of the minority patriarch, his real power and prestige have far exceeded the patriarch Chu Tianyun, and even Chu Zhangshuan, the first strongman of the Chu family, is inferior. At the same time, with the collapse of the 3 families and nearly 8 layers of forces in Lucheng, the whole Qi has almost fallen into the hands of the Chu family. Next, the Chu family is about to face an earth-shaking upheaval. The person who led this earth-shaking upheaval must be Chu Zhangshan, who changed the whole war situation. If you want to reap enough benefits in the next upheaval, you must win the appreciation of Chu Zhangshan. For this, Chu Yuping thought very clearly when Chu Zhangshan arranged him to perform the task together with Chu Zhangba. He is different from Chu Zhangba. Chu Zhangba is not only the only son of the patriarch and occupies a considerable advantage in identity, but also his superior cultivation talent and perseverance in strength determine that he will be valued by Chu Zhangshan. In addition to establishing a relatively good relationship with Chu Zhangshan very early, there are not many advantages. Loyalty is his only advantage and the only means he can come up with. Grandpa 3, do you have anything else important? Seeing that Chu Yuping had learned a lesson, Chu Zhangshan nodded with satisfaction, then turned his eyes to Chu Zhangshuan and asked directly. Direct interrogation means that if you have nothing important, you can leave first. In this regard, Chu Zhangshan is very helpless. Chu Zhangshuan is his third grandfather and an elder who is kind to him. It's impolite to take the initiative to send guests, but he can't help it. Because the breath of Huang Lao in his mind has gradually increased, Chu Zhangshan knows that he must have something very important. Otherwise, he would never be so impatient. No more, shaking his head, Chu Zhangshuan stood up from his chair, then motioned, and directly turned away from the living room. Grandpa 3, I'll see you in the family council hall in 10 days. Just as Chu Zhangshuan was about to leave the living room, Chu Zhangshan suddenly said such a sentence, making Chu Zhangshuan's legs step a meal. Then he left the living room with a heavy step. 10 days later, I'll see you in the family meeting hall. Although Chu Zhangshan didn't say clearly what to discuss on that day, Chu Zhangshuan could guess a little, so he was very worried that there would be a fierce conflict between the two at that time, making him in a dilemma. Yupping, I'm very satisfied with what you just did. First, to comfort Chu Yupping, Chu Zhongshan then ordered, in 10 days you will also go to the family council hall. Yes, Chu Yupping replied excitedly. Like Chu Zhengshuan, Chu Zhongshan didn't say anything, but he had guessed part of it. At the same time, he also knows that he is no longer a bystander but a real participant in this benefit distribution. Chu boy, are you going to change the blood of the Chu family? Huang Lao, who was eager to let Chu Zhongshan drive Chu Zhengshuan away, suddenly realized something after hearing what Chu Zhongshan left to Chu Zhengshuan and the instructions to Chu Yupping, and his originally urgent mood suddenly calmed down. 10 days later I'll see. In the face of Huang Lao's speculation, Chu Zhongshan didn't explain too much and directly shifted the topic to him. Old Huang, you were in a hurry to let me get rid of Grandpa 3 just now. I don't know what's urgent. Chu boy, I wonder if you have a very strange feeling. Seeing Chu Zhongshan bring the topic to himself, Old Huang quickly restrained his attitude and said the questions he had suppressed for some time. Strange feeling. Huang's question made Chu Zhongshan feel very confused. At this time, both cultivation and strength, as well as the prestige and influence in the Chu family, made him feel very comfortable, and there was no strange feeling. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, Old Huang had to explain in detail. Chu boy, the 5 treasures taken out by your third grandpa just now, except that the first 5-clawed dragon jade pendant is a treasure of nearly 10,000 years. The remaining spells, jade slips, evil feet, Jiushin Yaoxing stone and Yangyang Beishu pill are all treasures of millions of years ago. Didn't you find any problem? This. Through Huang Lao's further explanation, Chu Zhongshan also gradually realized that something was wrong. The state of Qi is located at the southernmost end of the southern region of the Eternal Continent. Its geographical location is extremely remote, and the aura of heaven and earth is extremely rare. On weekdays, there are few treasures of more than 8 grades. Chu Zhengshuan searched several treasures from the 3 families' secret storehouses, each of which is the top treasure in the world. It should not appear in the remote state of Qi, but the result is here, which has to make people confused. Chu boy, through the judgment of several treasures just now, I doubt that your Qi state is not as ordinary as it is rumored. Maybe there is a shocking secret in it. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan finally realized that something was wrong, Huang Lao hurried to say his guess. Huang Lao, what do you think? Huang Laogang's guess is exactly where he has doubts, but Qi has been inherited for more than 1,000 years. During this period, I don't know how many strong people have passed through Qi and entered the endless forest for internal refining. The strong men who passed through the state of Qi didn't find out what was special about the state of Qi. Just because he was a small man on the 7th floor of the Qi period, he could find out the hidden secrets of the state of Qi. Chu Zhongshan shook his head secretly. Chu boy, during this period of time, you should first understand the true Yuan characteristics and increase your accumulation. I want to go alone and see if you can find out the secrets hidden in the state of Qi. Huang Lao suggested. All right, Old Huang must pay attention to safety. Hearing that Old Huang was going to find the secret hidden by the state of Qi, Chu Zhongshan almost clapped for joy. Whether it is the yin-yang longevity pill to increase life, the pill to enhance potential, and the treasure used to buy people's hearts over time, he needs a certain time to copy and paste. Originally, he was still trying to find a way to see if he could let Huang Lao leave him for a while, so that he could have enough time to copy and paste everything he needed. Now he doesn't have to bother to find a way. He proposed to leave for a period of time. How can it not meet the heart of Chu Zhongshan? Of course, no matter how happy his heart is, Chu Zhongshan shows strong reluctance to give up the expression on his face and the tone of his speech. You boy, I can't go out for 6 or 7 days at most. It's not forever. As for showing that expression, for Chu Zhongshan's reluctance to give up, Old Huang smiled and scolded, but he was very useful in his heart. Huang Lao, Huang Lao. After Huang Lao left the sea and went out to check the secrets hidden by the state of Qi, Chu Zhongshan gently shouted to Huang Lao to confirm whether he had left. After confirming that Huang Lao left, Chu Zhongshan gave Chengxiang an order, and then rushed directly into the secret room of practice. Take out all the 7-grade medium-level spirit stones in the storage bag, and then take out the pills and spirit fruits that need to be copied and pasted. After he started the copy and paste procedure, he copied and pasted them on a maximum scale. In this regard, Chu Zhongshan also has no way. Since he agreed to accept the array taught by Huang Lao, it means that Huang Lao must stay in his mind for a long time in the future. In order to ensure that his copy and paste program is not exposed, he can only take the time when Huang Lao left temporarily and seize the time to paste some treasures he urgently needs. Looking at the decreasing 7-grade medium-level spirit stone in front of him and the increasing pill and spirit fruit in his storage bag, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help looking forward to breaking through the spirit period. As long as the cultivation breaks through the divine soul period and turns consciousness into divine thoughts, he can use the power of divine thoughts to temporarily block the sea, so that old Huang can't feel what he is doing. The source of undercurrent surge is Chu Tianyun, who quietly returns to his family after the source of undercurrent surge is Chu Tianyun, who quietly returns to his family after dealing with the battlefield. Sitting in the study of the patriarch alone, Chu Tian looked at the storage bag with an area of more than 50 cubic meters placed on the table, and his thoughts drifted to Chu Zhongshan. After Chu Zhongshan returned to his family from his sect, he selflessly presented pills and spiritual fruits that can improve his cultivation talent and strength, large storage bags, and countless spiritual stones. He was very grateful for Chu Zhongshan's selfless actions. After all, he was able to break through the second floor of the Qi transformation period in a short period of more than 20 days, relying on the elixir and spirit stone provided by Chu Zhongshan. Facing the crisis that the family was about to be exterminated, Chu Zhongshan stepped forward in time to reverse the situation of the whole war, not only let the Chu family survive the extermination crisis, but also took the opportunity to destroy the 3 families. He was very satisfied with Chu Zhongshan's performance. At the same time, he was also very glad that after the new year, he obeyed Chu Zhengshuan's arrangement and made Chu Zhongshan the head of the Chu family. However, after defeating the allied forces of the 3 families, Chu Zhongshan became the protagonist of the battlefield and even directly crossed him as the patriarch to issue signals and orders instead of himself, which made him very uncomfortable. At the same time, some regretted the decision to make Chu Zhongshan the head of the minority clan. If Chu Zhongshan is not the leader of the minority clan, he has no right to issue orders for himself. He is still the real protagonist of the war. Although Chu Zhengshuan deliberately persuaded him afterwards, he had suppressed his inner discomfort, but when cleaning the battlefield, he was constantly provoked by the old people of his family and the experts of affiliated forces, so that his inner discomfort quickly turned into dissatisfaction, and dissatisfaction finally turned into anger. This is the only thought of Chu Tianyun after returning to his family and sitting on his patriarchal throne. More than 10 years ago, he was ordered to become the head of the Chu family in the face of danger and led his people to fight with blood, which not only kept the Chu family among the 4 families, but also surpassed the Wang family and became the 3rd family in the state of Qi. Just a young man who has been practicing for less than 2 years and is only 17 years old. Apart from winning the first place in the hunting competition of the state of Qi and defeating Liu Yangjun in the Yulongfeng challenge, he has gained a little fame for the family. What major contribution does he have? Why did he replace himself in the battlefield, steal the limelight of his protagonist, and lead the next upheaval of the Chu family? It is precisely because of his inner dissatisfaction that Chu Tianyun is full of resentment against Chu Zhongshan. At the same time, under the deliberate instigation of some people, he has the idea of competing for power and profit, and wants to dominate the next distribution of interests of the Chu family and the drastic changes that the family is about to evolve. Like Chu Zhongshan, Chu Tianyun, who fell into thinking, also habitually knocked on the handrail of the throne. If you want to dominate the distribution of interests of the family and the drastic changes that will evolve, you can't do it alone. Because Chu Zhongshan is not only powerful, but also has high prestige in the family, he must try his best to win over the middle-aged generation of the Chu family and the veteran group who retired behind the scenes. In his opinion, as long as the middle-aged generation with the strongest strength and the elder generation with the voice of the family, even Chu Zhongshan, supported by the younger generation and the younger generation, is definitely not his opponent. However, when wooing the middle-aged generation, one person must be excluded: Chu Fan, who has a deep relationship with Chu Zhongshan. Since Chu Fan led Chu Zhongshan, who was able to practice again, back to his family, the relationship between the two people has been very close. Moreover, on the battlefield, Chu Zhongshan assigned Chu Fan the task of maintaining the law and order of Lucheng, which is a highly authoritative job. we know that the two people have almost worn a pair of pants. In order to avoid being informed in advance by Chu Zhongshan and interrupting his layout, the next actions must be kept confidential. Only Chu Zhongshan has not been aware of his layout. Can he achieve absolute victory in the sudden difficulty of dominating the evolution of the family? However, the only thing that makes Chu Tianyun feel very embarrassed is whether to inform Chu Zhengshuan of his power-seizing layout this time. In the past, he had a very close relationship with Chu Zhengshuan, and he was also the strongest supporter to secure the patriarchal throne. However, Chu Zhengshuan's doting on Chu Zhongshan made him worry that Chu Zhengshuan would stop his layout of competing for power and profit this time. In desperation, he finally decided to hide Chu Zhengshuan. After the final victory, he was pleading for blame. According to the close relationship between the two people before, he won't blame himself if he knows the truth. Chu Fan, who was in charge of sorting out the security of Lu City, finally stabilized the security of Lu City after 7 days and 7 nights without sleep, and with the help of 2 elders in the Qi transformation period, and dozens of high-level people in the physical training period. Due to the sweeping of all the industries of the 3 families and the industries of nearly 8 forces in Lucheng, it was urgent for him, the inner family elder in charge of all the affairs of the family, to go back to deal with it. Therefore, after handing over the task and power in his hand to the 2 elders in the Qi period, Chu Fan rushed back to the family. Less than an hour. Chu Fan, who returned to the family and began to deal with family affairs, felt a trace of something wrong. Behind the seemingly peaceful and cheerful family, there is a trace of extremely depressed atmosphere. As like as 2 Ps of family alliance, the repression atmosphere is just like the atmosphere of the 3 major family allied forces. After handling Lu Cheng's public order and administration, Chu's knowledge and judgment increased greatly. So he kept on dealing with family affairs, but secretly began to investigate what happened in his family through his years of training. Chu Tianyun's practice is very concealed, but also pays attention to secrecy. But because he needs to contact many people, and among these people, Chu's eyeliner, so back to the family less than 3 hours, Chu Fan already knew that he was not in the family for a time. What happened in the family? Chu Fan understands that Chu Tianyun wants to unite his people and compete for power with Chu Zhongshan. After all, the patriarch who has been issuing orders and echoing all the time is suddenly covered up by the dazzling light, and it won't be comfortable to put it on anyone. First, Chu Zhongshan is different from other children of the family. As one of the 9 forces in the southern region, and an elite disciple of Liyun's sect, Chu Zhongshan improved his cultivation from 10 layers in the gas refining period to 7 layers in the gas refining period in just over 8 months, which is enough to prove his superior qualification. As a talented disciple like this, the shallow water of the Chu family can't keep his dragon. Sooner or later, he will completely break away from his family and become a divine dragon in the starry sky. Second, Chu Zhongshan is a sincere and filial person. After returning to the family from the sect, he selflessly gave the people spiritual stones, pills, secret scripts, storage bags, and magic weapons, which is enough to show that he is a person who thinks of the family. Unlike Chu Zhengshuan, the strongest man in the family, when he finished his career as a disciple of the sect and returned to the family, he not only didn't provide his people with any treasures that could improve their strength, but also needed to consume the family's most precious 7-grade and 6-grade medium-level spirit stones. Chu Zhongshan, who has the above 2 advantages, can be said to be the luck of the Chu family. It is the blessing accumulated by the ancestors of the Chu family for 8 generations that made Chu Zhongshan born in the Chu family. As the head of the Chu family, Chu Tianyun needs to fully cooperate with Chu Zhongshan and let him develop the Chu family according to his own ideas. As the head of the Chu family, the stronger the family is, the more benefits it will bring to you. Thinking of this, Chu Fan waved to the bodyguard at the door. When the bodyguard came, he asked, "What is the young patriarch doing recently? If you return to the 8th elder, the young patriarch has been staying in his own yard for latent cultivation since he returned to his family." In the face of Chu Fan's interrogation, the guard's attitude and tone were more respectful than before. At the same time, Chu Fan's eyes showed naked loyalty. Unfortunately, Chu Fan, who was concerned about the safety of his family, did not notice the change in the bodyguard's attitude towards himself. After returning to the family, He has been staying in his yard for latent cultivation. The bodyguard's answer made Chu Fan realize that Chu Zhongshan didn't know the private layout of Chu Tianyun. Meanwhile, through the hidden message from the eyeliner, Chu Tianyun intends to make a sudden attack on Chu Zhongshan after 3 days of family assembly meeting. Should he remind Chu Zhongtian, lest he should be taken by surprise by Chu Tianyun without knowing anything about it? 8 elders, the patriarch issued an order saying that the pill room is in urgent need of a batch of precious medicinal materials. You need to go to Liulan town in person. When Chu Fan decided to disclose the recent layout of Chu Tianyun to Chu Zhongshan, the bodyguard leader specially responsible for guarding the safety of the patriarch came to read out the patriarch's order. After taking a look at the guard leader, Chu Fan understood in his heart that the reason why Chu Tianyun temporarily transferred himself from the family was that he didn't believe he could stand with him. At the same time, in order to avoid discovering his layout, he informed Chu Zhongshan in advance. Well, I still have some very important government affairs to deal with. After dealing with these political situations, I'll go to Liulan town myself immediately. Referring to the documents piled up on the desktop, Chu Fan said in a serious and responsible tone. At the same time, my heart also raised strong dissatisfaction with Chu Tianyun. Since you don't believe me, Chu Fan, and don't intend to treat me as your person, don't blame me for taking refuge in Chu Zhongshan. Therefore, Chu Fan wants to inform Chu Zhongshan of the plan that Chu Tianyun is preparing before leaving the family, so that he can be prepared in advance. 8 elders, the medicine urgently needed by Dan Fang can't be delayed. The patriarch ordered you to rush to Liulan town now. Seeing that Chu Fan didn't mean to leave the family immediately, the guard leader took a step forward. At the same time, he took out a token symbolizing the presence of the patriarch and ordered, "What if I don't go now?" An inner door elder in charge of the family's internal affairs was threatened by the slave guard leader, which is probably the first time in hundreds of years since the founding of the Chu family. The gentle Chu Fan felt that he had been ruthlessly insulted. At the same time, Xingxing's anger lit up in his heart and stared at the guard leader. Chu Fan asked in a bad tone, "If the 8 elders don't leave the family immediately, I'm sorry. Follow the order of the patriarch, and we will personally arrange for the 8 elders to leave the family." With the order of the bodyguard leader, 3 bodyguards whose accomplishments reached the peak of the 9th floor in the physical training period walked in from the door. If Chu Tianyun is a bodyguard leader who reaches the 10th floor of the body training period, in order to leave the family immediately, he has moved 4 high-level experts in the body training period, and Chu Fan has to admire his means. After taking a look at the 4 bodyguards with a cold look and a faint murderous spirit, Chu Fan finally chose to compromise. Because he knew that the 4 powerful bodyguards were not the children of the family, but a group of powerful and fearless killers specially trained for Chu Tianyun after Chu Zhengshuan returned to the family from the sect. They exist for only one purpose, that is to obey all the orders of the patriarch. Zio Tian, it seems that you can only ask for blessings from yourself. Uncle Ba can't help you for the time being. After briefly sorting out the government affairs that need to be handled urgently on the table, Chu Fan ordered to the guard leader, "It takes thousands of kilometers to go to Liulan town. You won't let me walk on 2 legs. Since you don't give me the face of the inner door elder, of course, I can't be friendly with you," the guard leader. Pointing to my legs, Chu Fan mocked. "My subordinates have arranged mounts for the 8 elders." In the face of Chu Fan's ridicule, the guard leader said expressionless, "Lead the way." After leaving the table, Chu Fan said faintly, "Quiet and elegant pavilion in the secret room of practice." After 7 days and 7 nights of continuous search, according to the map provided by Chu Zhongshan, Huang Laoli used the power of God to check the whole Qi country from beginning to end, but the final result was nothing. In this regard, although Huang Lao has some regrets, he is not much depressed. Because he knew very well that the strength of the mantra master who refined the spell, the tool master who refined the evil ruler, and the Dan master who refined the yin-yang longevity pill were far stronger than the one who lost his flesh. According to their strength, if they want to sincerely hide the shocking secrets of the state of Qi, it is difficult to find clues in their short 7 days and 7 nights. Therefore, he temporarily stopped the search, but planned to wait until Chu Zhongshan mastered the Chu family and used the strength of the Chu family to search the state of Qi bit by bit. Within 7 days after he went out to check the hidden secrets of the state of Qi, Chu Zhongshan not only pasted the pills and spiritual fruits he needed. At the same time, with the help of the process of restoring genuine, his accumulation gradually increased, and his potential gradually increased to the limit. Therefore, Huang Lao, who returned to Jingyi, plans to really teach him array knowledge, since Chu Zhongshan has completed the accumulation due to the gasification period through the process of restoring genuine. At the same time, the potential of the body has also been raised to the limit. He can't continue to improve his strength in a short time. Old Huang decided to start teaching him array knowledge. 1 yuan, 2 instruments, 3 talents, 4 images, 5 elements, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces. These 8 arrays are still the initial basis of all arrays in the world. If you want to become a real array mage, you must start with 1 yuan Tai Kai array. Only by truly understanding Tai Kai and mastering 1 yuan can we really enter the ranks of array mages. Only when you really understand yin and yang and master the 2 instruments can you be a real array mage. Only by truly understanding heaven, earth, and people, and mastering the 3 talents can we really use the array against the enemy. While introducing the basic knowledge of the array, Old Huang used the power of the soul to form an image of the 1 yuan, 2 instruments, and 3 talents array, which was directly injected into the consciousness of Chu Zhongshan. 1 yuan is Tai Kai. Tai Kai produces 2 instruments. 2 instruments are yin and yang produce everything. Through Huang Lao's dictation and the images poured into his mind, Chu Zhongshan, who is intelligent beyond ordinary people, quickly indulged in basic array knowledge. At the same time, the basic array knowledge introduced by Huang Laogang is very similar to the Kaiman Dunjia he studied before passing through. Kaiman Dunjia also pays attention to 1 yuan, 2 instruments, 3 talents, 4 elephants, 5 elements, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces array. Through Huang Lao's teaching and understanding before crossing, Chu Zhongshan is like a dry sponge, quickly absorbing basic array knowledge. Just a brief introduction of basic array knowledge and some images of basic array can lead to an epiphany. Huang Lao, as an array master, can't help being envious and jealous of Chu Zhongshan's performance. You know, epiphany is a state of unity between heaven and man. Cultivating in this state is dozens or even hundreds of times higher than that of daily closed-door latent cultivation. In other words, Chu Zhongshan is likely to use this insight to thoroughly understand the basic knowledge of the array and the principle of array operation, and officially enter the ranks of 10-rank array mages. When he first learned the basic knowledge of array, it took him nearly 3 months to barely learn the 1 yuan, 2 instruments, and 3 talents array. Compared with Chu Zhongshan's current state, his original performance was too poor. At the same time, I feel a trace of regret for my disdain to accept Chu Zhongshan as an apprentice. Chu Zhongshan, who was in a state of epiphany, was most afraid of being disturbed, so Huang left his mind, used the power of the spirit to lay a simple defense array, and then quietly left the practice chamber. Tai Kai is water, yin and yang is fish, fish into the water, water-trapped fish swim. Chu Zhongshan, who fell into the state of epiphany, could not detect the passage of time at all. When he woke up from the state of epiphany, 3 days had passed. After reviewing his understanding of basic array knowledge during his epiphany, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his understanding of 1 element array, 2 instruments array, and 3 talents array had reached the level of maturity. Even the very profound 4-image array has basically mastered 60%. In other words, he can now rely on the epiphany just now to arrange the basic array of Sankai array by himself. At the same time, after understanding the basic array, he has gradually understood the principle that Yan Heilong used the array flag to arrange the 4-elephant divine beast array on the battlefield. If he meets a warrior of Yan Heilong's array level and arranges the array himself, he doesn't need the help of Huang Lao. With his understanding of the basic array, he can easily crack it. Boy, how did you feel about the epiphany of basic array just now? The breath of Chu Zhongshan waking up from his epiphany startled Huang Lao, who was resting in his mind. Seeing the end of the epiphany of Chu Zhongshan, Huang Dai first used the power of divine thought to feel the state of Chu Zhongshan. Later, he was surprised to find that Chu Zhongshan not only greatly increased his mental strength, but also improved his cultivation to the 7-story high stage of Qi transformation stage, which is not far from the peak of the 7-story. I feel very deep, and the array knowledge is broad and profound. After a sigh, Chu Zhongshan told Huang Lao about his understanding of the basic array knowledge after he had just fallen into an epiphany. He hoped that Huang Lao, the array master, could put forward the shortcomings in his understanding. Yes, you have basically mastered the first 3 arrays in the basic array. The only thing you lack is to arrange and crack the array yourself. Such lack can only be tempered through time and experience. Chu Zhongshan explained his understanding of the first 4 basic arrays, which made Huang Lao more shocked and more regretful. Well, after dealing with the family affairs, I will leave the family and go out to look for the opportunity of experience training. Chu Zhongshan nodded and agreed with Huang's shortcomings, and made his next practice plan. The reason why Huang stayed in Chu Zhongshan's mind was that he was only responsible for teaching him array knowledge. For his cultivation plan, he would not give directions. Therefore, he did not find any opinions on his next cultivation plan. However, when seeing that Chu Zhongshan finished his latent cultivation and was ready to leave the practice chamber, old Huang suddenly said inexplicably, "Chu boy, in the 3 days when you fell into epiphany, I left alone to continue to check the hidden secret territory of the state of Qi, and in the process of checking, I accidentally found a very interesting thing." Oh, I don't know what interesting things Huang found. Being able to mention this problem at this time means that what he finds interesting must have something to do with himself. Chu boy, next, are you going to go to the conference hall to start handling family affairs and exchange blood? Seeing Chu Zhongshan very interested, old Huang began his explanation of changing the topic again. Well, it's time for 10 days. It's time to deal with the affairs of the whole state of Qi and the family. Nodded, Chu Zhongshan agreed with Huang Leigang. At the same time, he didn't show any impatient expression about his practice of changing the topic. Chu boy, the interesting thing I found is related to your blood exchange this time. Someone secretly colluded to fight for power and profit. Fortunately, this time Huang changed the topic very quickly, and the second paragraph returned to the topic he had just talked about. I have long thought that it must be the clan leader Chu Tianyun, a part of the clan, who wants to force me not to intervene in this distribution of booty and the subsequent family upheaval. For the problems found by Huang Lao, Chu Zhongshan was not surprised at all. At the same time, the people who stayed at the scene and were responsible for cleaning the battlefield were the middle-aged generation he had severely offended and the fighters of affiliated forces. After he left the battlefield, those who suffered heavy losses but did not get any benefits will not be reconciled. They will certainly secretly instigate Chu Tianyun to stand up and provoke himself so as to obtain enough benefits in the next benefit distribution. Chu Zhongshan had thought of this in advance, but he not only didn't stop it, but even connived. In fact, it was intentional to let those people provoke Chu Tianyun's dissatisfaction with himself and his idea of competing for power and profit. Because only in this way can Chu Tianyun take the initiative to conflict with him, and he can successfully abolish Chu Tianyun and arrange his satisfied people to master the Chu family and take charge of the state of Qi. Seeing the same look, a picture of Chu Zhongshan leaving the secret room of practice with confidence, Huang Leiameng patted his forehead and secretly said that he was confused. With Chu Zhongshan's extraordinary wisdom and his grasp of the war situation, how could he not have thought of this? Moreover, this situation may even be deliberately arranged by him. He just showed a look of watching a play. Do you know that the identities of the 2 people have changed early? Chu Zhongshan is a theater-goer, but he is an actor. After leaving the practice chamber, Chu Zhongshan didn't hurry to the conference hall and asked Qixiang to prepare breakfast first, and then Chengxiang to help him change his clothes. When he enjoyed the perfect food, it was close to noon, nearly an hour and a half late from the originally agreed time. However, Chu Zhongshan was still in no hurry and walked to the conference hall like a walk. Time goes back to an hour and a half ago. According to the monthly practice of the Chu family, at 9 a.m. today is the day when the elders of the Chu family and the elders of other nationalities discuss family affairs together. So just after 9 o'clock, the elders of the Chu family and the elders of other nationalities who survived on the battlefield came to the council hall one by one. However, compared with the family regular meeting last month, the number of elders participating in the regular meeting this time is obviously much less, which makes the elders who enter the conference hall sigh. There is an unexpected situation in the sky, and people don't know what happens overnight. Living in this spiritual world where the strong are respected and the weak are eliminated, no one can decide their own destiny. Today's talk and laughter, tomorrow's sword and shadow. After entering the conference hall, these elders looked around for a week, and suddenly found that there were some changes in today's conference hall. The seats originally belonging to the elders of the inner race were retreated by 2 meters. The seats originally belonging to the elders of the inner race have been temporarily added with better quality and more luxurious seats, which makes some elders, who do not know the inside story, feel that today's regular meeting may be different from the past. As the elders of the inner race who mastered the real lifeline of the family walked into the conference hall, many elders of the foreign race hurried to look. They wanted to see the clue from the faces of these elders of the inner race. However, every patriarch who entered the conference hall either greeted the elders with a happy face or sat in their own seats without saying a word. Among all the elders of the inner clan, only one person showed light clouds and light wind, as if he had not noticed the strangeness of today's regular meeting. This person is the 8 elders in charge of the internal affairs of the family. Chu Fan, who walked into the conference hall, looked at the furnishings in the hall. Although he looked very talkative, a trace of surprise and worry flashed in his eyes. However, those surprised and worried just flashed by, and all the elders present didn't find it. Then he sat behind his seat and closed his eyes. Although Chu Fan was very indifferent from his expression, his heart was not calm at all. 3 days ago, Chu Tianyan arranged for the leader of his bodyguard to force him to leave the family and go to Liulin to suppress and deliver precious medicinal materials. Chu Fan knew that Chu Tianyan deliberately supported himself to avoid being aware of the fact and informed Chu Zhongshan. Though forced by the powerful head of the bodyguard, he had to leave his family for a short time, but he kept watching the family changes at any time through his own eyes. Therefore, he already knew some of the layout of Chu Tianyan and prepared secretly through his own means. The Chu family's monthly meeting must be attended by the elder who is responsible for all internal affairs of the family, so the bodyguard leader who accompanied him to Liulin town this morning allowed him to return to the family. After opening his eyes and looking at the door, Chu Fan thought, I don't know whether Zai Ocean has finished his latent cultivation now, or whether he can deal with the crises Chu Tianyan prepared for him today. Just when he was worried about whether Chu Zhongshan could cope with today's crisis, the arrival of a white-haired old man shut up many elders who were turning heads and ears in the conference hall at the same time. Then all the elders stood up at the same time and saluted respectfully. I've seen Uncle 7. I've seen the Supreme Elder. The respectful salute of the people made Chu Fan quickly open his eyes, but when he saw the white-haired old man walking into the conference hall, his heart suddenly clicked. Because when he walked into the conference hall, the old man with completely pale hair was still Chu Yilu, the last elder of the Chu family, who was specially responsible for the external battle of the family. At the same time, he is also a master who has reached the half-step Qi transformation period. I've seen Uncle 7. All the elders have saluted, and Chu Fan is no exception, so he quickly stood up and saluted. However, when he bent over and bowed his head to salute, he had to lament the means of Chu Tianyan. He not only successfully contacted the middle-aged experts on the 9th floor, but even the Supreme Elder who had lived in seclusion for many years and didn't hear about family affairs. It seems that Chu Zhongshan is in trouble this time. After Chu Yipeng sat in the 4th seat on the right side of the conference hall, Chu Fan knew that Chu Tianyan invited more than just a Supreme Elder who had lived in seclusion for many years. Sure enough, just at the end of his speculation, another white-haired old man walked into the hall, which forced the old people who had just sat down to stand up again and salute. I've seen my 5th uncle. In the following period of time, 8 Supreme Elders who had lived in seclusion for more than 20 years and reached the half-step Qi transformation period all came to the conference hall, which made many elders in the hall tossed 8 times. When the last Supreme Elder sat down, an old man with slightly gray hair but good mental when the last Supreme Elder sat down, an old man with slightly gray hair but good mental state walked into the conference hall with a gentle look. After seeing the white-haired old people sitting on the right and left sides, the old man walked into the hall and asked in surprise, "Why are you here? Elder, is this the attitude you should have towards us old people who once contributed their youth to the family?" Seeing the old man walking into the conference hall, he not only didn't salute them but directly questioned why they came. Chu Xingping, the last Supreme Elder in charge of family punishment, asked discontentedly, "I've seen your uncles." Facing the questioning of the 3rd Supreme Elder, the elder's expression did not change at all, and his tone was a faint greeting. "3rd uncle, I've already done the ceremony. Now should you explain to me why you're here? After greeting, the elder continued to ask questions politely. Although the elder doesn't care much about family affairs, he doesn't pay low attention to the things about Chu Zhongshan. He knew that today's meeting was about how Chu Zhongshan distributed the spoils and the next development plan of the Chu family. The last elders, who had not asked about the world for a long time, came to the conference hall. I'm afraid the purpose is to snatch part of the share in the next distribution of interests, which makes the elder very dissatisfied. Elder, these uncles are specially invited by me. Because today's topic is related to the future of my Chu family, we must be supervised by these experienced elders to prevent us from going the wrong way. In the face of the elder's question, the 8 supreme elders here have not come and explained. Chu Tianyan Hongxiang's voice came from the outside door of the living room. Oh, the patriarch invited it. As the eldest elder with the highest level of family Dandao, he seldom pays attention to family affairs and doesn't know some means of competing for power and profit, so Chu Tianyan's explanation convinced him very much. At the same time, he also gave up continuing to investigate the reasons why the supreme elders came. Seeing the change of attitude, Chu Fan, sitting in the second row on the right, was secretly worried. If Chu Zhongshan wants to win today's power seizure, he must get the full support of 2 people. The first is Chu Zhengshuan, the strongest person in the family, and the second is the great elder with high prestige. As long as these 2 people fully support Chu Zhongshan, it is not easy for the patriarch Chu Tianyan to oppress Chu Zhongshan with the authority of the 8 supreme elders. When the elder and Chu Tianyan were seated, 7 family children of the younger generation and 6 family children of the younger generation appeared at the door of the conference hall at the same time. Seeing the elite disciple who suddenly appeared at the door of the conference hall, the 3 elders in charge of family punishment roared with a gloomy face. Today is the family's regular meeting once a month. What are you doing here? If we return to the 3rd elder, we have received the order of the young patriarch to let us participate in today's regular meeting. Facing the 3 elders' black face like an iron pot, Chu Yuping responded without fear. It was the arrangement of the young patriarch. The 3 elders who were originally angry heard that it was Chu Zhongshan's arrangement, and their anger disappeared instantly. Except that Zhangba can attend today's regular meeting, the remaining children will leave here temporarily. Seeing the 3 elders who took the initiative to retreat, the patriarch Chu Tianyan was very dissatisfied. At the same time, he also decided to find a way to replace the 3 elders after he took charge of the power of the family. However, this is not the time to consider changing the 3 elders, but how to deal with the more than 10 young family children standing outside the door. Chu Zhangba is his only son and the first candidate to succeed him as the successor of the patriarch in the future. It is reasonable for him to contact family affairs in advance. For the young children of other families, they can't attend the regular family meeting. Why, you want to disobey the order of the patriarch? Seeing Chu Yuping and others standing motionless at the door, an outer gate elder who had secretly taken refuge in Chu Tianyan threatened in a gloomy tone. In the face of the threat from the outside elders, none of the 10 young children standing at the door showed fear or expression of fear. They stood there with a calm look. 3 elders, according to the clan rules of the Chu family, if you don't obey the order of the clan leader, how should you be punished? Looking at his young children who didn't bird at all, the outer door elder who took the initiative to talk seemed to be insulted. His face was gloomy and asked the 3 elders with gnashing teeth. According to the family rules, do not respect the elders, abolish cultivation and expel the family. The 3 elders who are proficient in family rules subconsciously say the rules when they hear someone interrogate them, but when he reacts, he regrets it. My answer just now obviously offended Chu Zhongshan. It's not attached to the policy I formulated at the beginning. 7 days ago, Chu Tianyan privately found himself and discussed the distribution of interests with him. The 3 elders knew that he wanted to compete for power and profit with Chu Zhongshan. Whether it's Chu Tianyan, the patriarch who has mastered the family for more than 10 years and in Wei has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, or Chu Zhongshan, who is highly qualified and powerful, the 3 elders don't want to offend. He just knows how to protect himself. Therefore, in the face of the appeal of Chu Tianyan, he can only deal with it with vague words, and he has always maintained such an attitude towards what happened today. However, these young children standing at the door of the conference hall are people who worship Chu Zhongshan extremely. Their subconscious answer just now seems to outsiders that they are obviously biased towards the patriarch, which is contrary to his original intention. After hearing the reply from the three elders, the angry outer door elder directly stood up and walked with a grim smile to Chu Yupping and others standing at the door. Wu Xinghua, what do you want to do? After Chu Yupping and others appeared, the elder, who was originally sitting at the head on the right side of the second row and keeping his eyes closed, realized that today's regular meeting was somewhat unusual. When he heard that the patriarch left Chu Zhangba alone and drove away Chu Yu, who was closest to Chu Zhongshan, he already felt that something was wrong. When the elder of a foreign nationality took advantage of the clan rules to attack the young disciples, he finally understood what was going on and why Chu Tianyun invited 8 supreme elders, who had not asked about the world for many years, in order to compete for power and profit today. While regretting the short-sightedness of Chu Tianyun, the elder was even more angry at Elder Wu, who wanted to use the clan rules to deal with young disciples. Facing Elder Wu, who walked to Chu Yupping with a grim smile, the elder directly stood up after a violent drink. Seeing the elder's intention to stop coming forward for himself and teach Elder Wu such as Chu Yupping a lesson, Chu Tianyun, sitting on the dragon chair, straightened up and warned the elder. Elder, today's family children are too arrogant and insolent. They need some punishment to frighten them. At the same time, secretly mobilizing the strength of the 2 levels of the gas phase, in order to prevent the elders from attacking Wu Changlao, he made timely efforts to stop them. Boy, why are you here? Just as Elder Wu grinned toward Chu Yupping, when Chu Tianyun planned to use the momentum of the Qi transformation period to suppress the elder, a voice with a sense of ridicule came from behind Chu Yupping and others. I've seen Grandpa 3. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, whether it's Chu Zhangba or the children of the young and young generation, bend over and salute quickly. Chu Yupping, alone, first glared at Chu Zhengshuan with dissatisfaction, then bowed to salute and explained why he and others came here. I've met Grandpa 3. We came to attend today's regular meeting in accordance with the orders of the young patriarch. The elder Wu, who walked to the door with a ferocious smile, immediately put away his ferocious face after seeing Chu Zhengshuan, with a flattering smile on his face, and saluted in an extremely respectful tone. I've seen my grandfather. However, whether it was Chu Zhangba, Chu Yupping and Elder Wu standing at the door or many elders sitting in the hall, their first reaction was to be stunned when they saw the change of Chu Zhengshuan, and then carefully observed Chu Zhengshuan. The reason why people have such a strange move is that Chu Zhengshuan, who had some gray hair, has a shiny hair color and disappeared wrinkles on his face, making him look like a middle-aged man of more than 30 years. Among them, the 8 supreme elders sitting on the right and left sides looked at Chu Zhengshuan, who was dozens of years younger, with a shocked look. Why are you here? Chu Zhengshuan, who crossed Chu Yupping and others and entered the conference hall, saw 8 supreme elders sitting in 2 rows of the conference hall at the first glance. He looked very surprised, but said in a very impolite tone, I've seen my third brother. When facing the elders of the inner and foreign nationalities, the 8 super elders with an arrogant attitude not only didn't get angry when facing Chu Zhengshuan's impolite words, but even took the initiative to stand up and say hello. Well, I didn't deal with you when I was young. Now you don't have to be polite to me. Chu Zhengshuan didn't give them a good face when they were greeted by the 8 supreme elders. Then he turned around, smiled at Chu Yupping and others and said, the space in the conference hall is limited. You young children don't have to go in all. Zhangba and this boy can go in with me. After telling Chu Zhangba and Chu Yupping, Chu Zhengshuan didn't care whether Chu Tianyun agreed or not. He directly took 2 people into the conference hall and sat in his seat alone. Chu Zhangba and Chu Yupping stood behind him honestly. Now that the elders have arrived, the monthly regular meeting will officially begin. After seeing entering the conference hall, Li ignored his Chu Zhengshuan. Chu Tianyun knew that he had seen his means and expressed his dissatisfaction in this way. In this regard, Chu Tianyun has long been psychologically prepared, so he did not have any changes in his mood because of Chu Zhengshuan's attitude. He still started the first step of competing for power and profit, according to the plan he made at the beginning. First of all, let's discuss the victory products collected by the 3 families and nearly 8 layers of forces in Lucheng after they were destroyed, as well as the distribution of territory. Patriarch, the most important person in today's regular meeting, hasn't come yet. Should we wait? Seeing that Chu Tianyun directly began to decide the issue of victory products and site allocation, Chu Fan stood up and warned. Since Chu Tianyun arranged the guard leader to force him to leave the family, Chu Fan decided to officially take refuge in Chu Zhongshan. Since he regarded himself as the man of Chu Zhongshan, he must think about the interests of Chu Zhongshan, so he took the initiative to remind him that his original intention was to oppose it. Chu Zhongshan is just a child of the younger generation. He is not qualified to participate in today's regular meeting. In the face of Chu Fan's initiative to stop his plan to seize power, Chu Tianyun was very angry and his tone was quite cold. Patriarch, what you just said is wrong. Although Chu Zhongshan is only the son of the younger generation, he is the young patriarch of the family and the successor of the future family. He is qualified to participate in today's regular meeting. Seeing that Chu Tianyun denied Chu Zhongshan's qualification to participate in the regular meeting from his age, Chu Fan immediately made up for his identity. 8 elders, I forgot if you didn't mention it. Chu Tianyun had long thought of a good strategy for Chu Fan to question himself by using the identity of Chu Zhongshan's successor, so he retorted without haste. The original decision to establish an heir was too hasty, and the conditions for choosing an heir were too simple, so today I decided to abolish the qualification of the heir of Chu Zhongshan. When Chu Tianyun announced the abolition of the qualification of Chu Zhongshan's successor, Chu Zhengshuan, who had been silent, opened his eyes and looked at Chu Tianyun, then closed his eyes. Chu Zhengshuan will not have any opinion on the practice of Chu Tianyun, whether it is to invite the 8 supreme elders who are not familiar with political affairs, or expel Chu Yuping and others to leave. Because he wanted to see how Chu Tianyun and Chu Zhongshan used their own means to win today's power struggle. However, Chu Tianyun directly abolished the qualification of Chu Zhongshan's successor in front of everyone, which was obviously beating him in the face of Chu Zhengshuan. Because it was Chu Zhengshuan's order to establish Chu Zhongshan as the heir of the family. Abolishing the qualification of Chu Zhongshan's successor is to deny his original order. It's strange that Chu Zhengshuan can be satisfied. However, even if he was dissatisfied, he would not make a statement for the time being, but planned to abolish the successor of Chu Zhongshan after calculating with Chu Tian. Patriarch, it's not your decision to establish Zai Ocean as the heir of the family, and it's the joint decision of our 11 elders of the inner race, so you're not qualified to revoke his right to inherit. Chu Tianyun abolished the qualification of the successor of Chu Zhongshan, which completely touched the rebellious scale of the elder, and made the elder who never spoke at the regular meeting retort angrily. Yes, the determination and abolishment of the successor's qualification requires the joint decision of the patriarch and all the elders of the inner race, so the first top of the next regular meeting is to discuss the decision to abolish the successor's qualification of Chu Zhongshan. In the face of the strong opposition of the elder, Chu Tianyun, who had long been prepared, began the second step of competing for power and profit. That is to use the countermeasures negotiated in advance to abolish the most dazzling identity of Chu Zhongshan. Those who oppose abolishing the qualification of Chu Zhongshan's successor, please raise your hand. Glancing at the big elder with an iron face, Chu Tianyun asked proudly, I object. The first person to take the initiative to oppose the abolition of Chu Zhongshan's successor qualification is 8 Elder Chu Dan. I object. The second to stand up against is the elder. After about 20 seconds, a very unflinching voice of opposition sounded. I also object. Chu Fan and the elder opposed to abolishing the qualification of the successor of Chu Zhongshan, which was expected by everyone. After all, at the beginning of the regular meeting, the two people clearly expressed their support for Chu Zhongshan, but the third dissenting voice on the scene made everyone look at the past. When they saw the inner clan elders who raised their hands against them, many people looked puzzled. Because the person who raises his hand to oppose is the 10 elders in charge of family intelligence and the true confidant of Chu Tianyun. Being that the person who raised his hand against him was the 10 elders whom he valued most, the patriarch Chu Tianyun's confident face suddenly became gloomy. When he looked at the 10 elders, he showed strong dissatisfaction and a trace of murderous spirit. Chu Tianyun's dissatisfied eyes made the 10 elders leaning on the back of the seat helpless. Chu Tianyun decided to unite the middle-aged people to fight for power and profit with Chu Zhongshan. The first person to find was his 10 elders. As the confidant of the patriarch, of course, he raised his hands in favor and patted his chest to ensure that he would fully support the action of Chu Tianyun in the parliament. However, his most doting son Chu Zhenpeng and his most feared wife Wang Yan, after learning about Chu Tianyun's plan, directly asked him to betray Chu Tianyun and switch to Chu Zhongshan. In particular, his son Chu Zhenpeng, whom he highly valued, even said that if he did not support Chu Zhongshan, he would threaten to sever his father-son relationship with him, which made him very embarrassed in the middle. Before the regular meeting, his son and wife gave him an ultimatum. If after the regular meeting there are issues related to Chu Zhongshan's interests, he must fully support Chu Zhongshan. Otherwise, after the regular meeting, he won't be able to go back to his home at all. When he voted to abolish Chu Zhongshan's successor, he was determined to support Chu Zhongshan because of his son. Because his son Chu Zhenpeng is the top 10 expert of the younger generation of the family, although his qualifications and talents are not better than Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping, they are much better than himself. His achievements will certainly surpass him in the future. At the beginning of the regular meeting, Chu Zhenpeng, his son, came to attend the regular meeting. Seeing such an important meeting today, Chu Zhongshan even informed his son, which means that his son is the person valued by Chu Zhongshan. The balance in his heart has gradually shifted to Chu Zhongshan. Chu Tianyun left Chu Zhongba alone and expelled his son, which caused a trace of dissatisfaction among the 10 elders. Later, Elder Wu, the dogleg of Chu Tianyun, even planned to fight his son through the clan rules. As the patriarch, Chu Tianyun not only didn't stop, but planned to stop the elder who wanted to fight, which completely turned the balance of his heart to Chu Zhongshan. Okay, 3 votes against. Chu Tianyun was very angry at the sudden defection of the 10 elders, but he had already arranged the situation and soon stabilized his mood. Those who support the abolition of Chu Zhongshan's successor qualification, please raise your hand. I support it. Chu Tianyun has just finished his proposal. The second elder in the second row on the left raises his hand to support it immediately. The second elder also had no choice but to support the decision of Chu Tianyun. Before facing the allied forces of the 3 families, Chu Tianyun promised him that as long as he survived the crisis of the joint siege of the 3 families, he would discuss with Chu Zhongshan and Chu Zhengshuan to release his son Chu Hongwei. After the crisis of the 3 families passed, Chu Tianyun also kept his promise to release his son, but made a request that he fully support his plan to fight for power and profit at this regular meeting. If he wins the battle for power and profit with Chu Zhongshan, his son Chu Hongwei can not only restore his identity as a legitimate son, but also participate in family affairs in the future, and is expected to take over the post of elder. It was precisely because of the promise made by Chu Tianyun that the second elder, who was concerned about his only son, had to agree to support the action of Chu Tianyun. I support it. After thinking about it, the 3 elders also raised their right hands. Although Chu Zhongshan has outstanding qualifications and strong strength, he is too young and too shallow. Compared with Chu Tianyun, who has been a patriarch for more than 10 years, he obviously does not occupy an advantage. For the sake of his own clan, the 3 elders finally decided to support Chu Tianyun. I support it. After the 3 elders raised their right hands, the 4 elders sitting opposite him also raised their right hands to show their support for the decision to abolish the successor of Chu Zhongshan. I support it. The 6th elder raised his right hand to support the decision to abolish the successor of Chu Zhongshan. I support it. The 7 elders raised their right hands to support the decision to abolish the successor of Chu Zhongshan. I support it. The 12 elders raised their right hands and also chose to support the decision to abolish the successor of Chu Zhongshan. I also support it. 13 elders, the youngest and most junior, raised their right hands anxiously and supported the decision to abolish the successor of Chu Zhongshan. Among the 13 elders, except for the 9 elders who left the family without permission before the war, and the 5 elders and 11 elders who defected in the battle, 7 of the remaining 10 elders chose to support the decision to abolish the successor of Chu Zhongshan. After a brief explanation of the voting results, Chu Tianyun stood up directly from the throne and announced excitedly, "After the decision of the elders and the head of the whole family, it is now announced to abolish the qualification of the successor of Chu Zhongshan family. You'll regret it sooner or later." 7 of the 10 elders of the inner race supported the decision to abolish the successor of Chu Zhongshan, which deeply distressed the elder. Pointing to the many elders sitting in the hall, the elder spoke in a harsh tone. Chu Zhengshuan, who had been silent for a long time, saw that 7 inner clan elders supported the abolition of the qualification of Chu Zhongshan heir, and his fierce eyes showed a trace of murderous spirit, which made Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping shiver. If you want to abolish my qualification as the successor of Chu Zhongshan family, should you inform me in advance? Just after Chu Tianyan announced the voting results, Chu Zhongshan's voice suddenly came from outside the conference hall. As Chu Zhongshan's voice spread into the conference hall, Chu Fan, who failed to vote and had a low will, immediately felt refreshed. The 7 elders who had been confident in supporting Chu Tianyan to abolish the qualification of Chu Zhongshan's successor changed their faces at the same time. However, he did not rush into the conference hall. While chatting quietly with the 11 young children guarding outside the hall, I listened to the decision of the 10 inner clan elders about their own destiny in the hall. After hearing that he only got 3 votes, Chu Zhongshan's face not only showed no anger, but also showed a happy smile, which puzzled the 11 young family children. Young patriarch, the 3rd person who opposes abolishing your successor qualification is my father. He is the 10 elders of the inner race. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's intention to enter the conference hall, Chu Zhenpeng quickly reminded him. The 3rd objector turned out to be Chu Zhenpeng's father, which Chu Zhongshan didn't expect, so he nodded to Chu Zhenpeng to show his gratitude. Then, he greeted the 11 young children who were waiting outside the door. While loudly refuting Chu Tianyan's decision, he stepped into the conference hall. You go in with me. Chu Zhongshan, the elders of the inner clan have decided to abolish your qualification as heir, so you of the younger generation are not qualified to enter the conference hall. Now please leave here immediately. Just after Chu Zhongshan took 11 young children into the conference hall, Elder Wu, a lackey of Chu Tianyan, took the initiative to pick them out. Seeing the Elder Wu who took the initiative to provoke himself, Chu Zhongshan sneered. He didn't see any action. The Elder Wu sitting in the 3rd row on the right seemed to be wrapped around his neck and pulled him to Chu Zhongshan in an instant. Use genuine to display the high-level body method and martial arts of the peak state, so that the speed of Chu Zhongshan is close to the remnant shadow. At the same time, because he was only more than 10 meters away from Elder Wu, the residual shadow disappeared before it could be displayed. This made no one see how Chu Zhongshan caught Elder Wu in front of him except Chu Zhengshuan, who reached the stage of Qi Si. Do you know what kind of meeting it is today? His right hand tightly pinched Elder Wu's neck, and Chu Zhongshan asked coldly. Wu Chang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Chu Zhongshan couldn't make any sound at all. He could only make a sign. Although the martial arts of the family's affiliated forces are the cornerstone of the family's development and growth, they should also know the weight and discretion. As if there was no need for Elder Wu to explain anything at all, Chu Zhongshan continued to say to himself, For those who don't know the importance and don't know the proper measure, there is only one punishment means in Chu Zhongshan, death. With a dead word, Chu Zhongshan's thumb and index finger pinched hard. Elder Wu, who had been struggling desperately, completely calmed down. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't care about the people at all, he directly killed Elder Wu. All the people in the conference hall, except Chu Zhengshuan, didn't have any expression. Everyone looked greatly changed. Several timid foreign elders even couldn't help shrinking their necks, as if they were the foreign elders who chose to strangle in the middle of Chu. Chu Tianyan, sitting on the throne, stared at Chu Zhongshan. Chu Tianyan's first reaction to Chu Zhongshan's reckless act of directly strangling a foreign elder in front of the crowd was to stop him immediately. However, just when he wanted to stop, a very special force directly imprisoned him on the throne, so that he could neither speak nor use the strength of the Qi transformation period to rescue Elder Wu, so he had to watch Elder Wu be killed. After throwing away the dead Elder Wu, Chu Zhongshan's eyes turned to Chu Tianyan. After discovering the abnormality of Chu Tianyan, the first reaction was that Huang Lao in his mind secretly helped him. For this, he not only did not appreciate it but was very dissatisfied. Huang Lao, no matter what happens next, I hope you just be a spectator and never be a director. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's discovery of his small means, old Huang smiled shyly and didn't say much. The reason why he used the power of the spirit to temporarily imprison Chu Tianyan was to see if Chu Zhongshan had the courage to directly destroy Elder Wu, who dared to take the initiative in front of everyone. Chu Zhongshan's reaction and practice were greatly beyond his expectation. because he not only dares to kill Elder Wu directly, but also can be calm without a trace of ups and downs, which makes old Huang admire very much. Chu Zhongshan, bold. Chu Tianyun, who lifted the imprisonment, slapped the handrail of the throne and shouted, "Yes, I'm just brave." Shrugging her shoulders, Chu Tianxi didn't care about Chu Tianyun's scolding. Then, he went straight to the first seat in the first row on the right and asked a pale old man in his 70s and 80s, "Who are you, please?" Chu Zhongshan found the special changes in the conference hall at the first sight after entering the conference hall. At the same time, according to each other's age and accomplishments, he also guessed who the 8 white-haired elders were, but he pretended not to know. "I'm still the last 3 elders in charge of punishment." Facing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, the elder of the 3rd Supreme Master replied with an iron blue face. Originally, when Chu Zhongshan led 11 young children into the conference hall, the 3 Supreme Elders who used to be in charge of punishment wanted to yell at them. But he was robbed by Elder Wu. However, after seeing Chu Zhongshan's reckless direct killing of Elder Wu, the anger of the 3rd Supreme Elder immediately disappeared, but he was still dissatisfied with Chu Zhongshan's practice. Therefore, facing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, the 3rd Supreme Elder didn't give him a good face. Oh, the introduction of the 3rd Supreme Elder made Chu Zhongshan pretend to be enlightened. Then he waved his hand and motioned, "Please move your seat." "What do you mean, boy?" Hearing that Chu Zhongshan unexpectedly asked him to move his seat, the 3rd Supreme Elder asked with a gloomy face and a poor tone. "The meaning is very simple. There are no seats for 8 of you in the conference hall. What should you do? Don't delay our meeting here." Facing the poor questioning of the 3rd Supreme Elder, Chu Zhongshan also fought back without any mercy. "Xiao Tian, pay attention to your words." Chu Zhongshan's disrespect for the 8 Supreme Elders made the elder worry that his actions would arouse the disgust of all the elders in the hall, so he deliberately reminded him, "Elder, Xiao knows what you mean." He turned around and responded to the elder's reminder. Turning around, Chu Zhongshan said proudly to all the elders sitting in the hall, "If you want to win the respect of others, you must do something worthy of the respect of others." Looking directly at the 3 Supreme Elders, Chu Zhongshan asked in a very bad tone, "I don't know 8 Supreme Elders, what's your purpose here today?" After defeating the allied forces of the 3 families and annexing the whole state of Qi, we will discuss the future development plan of the family. Our experienced elders will come to guide you so as not to make wrong decisions. Facing Chu Zhongshan's question, the 3rd Supreme Elder replied, "Oh. So the 8 Supreme Elders also know that the Chu family was besieged by 3 families." The response of the 3rd Supreme Elder made Chu Zhongshan pretend to be surprised and asked, "As the last elder of the Chu family, the family is in danger of extermination. How can we, the Supreme Elders, not know?" For Chu Zhongshan pretending to be surprised, the 3rd Supreme Elder retorted with dissatisfaction, "Now that you know, I have to ask you." When facing the coalition forces of the 3 families, the younger generation of people in the family, who are only 16 years old and have practiced for only half a year, are fighting with the coalition forces of the 3 families. "Where are you experts in the half-step Qi period?" Seeing that the other party finally carried out the trap set by himself, Chu Zhongshan was secretly happy, but his expression was very angry. In each of the 4 families of the state of Qi, there are Supreme Elders who retreat behind the scenes and do not hear about political affairs. These Supreme Elders who retreat behind the scenes enjoy the highest treatment of the family on weekdays, but are unwilling to make any contribution to the family, even if the family encounters the crisis of extermination. At first, when Qi Yilong gathered all the experts of the 3 families, in order to completely kill the experts of the Chu family, he also personally invited the elder group behind the Qi family, but the Supreme Elders of the elder group refused directly and had no intention to fight at all. Afterwards, after hearing that all the masters of the 3 families were destroyed, these Supreme Elders who usually live in high esteem had a patriarch, if you just said, although the 8 Supreme Elders are not the top strength in the Qi period, they are also a half-step Qi period with high strength, and their age is also not a problem for them. The 8 Supreme Elders are different from the 3rd uncle. They paid too much for the family when they were young. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's mention of the accomplishments of the 8 Supreme Elders, Chu Tianyun immediately fell into a panic, and the answer deeply offended Chu Zhongshan. "Oh, so Grandpa San didn't make any contribution to the family when he was young," Seeing Chu Tianyan in a panic, Chu Zhongshan chased after him. No, I don't mean that. When he was young, he made a lot of contributions to the family. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's pursuit, Chu Tianyan's answer has been completely confused. Forget it, since Grandpa 3 himself didn't put forward any opinions on this, why should I be so carefree as a younger generation? Looking at Chu Zhongshan sitting in the seat and motionless, Chu Zhongshan knew that he had seen through his thoughts. Because according to the policy he formulated, he first used verbal skills to shift the focus of the contradiction to Chu Zhongshan, aroused his dissatisfaction with Chu Tianyan, and asked him to directly force Chu Tianyan to bow his head and admit his mistake by taking advantage of his cultivation in Qihai period and the identity of the first strong person of the Chu family. Since Chu Zhongshan did not have the will to force, the first step of making the plan could not be realized. Chu Zhongshan could only immediately change the plan and shift the focus of the contradiction to the younger generation and the younger generation. Clansmen, what does a family rely on for long-term prosperity? Looking directly at Chu Tianyan, Chu Zhongshan began his second plan. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was no longer involved in Chu Zhongshan, Chu Tianyan was secretly relieved. Because he was able to hold the position of patriarch firmly, it was the strong support behind Chu Zhongshan. His cultivation was able to break through the Qi transformation period, which was also the result of Chu Zhongshan's careful teaching. It can be said that without Chu Zhongshan, there would be no Chu Tianyan today, so he didn't want to, dare not, and didn't want to offend Chu Tiangshuan. If a family wants to prosper for a long time, it depends on the unity of all its people, the fair and reasonable rules and regulations, and the strategizing of my patriarch. Chu Tianyan said with awe-inspiring righteousness. As long as he doesn't face Chu Zhongshan, Chu Tianyan's mood instantly returns to normal. Therefore, when facing the problem of Chu Zhongshan, he can think and face it normally. Oh, then I wonder what the patriarch thinks of the younger generation and the younger generation. Seeing that Chu Tianyan doesn't involve the younger generation and the younger generation, he knows that he intends to avoid this topic, but using the younger generation and the younger generation is the most important link in the second set of plan formulated by Chu Zhongshan. How can he tolerate Chu Tianyan to avoid it? The younger generation and the younger generation are the hope of the future of the family, and they are also the foundation of the long-term prosperity of the family. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan directly picked the topic on the younger generation and the younger generation, Chu Tianyan knew he couldn't avoid this topic, so he answered truthfully. Patriarch, I don't know the younger generation and the children of the younger generation. Compared with the 8 supreme elders who only know how to enjoy and don't know how to repay, they are light and heavy. Seeing that Chu Tianyan finally entered his trap, Chu Zhongshan officially implemented his killer mace. There is no comparability between the two. Shaking his head, Chu Tianyan refused to answer the question, because he knew very well that Chu Zhongshan's question was a trap. No matter how he answered, he would offend one party. Patriarch, how can there be no contrast between the two? Chu Tianyan refused to answer, which was not beyond Chu Zhongshan's expectation, so he continued to force him to ask. Patriarch, I hope you can answer me a question. Otherwise, today's regular meeting will be postponed indefinitely. For the family, the two are equally important. Facing the persecution of Chu Zhongshan, Chu Tianyan reluctantly jumped into the trap set by Chu Zhongshan. Since the two are equally important, why do the weak young generation and the children of the young generation go on the stage to kill the enemy, while the powerful supreme elder hides behind and lives a miserable life? With his right foot forward, Chu Zhongshan asked loudly. With Chu Zhongshan's loud questioning, the 11 young children who followed him into the conference hall looked at Chu Tianyan one after another, hoping that he could give them satisfactory answers. Zhangba, what should you do next? Seeing the face-to-face confrontation between Chu Zhongshan and Chu Tianyan, Chu Yuping, standing behind Chu Zhongshan, moved to Chu Zhangba and asked quietly. Yuping, the patriarch is my biological father and Zhongshan is my brother. No matter who I face, I feel bad in my heart, so I don't know what to do. He shook his head gently and Chu Zhangba said in great pain. Zhangba, either you go out first. Seeing Chu Zhangba's sad look, Chu Yuping advised him with understanding. No, I want to stay here. I want to see how the two people who fight for a little right end up in the end. Looking up at the tit-for-tat Chu Tianyan and Chu Zhongshan, Chu Zhangba said, gnashing his teeth. Alas. Seeing Chu Zhangba who didn't want to leave, Chu Yuping could only sigh. Chu Zhongshan, who was sitting in front of them, also heard the whispers of the two people. He understood Chu Zhangba's mood, so he was also distressed about Chu Zhangba's current situation. Patriarch, you don't have to bear the black pot for us. Looking at Chu Tianyun, who was forced into a dead corner, the third Supreme Elder and several other Supreme Elders used their eyes to communicate with each other and took the initiative to stand up for Chu Tianyun. Chu Zhongshan, when facing the siege of the three families, the Patriarch personally invited us, but we refused. Stand up from the seat and walk to the front of Chu Zhongshan. The elder of the third Supreme Master, who is dominant in height, has a slightly condescending attitude when facing Chu Zhongshan. Why? Chu Zhongshan asked calmly when he saw the three Supreme Elders who took the initiative to stand up and plan to rescue Chu Tianyun. Whether it is to force Chu Tianyun to admit his mistake or to dispose of the 8 Supreme Elders, it is the purpose of Chu Zhongshan's struggle for power and profit this time. Therefore, in the face of the 3 Supreme Elders who jumped out on his own initiative, he will face it calmly. When we were young, we devoted our whole life to our family. Now we are old, can't we enjoy happiness? Can you bear to watch our old guys die on the battlefield? Regardless of any reason to explain that they and others refused to play to kill the enemy, those reasons were untenable, so the third Supreme Elder played a sad card. After all the elders present will grow old like them. They must also hope that their later life can be happy, so they will certainly support the sad card they just played. After seeing the elder of the third Supreme Court playing the sad card, Chu Fan and the elder changed their faces, because they know very well that this is a trap set by the third Supreme Elder to Chu Zhongshan. No matter how he retorts next, he will offend all the elders on the scene unless he is willing to take the initiative to give way. However, as soon as Yizhao Zhongshan appeared, he dared to directly destroy the sect of Elder Wu. I'm afraid it's impossible to give in easily. The third Supreme Elder is right. You who devote your whole life to your family should really enjoy your old age. Seeing the elder of the third Supreme Court playing the sad card, Chu Zhongshan agreed on his face. Chu Zhongshan's approval and approval of the response made the vast majority of the elders present secretly relieved. Because Chu Zhongshan's recognition and approval represents his active concession, which also represents the success of the first step of Chu Tianyun's plan. Next, as long as he continues to pursue, the dawn of victory is at hand. Since several Supreme Elders want to enjoy their old age quietly and don't want to be disturbed by worldly affairs, they don't have to worry about family affairs. At this point, Chu Zhongshan ordered the bodyguard at the door of the hall. You send some Supreme Elders back to the place of latent cultivation. They are not allowed to leave the courtyard without my order. Chu Tianyun and others, who thought they had won the first step of the plan, changed their faces when they saw that Chu Zhongshan used each other's sad card to directly deprive the 8 Supreme Elders of their right to intervene in the regular meeting, and even directly circle these Supreme Elders in the future. The 8 Supreme Elders who heard the order of Chu Zhongshan directly stood up and looked murderously at Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhongshan's order just now is too insidious. If they obediently follow the bodyguard to leave the conference hall today, they will not only lose their involvement in the next distribution of interests, but also be deprived of their freedom in the future. This makes the Supreme Elders, who are used to being high above the world and doing whatever they want, how can they be willing to do? Therefore, the angry 8 Supreme Elders stood up and stood side by side, glaring at Chu Zhongshan. What's the matter? You want to hit me? Seeing that he stood up and stared at his 8 Supreme Elders murderously, Chu Zhongshan asked with a sneer. Later, he didn't allow the 8 Supreme Elders to speak. He said to himself, since I stepped on the road of practice in Chu Zhongshan, in order to enhance my strength and control my destiny, I was the enemy in front of me. As a result, there was only one death. If you count carefully, in a short period of 1 year, there are not less than hundreds of enemies who have died under my command. Among these hundreds, there are not only royal princes, heirs of Kipin and Liupin aristocratic families, but also disciples of Morxin sect and Huashan sword sect. Now the only thing they lack is the blood of their relatives. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan's shoulders shook slightly, and a strong murderous spirit rose in an instant. With the strong murderous spirit, he also threatened, 8 Supreme Elders, to tell you the truth, if you dare to take the initiative today, I don't mind my hands being stained with the blood of my family. You, facing the demon like Chu Zhongshan, the 8 Supreme Elders did not advance or retreat at this time. Entering is tantamount to facing him head-on. Chu Zhongshan's introduction just now, and with the strong murderous spirit emanating from him, The 8 supreme elders knew that what he just said was not a threat, but really dared to kill. According to his high-level cultivation during the Qi transformation period, and the thunder means on the battlefield, the 8 supreme elders know that even if their 8.5-step Qi transformation period experts unite, they are not the enemy of Chu Zhongshan's move. Retreat means that they take the initiative to be soft. The result of active obedience is to accept the request just put forward by Chu Zhongshan, not only cannot intervene in the next distribution of interests, but also be restricted freedom. This makes them used to pointing their fingers and interfering in family affairs at will. How can they be willing? Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who was murderous and could start at any time, the elder of the family first took a look at Chu Tianyun and found that he looked depressed and his eyes were dazed. He didn't know how to deal with the current situation, so he couldn't help shaking his head. Later, he turned his attention to Chu Zhengshuan, the strongest man in the family. He even closed his eyes and meditated, and did not intend to diffuse his posture at all. In desperation, the elder can only resolve it by himself. Zhao Tian anyway, these uncles have devoted their whole lives to the family, and let them leave the council hall and stay out of today's affairs, but I'm afraid it's too much to restrict their freedom. According to your opinion, elder. The elder personally came forward to resolve the conflict between the two sides. Although Chu Zhongshan was reluctant, he accepted it respectfully. If it was someone else who would persuade him at this time, even if he was Chu Zhengshuan, Chu Zhongshan would not necessarily give him this face, but in the face of the great elder who gave him his father's love, he could not refute or object but could only accept it passively. Well, seeing Chu Zhongshan, who was still obedient to his arrangement, although he was very reluctant, the elder felt embarrassed and slightly changed his idea just now. Ask the bodyguard to send the 8 supreme elders back to their place of residence. In the future, they are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of any family. As for the cancellation of the requirements restricting their free access, do you think it's okay? The solution proposed by the elder at this time is the best way to deal with the imminent bloody conflict. Although Chu Zhongshan was reluctant, he still followed the elder's advice. All right, nodded. Chu Zhongshan agreed, very depressed. Of course, if you want to achieve the plan you made at the beginning and get rid of the cancer of the veterans with the help of the conflict, there is no way. The way is whether the 8 arrogant supreme elders can take the initiative to cooperate. Unfortunately, he looked too high on the backbone of the 8 supreme elders and underestimated their courage to be greedy for life and afraid of death. After the great elder put forward the solution, although he lost the benefit of intervening in the distribution of interests, he retained their right to continue to enjoy a luxurious life. Therefore, they immediately agreed to the great elder's method, which made Chu Zhongshan extremely unwilling. However, even if he was unwilling, he dared not and could not refute the opinions of the elder. He could only wave his hand reluctantly, motion the bodyguard at the door, and ask them to send the 8 supreme elders out of the conference hall. However, the 4 bodyguards at the door of the conference hall ignored his orders and looked directly at Chu Tianyun, sitting on the dragon chair in the center of the hall. Originally, because the elder suddenly intervened and interrupted his good plan, Chu Zhongshan, who was in a bad mood, immediately found the object to vent his anger when he saw that several bodyguards were all birds themselves. The high-level body method and martial arts, combined with the basic fist method, guarded at the door of the conference hall in less than 1/10 of a second. The 4 high-level bodyguards who had reached the Qi refining stage didn't even shout out, and their heads were all blasted into blood clots. Just because he disobeyed his order, he directly shot and killed 4 high-level bodyguards in the physical training period, which made all the elders in the hall, including Chu Fan and the elder, take a breath of air conditioning at the same time. As for Chu Zhengshuan, he just opened his eyes and took a look, then continued to close his eyes and think deeply without expression. 8 supreme elders, I'm sorry. No one can send you back now, so I can only bother you to move your legs and return to your place of residence. He picked a little messy hair on his forehead. Chu Zhongshan looked calm and ordered in a calm tone. Seeing that the 4 bodyguards were killed, Chu Zhongshan was as plain as eating and drinking water. The 8 supreme elders finally believed that when Chu Zhongshan introduced himself just now, he said that hundreds of experts died in his hands, not lying. Chu Zhongshan, who has such cruel means, can't kill thousands of people too much. Therefore, in the face of Chu Zhongshan like a devil, the third Supreme Elder quickly waved his hand and motioned that he and others could go back by himself. Then the 8 Supreme Elders did not look like the approaching old man at all, and fled the conference hall with faster speed and skill than the young people. Instead, he took out a pill bottle from the storage bag and handed it to the elder with a smile. "Elder, I'm still young and impulsive. I must have frightened you by some means just now, so I'll take a pill to calm you down." Looking at Chu Zhongshan, whose face changed like turning a book, all the people in the conference hall, including Chu Zhengxuan and the younger generation, looked at Chu Zhongshan in surprise. They found that they could not guess Chu Zhongshan's temper at all, because I don't know when he will be as simple as the boy next door, or when he will become a cruel devil. Everyone here secretly made a decision, that is, treat Chu Zhongshan carefully and never provoke him easily. Xiao Tian, although it's hard to practice on the road, you still need to be patient in case of trouble. Don't kill too many people, so don't take advantage of your future practice. Looking at Chu Zhongshan, who apologized to him, the elder sighed and could only persuade him to restrain his murderous nature in the future. "I remember," nodded. Chu Zhongshan answered casually. Then, seeing that the elder took the pill bottle and planned to put it away directly, he quickly reminded, "Elder, don't you look at the pill I gave you. This is..." Chu Zhongshan deliberately reminded the elder that since Chu Zhongshan deliberately gave himself pills in front of everyone, he must have his special purpose in addition to comforting himself, so the elder cooperated very much to open the pill bottle. However, when he opened the pill bottle and smelled the fragrance of the pill in the bottle, he suddenly looked shocked and asked with a trembling tone, "Xiao Tian, this is..." As a great elder who is proficient in alchemy, he is very proficient in the grade, type and efficacy of pills. Therefore, only by the smell of pills, he can 100% confirm that this pill is a pill that can increase life. In the southern region of the Eternal Continent, the pill that can increase the lifespan has basically disappeared. Even if there is a discovery, only 1 or 2 are occasionally harvested in the powerful cave that has been handed down for millions of years. It can be said that even if the pill can only increase life by 10 years, the value of the pill is equal to that of the 7 pills. If it is a pill that can increase the lifespan of 100 years, the value of the pill can match the beauty of the 5 pill. Therefore, the elixir that can enhance the lifespan is definitely the top treasure in the world. Chu Zhongshan can take out such elixir to honor himself. How can the elder not be excited? "Elder, the pill in the pill bottle is called Yin-Yang Longevity Pill. It is one of the 4 pills millions of years ago. The master of Dan Taoism refined it with yin-yang and 2 fruits, which can increase a person's lifespan of 100 years. What are you talking about?" Hearing Chu Zhongshan say that the pill in his hand can increase his life by 100 years, the excited elder stood up directly. At the same time, the hand holding the Dan bottle trembled. In order to make the shock brought about by the longevity of yin and yang stronger, Chu Zhongshan didn't lower his voice when he just introduced the efficacy of Dan medicine, so all the elders present and the children of the younger generation heard it. The younger generation, who are only in their teens and 20s, do not have a deep concept of life. Although they are somewhat surprised by the efficacy of yin-yang Beishu pill, their inner greed is not so strong. However, for many elders on the scene who are about to enter the old age, the decreasing life expectancy and the threat of imminent death make them dream of increasing life expectancy. Among them, Chu Tianyun, who broke through the Qi transformation period, and the elders of the other 2 Qi transformation periods, have a stronger desire to increase their life expectancy. Looking at the elixir that can increase life in the hands of the elder, the eyes of these elders showed naked greed. Fortunately, Chu Zhongshan's thunder means just now made these people resist their inner desires and dare not make any excessive actions. "Xiao Tian, this pill is too precious. It's definitely a waste to use it on me, an old man who is going to be buried." The elder's first consideration is not to use this pill to increase his life, but to give the yin-yang longevity pill to those who need it. "Elder, I specially prepared this pill for you. In the whole family, only you are qualified to take this pill." Although the elder didn't say it clearly just now, Chu Zhongshan had guessed that he wanted to give the pill to someone, and the person who gave it was probably Chu Tianyun. How could he be willing to do this? Not to mention the life and death that the 2 men are fighting, Chu Zhongshan's personal sense is that Chu Tianyun, who is less than 50 years old, is not suitable for taking this pill. "Xiao Tian, listen to me. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's attitude clearly opposed to his own ideas, the elder was deeply relieved. At the same time, he was more determined to consider the future of the family and gave the pill in his hand to others. "Elder, you don't have to say anything. I'll leave it here today." Seeing that life and death are unwilling to take yin-yang Beishu pill to increase his life, Chu Zhongshan was angry and had to force him to take it in his own way. Glancing at everyone at the scene, Chu Zhongshan said murderously, "This yin-yang 100 life belongs to the great elder alone. No matter who he gives the pill to, if anyone dares to take it, I will take it from Chu Zhongshan, and whoever dares to take it, I will destroy it." The naked threat immediately extinguished the inner expectation of some elders who had been looking forward to receiving the gift from the elder. After all, the corpse in the hall and the 4 corpses whose heads were smashed at the door have proved Chu Zhongshan's ruthlessness. They don't want to lose their lives for a pill. "Oh, you." Seeing that in order to make himself take the yin-yang Beishu pill, he didn't hesitate to use the threat of killing to force others to give up voluntarily, the elder only agreed to take the yin-yang Beishu pill. "Elder, don't doubt the effect of this pill. Someone has proved the effect of this pill." Seeing that the elder finally agreed to accept the yin-yang longevity pill by threatening himself, Chu Zhongshan was secretly relieved. At the same time, in order to strengthen the elder's determination, he directly took Chu Zhongshan to prove the effect of yin-yang Beishu pill. In fact, just after entering the conference hall, Chu Zhongshan found the change of Chu Zhongshan. "I haven't seen Chu Zhongshan in just 10 days. The old Chu Zhongshan has now become a middle-aged man in his 40s. It must be the effect of yin-yang Beishu pill." Could it be that? There was no need for Chu Zhongshan to deliberately point out who it was. Eyes of the elder and everyone in the hall turned to Chu Zhongshan. When the family fought against the allied forces of the 3 families, Chu Zhongshan, as the first strong man of the family, was in full view of the public, fighting against the 4 high-level strong men in the gas transformation period, and his divine color had been seen by everyone. In just over 10 days, the old man with pale hair has become a middle-aged man in his 40s. It must be the reason for the yin-yang longevity pill. Chu Zhongshan's next words are really what these people think. Yes, there are 3 yin-yang longevity pills in total. One of them has been taken by Grandpa 3, and everyone has seen the effect. The second one is in your old man's hand, and the remaining one is now in my hand. When the eyes of the crowd turned to Chu Zhongshan deliberately threw out a bait. "What, you still have a yin-yang longevity pill in your hand?" the elder asked in surprise. The pill that can increase life is basically an extinct treasure in the southern region. It is lucky to have 1, lucky to have 2, and lucky to have 3. "That's right," nodded. Chu Zhongshan then said, "Elder, I don't know how much you know about the specific division of the realm. Now that the bait has been thrown out, the next step is to lure the prey to the bait." Chu Zhongshan began the 3rd step of the plan. "I don't know the specific division of the realm very well, but I know that the Qi period is above the Qi transformation period. That is, the cultivation of the 3rd uncle now. I didn't know that I was talking about the longevity of yin and yang, and how the topic of Chu Zhongshan led to the realm cultivation. But the elder knew that he must have his own idea, so he cooperated, and said the realm division he knew. Elder, in fact, the Qi transformation period is just the starting point of martial arts cultivation. Above the Qi transformation period is the Qi period, and above the Qi period is the soul period. Above the soul period is the longevity period, also known as the longevity period. Introduced here, Chu Zhongshan had to thank Huang Lao in his mind. If Huang hadn't introduced the longevity period above the divine soul period to him in advance, the effect of using yin-yang Beishu pill as bait would be weakened by at least half. "What is longevity?" Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan turned to face the people in the hall. The tone said excitedly, "Longevity, as the name suggests, is still a life of 10,000 years. The cultivation of martial arts will break through the longevity period. The power of heaven and earth will change the body structure of martial arts, so that the life of martial arts who break through the longevity will reach 1,000 years. When the cultivation of martial arts reaches the peak of longevity period, the life will reach 10,000 years of terror." When Chu Zhongshan introduced the specific situation of longevity, he always kept a cool look, as if Chu Zhongshan, who couldn't attract interest in anything, immediately opened his eyes, looked at Chu Zhongshan with the same look of expectation, and listened to him introduce what longevity is. Although his cultivation is already in the period of gas C, he is also not very clear about the realm above the period of gas C. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan looked calm and said with confidence, "Longevity is just a threshold on my way to practice in Chu Zhongshan. My goal is still to exceed longevity and reach a higher level than longevity." Chu Zhongshan's self-confident heroic words made him seem to shine with endless light and made everyone on the scene deeply convinced by his heroic words just now. "Since I have confidence to break through the longevity period, I don't need this yin-yang longevity pill in my hand. I don't know who is lucky to get this pill. Take out the third yin-yang longevity pill from the storage bag, open the bottle cap and use genuine to spread the fragrance of the pill to the whole hall, and then say the above helpless tone." Then he closed the bottle and put it into the storage bag. Then he said with a puzzled look, "By the way, I just went to the conference hall and heard that someone wanted to waste the qualification of my family heirs. I don't know if there is such a thing." Seeing Chu Zhongshan pretending to be confused with understanding, the 7 internal elders at the scene bowed their heads in silence. Only 8 elders and 10 elders raised their heads, a gesture to cooperate with Chu Zhongshan's plan, but Chu Zhongshan shook his head at them. Then he turned his attention to the 3 elders in charge of family punishment and asked, "If the 3 elders want to abolish the qualification of the heir according to the family rules, in addition to the vote of all the elders and chiefs in the family, the heir must also be present and give the heir a chance to explain. I don't know if there is this provision in the family rules." Yes, there is such a rule in the clan rules. Although Chu Zhongshan now shows a simple and harmless appearance, the scene he just made ruthlessly is still naked in front of him. How dare the 3 elders lie? What's more, as he is over 50 and close to 60, he has a stronger desire to increase his lifespan, so he is very eager to get the yin-yang longevity pill in Chu Zhongshan's hand. How can he refute Chu Zhongshan? "Grandpa 3, as the most powerful and prestigious person in the family, do you have to do justice for your grandson?" The 3 elders responded with interest, which made Chu Zhongshan nod with satisfaction. Then he pulled Chu Zhongshan closer to the battle circle, so that he could not just be an idle bystander. "Xiao Tian, I don't know what kind of justice you need me to preside over." Seeing Chu Zhongshan pointing the spear at himself, Chu Zhongshan knew he couldn't stay away from it, so he asked with a correct attitude, "I want to vote again to decide whether to disqualify my family heirs." Chu Zhongshan said with awe-inspiring righteousness. After 2 bloody deterrents and the temptation of yin-yang Beishu pill, he believed that the 7 inner clan elders who had just opposed him might need to reconsider standing in line. Yes, seeing that Chu Zhongshan just wanted to determine his legal status to participate in the meeting by ray voting, Chu Zhongshan certainly couldn't object. "Well, please bother Grandpa 3 to preside over the voting ceremony in person." After holding hands and bending over to salute, Chu Zhongshan sat straight on the top seat in the first row on the right side of the hall. According to the order of seats, Chu Zhongshan now sits in the 3rd seat after the patriarch Chu Tianyun and Chu Zhengshuan, the strongest person in the family. The first round of voting to abolish the successor qualification of Chu Zhongshan family, since it is not in compliance with the clan regulations, we will have a second round of voting. Standing up from his seat, Chu Zhengshuan began to preside over the second round of voting. "Those who agree to abolish the qualification of Chu Zhongshan's successor, please raise your hand." With Chu Zhengshuan's proposal to abolish it, there was silence in the whole conference hall. At the beginning, the 7 elders who supported the Chu Tianyun movement, except the 2 elders subconsciously looked at the patriarch, the remaining 6 elders bowed their heads. Seeing Chu Zhongshan sitting on the lower head on the right and Chu Tianyun sitting on the dragon chair, my thoughts are very complex at this time. Because in his plan, the 8 supreme elders whose accomplishments have reached the half-step Qi transformation period are the people who can really suppress Chu Zhongshan and make him have scruples. But what Chu Tianyun didn't expect is that the supreme elders who look arrogant on weekdays should be so greedy and afraid of death. After Chu Zhongshan took out a yin-yang longevity pill that can increase the lifespan of 100 years, Chu Tianyun knew that he had completely failed. Not to mention that the elders in the hall were eager to get the yin-yang longevity pill, he looked forward to getting the pill. With the cultivation breaking through the Qi transformation period, and the life improved, Chu Tianyun was unconsciously afraid of death, so he worked hard to improve his cultivation in order to make himself live a few more years. The reason why he competes for power and profit with Chu Zhongshan is not only that he can't let go of his power, but also because he wants to occupy more cultivation resources to improve his cultivation and increase his life. Otherwise, he, who has been the patriarch for more than 10 years, can impulsively have a direct conflict with Chu Zhongshan because of a few words of instigation from others. Now Chu Zhongshan not only took out the yin-yang longevity pill and gave it to the elder, but also made it clear that he still had a yin-yang longevity pill in his hand. Moreover, with his qualification, he couldn't see this pill at all. Who dares to offend him in the hall? After hearing that Chu Zhengsu started voting again, deciding whether to abolish the proposal of Chu Zhongtian, Chu Tianyun ended his complicated thoughts and then raised his head after adjusting his mind. When he raised his head, he just met the eyes of the second elder. After seeing the solicitation look in the eyes of the second elder, he gently shook his head and motioned him not to oppose Chu Zhongshan. Because next, he needs to negotiate with Chu Zhongshan. He doesn't want to annoy Chu Zhongshan because of his identity as heir. 30 seconds after announcing the voting, seeing that none of the inner clan elders raised their hands, Chu Zhengshuan continued, "Those who support Chu Zhongshan to become the heir of the family, please raise your hands." Chu Zhengshuan's announcement just fell. Chu Fan, who was already ready, raised his hand excitedly and shouted, "I support the young patriarch to become the heir of the family." The minority patriarch is equal to the heir, and the successor is equal to the minority patriarch. That is to say, Chu Zhongshan cannot be called the minority before the end of the voting, but Chu Fan uses his own way to show that Chu Zhongshan has always been the heir of the family in his heart. For Chu Fan's sonorous and powerful support, Chu Zhongshan turned his head and nodded with a smile at him. "I also support the young patriarch to become the heir." After Chu Zhongshan gave Chu Fan a satisfied smile, the 10 elders who were facing Chu Fan followed by their support. At the same time, looking at Chu Zhenpeng standing in the corner of the hall, his eyes showed a look of happiness and comfort. If Chu Zhenpeng didn't threaten to sever his relationship and make him have to support Chu Zhongshan, how could he make friends with Chu Zhongshan earlier than others? According to the performance of Chu Zhongshan just now and the retreat of the patriarch Chu Tianyun, Chu Zhongshan must have won in the struggle for power and profit between the two. Then, in the next distribution of interests, I'm afraid those who actively support him will reap unimaginable benefits. In the evolution of the family, he may play a more important role. Thinking of this, he looked forward to Chu Zhongshan. At this time, when Chu Zhongshan turned his head, the two people's eyes just exchanged with each other. When he is at a disadvantage, he can actively support himself. Chu Zhongshan certainly gives him an attitude of appreciation and satisfaction for the support of the 10 elders. "I support the young patriarch to become the heir of the family." Since Chu Tianyun had given instructions, the second elder immediately raised his hand and agreed. The two elders raised their hands to agree, as if to release a signal that the patriarch had given up the plan to fight for power and profit, so the remaining 5 inner elders also raised their hands to express their support. The remaining 7 elders raised their hands and agreed. Chu Zhongshan just sat on the seat calmly, without any expression on his face. At the beginning, the 2 elders supported the abolition of their heirs. Chu Zhongshan was just a little sober and not angry. Because he knows that his influence in the middle-aged generation is far less than that of Chu Tianyun, who has been a patriarch for more than 10 years. It doesn't mean Chu Zhongshan will give them a good face. 10 inner elders unanimously approved the proposal. Seeing all the 10 elders who raised their hands and agreed, Chu Zhengshuan cleared his throat and announced loudly, "From today on, Chu Zhongshan will officially become the heir of the family." Pa. After Chu Zhengshuan announced that Chu Zhongshan had officially become the successor, Chu Yuping, standing behind Chu Zhengshuan, took the lead in clapping his hands. Subsequently, the younger generation and the children of the younger generation mobilized their spiritual power in their palms and clapped louder applause. Influenced by the younger generation and the younger generation, the remaining elders, whether willing or unwilling, also clapped their hands. After 10 seconds of applause, Chu Zhongshan suddenly stood up, held his hands in vain and signaled to stop the applause. Then his eyes swept all the people on the scene one by one, and finally stayed on the body of Chu Tianyun. Looking at the calm Chu Tianyun and seeing that he had no depression after the failure of power struggle, the first sentence Chu Zhongshan said changed the look of all the people on the scene, including Chu Zhengshuan and the elder. "Patriarch, you are old. Yes, I may be really old. Chu Tianyun's response was surprisingly flat. Chu Tianyun's strange and peaceful response made a big question mark in everyone's mind. However, Chu Zhongshan came to understand the state of Chu Tianyun at this time and his ideas, so he decided not to beat around the bush and directly point out his own views. Patriarch, I say you are old, not your age, but your mentality is old. You can't keep up with the fast-growing family so. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan turned his head and looked at Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping standing behind Chu Zhengxuan. His vision finally stayed on Chu Yuping. After thinking over and over again, Chu Zhongshan said heavily, Patriarch, you should abdicate. As Chu Zhongshan said that the patriarch abdicated, there was a sound of air conditioning in the whole conference hall, and then fell into abnormal silence. The silent atmosphere was particularly prominent, even everyone's heart beat. Chu Zhongshan directly asked Chu Tianyun to abdicate. The reaction of others was shocked, but Chu Tianyun's response was a frank and receptive attitude which had to surprise everyone. He glanced at Chu Zhongba standing behind Chu Zhengxuan and looked back at Chu Zhongshan. Chu Tianyun said calmly, Zhao Tian, let me willingly withdraw from the position of patriarch, but you must promise me 4 requirements. Patriarch, please say. Seeing that Chu Tianyun can calmly accept the request of abdication, Chu Zhongshan is also secretly relieved. Originally, in his imagination, Chu Tianyun, who was greedy for power, would not willingly give up the position of patriarch. He would certainly try all means and use all forces to carry out the final struggle. Chu Zhongshan even made the final bloody conflict. Now, Chu Tianyun can calmly and willingly withdraw from the position of patriarch. Chu Zhongshan not only appreciates his general behavior, but also decides to meet his requirements as much as possible. First, you must give me the yin-yang longevity pill in your hand, so that I can live 100 years longer than the elder. Pointing to the storage bag hanging at Chu Zhongshan's waist, Chu Tianyun said eagerly. Since he has decided to give up the position of patriarch, it may even be the 9th 5-year-old, Chu Tianyun must first strive for enough benefits for himself, and yin-yang Beishu pill is the first choice. Because only in this way can he retreat willingly and without any regret. Yes, for Chu Tianyun's first request, Chu Zhongshan was not surprised at all. In fact, the yin-yang longevity pill, which can make Chu Tianyun finally give up the idea of the last fight and increase his life, accounts for a large reason. Chu Zhongshan is very clear about this, and his heart is also very clear. Therefore, facing Chu Tianyun's first request, he took out the pill bottle containing yin-yang Beishu pill from the storage bag without any hesitation and threw it directly to Chu Tianyun. Seeing the yin-yang longevity pill sent out without hesitation, Chu Tianyun showed a trace of admiration in his eyes towards Chu Zhongshan. Regardless of the efficacy of yin-yang Beishu pill, it shows that Chu Zhongshan doesn't need to use pills to increase his life. That is to say, he is confident to break through the longevity period he just mentioned. How can Chu Tianyun not admire this? The second requirement is that although I withdraw from the position of patriarch, the treatment given to me in the future cannot be reduced, but I will be given according to the current treatment. Chu Tianyun's second request made Chu Zhongshan's eyebrows wrinkle. Logically speaking, Chu Tianyun's second requirement is not too much, because he only asked for equal treatment and did not ask for equal rights and status. However, in the concept of Chu Zhongshan, there is no square without rules. Since you have retired from the position of patriarch, you can't enjoy the treatment of patriarch according to clan rules. Otherwise, what do you think of the patriarch who just came up, and what do you think of those people who are similar to your identity and status? After serious thinking, Chu Zhongshan finally refused the second request of Chu Tianyun based on the idea of abiding by family rules. Patriarch, I'm sorry. I can't agree to the second request. First, he refused Chu Tianyun's request. Chu Zhongshan then said his own idea. Of course, I won't let you suffer too much injustice after you quit the patriarch. So, after you quit the position of patriarch, I will give you the top treatment and status of the elders of your clan, and the treatment level is no less than that of the elder. Zhao Tian, you should know that I took the initiative to withdraw from the position of patriarch in order to avoid the bloody conflict between you and me. Can't you meet me even this small request? Don't worry about giving yin-yang Beishu pill. Chu Tianyun thought that Chu Zhongshan would give a quick reply to his second request in order to take care of his emotions, but what he didn't expect was that he directly refused the question of mere treatment, which made Chu Tianyun very unhappy. Clan leader, Yin Yang Beishu pill belongs to my private collection of Chu Zhongshan. Whether I give it or not depends on my mood, but the treatment belongs to the whole family. I have no right to break the clan rules, so you only accept the conditions I just put forward. Whether Chu Tian is willing or unwilling, Chu Zhongshan must adhere to his own principles, because only in this way can the Chu family grow healthily and avoid people who use their strong strength to frighten and break the rules. Forget it. The same treatment as the elder can meet my current cultivation temporarily. I accept your request just now. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's unquestionable attitude, Chu Tianian knew that he had made up his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he didn't change his mind, so he didn't fight hard. The third requirement is that Bear will take over my position temporarily after I withdraw from the position of patriarch. The third request put forward by Chu Tianian made all the elders at the scene show a look of enlightenment on their faces. No wonder Chu Tianian willingly withdrew from the position of patriarch. It turned out that he asked his own son Chu Zhongba to take over the position of patriarch. As a result, the conflict with Chu Zhongshan can not only avoid continuing to be fierce and eventually turn into bloody conflict, but also ensure that he will not really lose the power of the patriarch. As for Chu Zhongshan as the successor, because of his special status and superior talent, the identity of the successor is just a symbol. Everyone knows that he can't really become the head of the Chu family. Until now, they can really see the true intention of Chu Zhongshan's fortune. Next, they want to see how Chu Zhongshan deals with it. If Chu Zhongshan agrees with Chu Tianian's request, then this plan of striving for power and profit will be a complete failure. If they refuse Chu Tianian's request, they urgently need to know who he will arrange to sit in the family seat. Patriarch, I'm sorry, I can't agree to the third request. For the third request put forward by Chu Tianian, Chu Zhongshan saw his careful thinking at a glance. However, Chu Zhongshan is not unacceptable for Chu Zhongba to succeed as patriarch, according to the improvement speed of his current cultivation and the ruthlessness shown recently. Even if Chu Zhongba becomes the patriarch, it is Chu Zhongshan who can really determine the fate of the Chu family. However, after destroying the allied forces of the three families, he has made better arrangements for the future of Chu Zhongba, so he can't agree with Chu Tianian's requirements. Patriarch, I have made other arrangements for the future of Zhongba. The position of patriarch does not belong to him. Chu Zhongshan flatly refused the third request of Chu Tianian, which made the hearts of all the elders on the scene. Because they were worried that Chu Tianian, who was refused the request, would be angry and finally let go. But the next reaction of Chu Tianian was beyond everyone's expectation. Because in the face of Chu Zhongshan's categorical refusal, Chu Tianian was very calm, and there was no anger or angry expression on his face. In fact, Chu Tianian knew that his third request was too much, and even meant to bully Chu Zhongshan, so he didn't expect Chu Zhongshan's consent at all. The reason why he put forward this excessive request is for his fourth request. However, when he heard that Chu Zhongshan made other arrangements for Chu Zhongba, he was not in a hurry to put forward the fourth request, but wanted to see how Chu Zhongshan arranged Chu Zhongba. Chu Tianian's response to the flat talk made Chu Zhongshan know that he had been fooled by him. He never wanted Chu Zhongba to take over him and become the new patriarch of the Chu family. He just used this requirement to meet his fourth, which may be more excessive. In order to dispel Chu Tianian's inner abacus and completely establish his prestige and reputation in the Chu family cluster, Chu Zhongshan decided to skip the third step of the plan. That is, to use the distribution of booty to win over and attack the elders of internal and external races, and directly carry out the fourth plan. Now that we have said this, let's skip the issue of booty distribution and go directly to the last and most important issue today, that is, the next development idea of Chu clan. At this point, Chu Zhongshan paused for a moment, then walked down the 9 steps to Chu Tianian, then waved his hand and motioned him to leave the throne of the patriarch immediately. According to Chu Tianian's original intention, before Chu Zhongshan fully agreed to his 4 requirements, he would never leave the throne symbolizing the patriarch. However, in the face of Chu Zhongshan's fierce eyes and considering his 4th very excessive requirement, Chu Tianian finally got up reluctantly and left the throne. At the same time, he stepped down from the patriarchal throne, walked to the first seat in the first row on the left, and then sat down with a gloomy face. Seeing Chu Tianian on the patriarchal throne, Everyone thought that he would sit directly on the throne symbolizing the patriarch, but his next move was greatly beyond everyone's expectation. Because instead of sitting directly on the throne, he waved to Chu Yuping standing behind Chu Zhangshuan and motioned him to come forward. Suddenly, Chu Zhangshan beckoned and summoned Chu Yuping. Chu Yuping's first reaction was to come forward immediately. However, now Chu Zhangshan stands in a position that symbolizes the throne of the patriarch. He doesn't dare to come forward rashly, because he is afraid that he will be scared to death by the jealous eyes of everyone. Boy, it's a great good thing to hit you. If you don't hurry up, you'll probably change your mind later. Seeing the hesitant Chu Yuping and Chu Zhangshuan who felt good about him, he quickly reminded him softly. Oh, good. Chu Zhangshuan gently reminded Chu Yuping that he was aware of his shortcomings. He immediately adjusted his mind, walked quickly to Chu Zhangshan, bent over and saluted. Chu Yuping has seen the young patriarch. Yuping, sit down, reach out and help Chu Yuping. Chu Zhangshan uses genuine power to directly press him on the throne symbolizing the patriarch, whether he wants it or not. Seeing that it was neither the elder of his generation nor Chu Zhangshan himself who took over the post of patriarch, it was Chu Yuping, who was inferior to Chu Zhangba in qualification and popularity. Chu Tianyun's gloomy face could almost drip water. The two elders sitting in the second row also have a bad face. If Chu Zhangshan himself inherits the position of patriarch, or Chu Zhangba becomes patriarch, the two elders will not have any ideas but Chu Yuping. Chu Yuping, the younger generation of the Chu family, is not a very outstanding child. Compared with his son Chu Hongwei, he is much worse. If the son who is locked up at home knows that the person who takes over the patriarch is Chu Yuping of the younger generation, the second elder is afraid that he will directly rebel. Young patriarch I. Reminded by Chu Zhangshuan, although Chu Yuping was mentally prepared, when he was really pressed by Chu Zhangshan on the throne symbolizing the patriarch, what rose in his heart was not excitement, but panic. He saw that sitting under his ass was not the throne of the patriarch, but a volcano that could erupt anytime, anywhere. Especially those who looked at him in the hall and did not hide their envy, jealousy, or even hatred in their eyes, which made him want to jump up immediately and distance from the conference hall as quickly as possible. Seeing Chu Yuping want to escape from the throne, Chu Zhangshan knows that with his age, vision, accomplishments, and experience, it is difficult to adapt to such an important position suddenly, but Chu Zhangshan has been pressing him with his hand, and saying nothing can let him destroy his next plan. Looking at Chu Yuping, who desperately remembered to stand up, Chu Zhangshan was helpless and directly bothered Huang Lao in his mind. Old Huang, please use the power of the spirit to directly imprison this boy. Good, for Chu Zhangshan's request, Huang Lao not only had no opinion, but also had a trace of excitement in his tone. Since Chu Zhangshan warned him that he was not allowed to interfere in his own plan, what Huang could do was to watch Chu Zhangshan's performance carefully and see how he turned defeat into victory step by step in the case of disadvantage. Through the observation just now, old Huang found that Chu Zhangshan not only has outstanding talent and wisdom, but also has a precise grasp of the war situation, sharp words, and decisive and ruthless action, which made him appreciate and admire very much. Now, he wants to see how Chu Zhangshan deals with the next evolution of the family, and how he can convince everyone. If his performance can satisfy him, some of his hidden means millions of years ago can be entrusted to Chu Zhangshan. After Huang Laoli completely imprisoned Chu Yuping with the power of God and soul, Chu Zhangshan turned around and directly walked down the platform with 9 steps, looked around and said, 10 days ago, with the unity of all of you, we defeated the 3 families and the coalition of nearly 8 layers of forces in Lucheng, a coalition of nearly 40,000 experts. At the same time, with the efforts of 8 elders and 2 elders in the period of Qi transformation, we have completely recovered Lucheng. In other words, Lucheng belongs to the Chu family, and the state of Qi will also belong to the Chu family. If a family with a kingdom territory continues to manage in the shape of a family, it will neither make use of the discovery of the family nor the management of the state of Qi, so I decided. He glanced at Chu Zhangba, who was standing behind Chu Zhangshuan and looked very depressed. Chu Zhangshan knew the real reason why he was depressed. In addition to competing for power and profit with his father, making him in the middle of the right and left dilemma, I don't know who to help. It also lies in my own arrangement for Chu Yuping. His strength and prestige are not as good as his Chu Yuping. With his own support, he became the new head of the Chu family. Then, how should he change to Chu Zhongshan and face the Chu Yuping, who has become a member of the Chu family, the son of the previous clan, and the new leader of the younger generation of the Chu family? In this regard, Chu Zhongshan has a way to make his mood happy in an instant. Glancing at the people in the conference hall, Chu Zhongshan shouted excitedly, "I've decided that the Chu family will officially replace the Qi family and become the real ruler of Qi." Although it has long been known that the Chu family may replace the Qi family and become the real ruler of the state of Qi, no one is sure whether things will change without the approval of the two decisive figures of Chu Zhongshan and Chu Zhengshuan. At this moment, Chu Zhongshan's concise and comprehensive announcement and Chu Zhengshuan's nod of approval made the hearts of all the people present hanging all the time finally come down. However, I just let go of my heart and then raised it again. The Chu family replaces the Qi family and becomes the real ruler of the state of Qi, which means that the Chu family becomes the real royal family of the state of Qi. Will these elders be crowned king or marquis? The state of Qi was originally owned by the Qi family, so this land is called the state of Qi. Now, this land belongs to the Chu family, so the title of the state of Qi is no longer suitable, so I decided to change the country name to Chu. The land under our feet belongs to the state of Chu from now on. Xiao Tian is right. The name of the state of Qi is really not suitable for our Chu family. The state of Chu can really represent our Chu family and highlight that we are the real ruler of the country. Although he was already the top power in the Gas Sea period, Chu Zhengshuan was very excited when he heard that Chu Zhongshan decided to change the country's name to Chu, and couldn't help but agree with Chu Zhongshan's proposal just now. I support the young patriarch's decision. The name of the country has already thought of it, so the next step is to determine everyone's real interests. If you don't show loyalty at this time, isn't it obvious that you are incompetent? So Chu Fan is the first to stand up and support loudly. I also support the decision of the young patriarch. Seeing that he was still one step later than Chu Fan, the 10 elders were depressed and hurriedly raised their hands for the second time. I also very much agree with the decision of the young patriarch. After the 10 elders, since they are not 2 elders or 3 elders, they are Chu Tianyun, who originally had a gloomy face. As Chu Zhongshan decided that the Chu family would replace the Qi family and become the real ruler of the state of Qi, Chu Tianyun thought of a way to improve his status, so he quickly expressed his support. Seeing Chu Tianyun, who took the initiative to abdicate, they all expressed their loyalty in time. How can other elders be willing to fall on others? They are also excited to express their loyalty. Holding his hands in vain, he motioned for everyone to be quiet. Chu Zhongshan then said, "The Chu family replaced the Qi family. I already had this idea in last year's hunting competition." At the same time, after more than half a year's career as a sect disciple, and what I saw when I went out to practice, I have some ideas and views on the next development of the Chu family. The state of Chu belongs to the Chu family, but the Chu family does not completely belong to the state of Chu. Xiao Tian, I don't quite understand what you just said. Can you explain it to us in detail? The state of Chu belongs to the Chu family, but the Chu family does not completely belong to the state of Chu. Chu Zhongshan just said something that made Chu Zhengshuan very confused. When he looked up at the people, he found that they were also confused, so he asked Chu Zhongshan to explain in detail. The Chu family is the root of all of us, the guarantee that our family can continue all the time, and the basis for us to be promoted to the 6th grade family, the 5th grade family, and even the 4th grade family in the future. The state of Chu is our foundation, and the guarantee that our family and kingdom can develop and expand and advance to the imperial dynasty in the future. Therefore, I decided that the Chu family and the state of Chu were divided into 2 different forces. The Chu family grew according to the family model, while the state of Chu developed according to the kingdom model. The 2 can complement and assist each other, and develop and grow together. Xiao Tian, you mean to divide the people into 2 parts. One part of the people integrate into the king to develop the strength of the kingdom. The other part is to stay in the family and continue to develop in the family model. Chu Zhongshan's explanation just now made Chu Zhengshuan, who guessed the idea for himself, add, "Grandpa 3, you're only half right." Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan then explained, "I don't divide the people in half, but take the state of Chu as a testing ground for the people. It is a battlefield for them to give full play to their strength and improve their cultivation. The family is the cradle of talents and the source of strength that can continuously supplement the kingdom. Now, only those people who have broken through the physical training period can leave the family, enter the kingdom and hold certain positions, and then use their positions to improve their strength. As explained here, most of the elders at the scene have understood Chu Zhongshan's meaning. While feeling novel about his ideas, they also admire his boldness. In fact, in the final analysis, in the face of the booming Chu family, Chu Zhongshan is indeed more suitable to act as the helmsman than Chu Tianyun. To understand, people are most concerned about who is the newly established kingdom of Chu. Xiao Tian, I don't know who is the 9th 5-year-old statue of the new term of the state of Chu. Chu Zhengshuan, who is the most powerful and qualified to speak on the scene, asked what the outstanding people thought. The first king of the state of Chu, I recommend the leader of the younger generation, Chu Zhongba. Pointing to Chu Zhongba standing behind Chu Zhengshuan, Chu Zhongshan said loudly. Then he immediately turned his head to Chu Tianyun and wanted to see what expression Chu Tianyun would show on his face after hearing the news. Shock, contemplation, inconceivability, regret, and other complex and changeable expressions flashed on Chu Tianyun's face one by one. The head of a family, compared with the head of a country, is light and heavy. Even fools know which position is important. Originally, he used the sad card that his son could not inherit the position of patriarch to realize his fourth excessive request of Chu Tianyun. At this time, he continued to make requests with Chu Zhongshan. Chu Tianyun, who has just retired from the position of patriarch, can hardly believe it in a short time after hearing the decision of Chu Zhongba to become the leader of the country, let alone other elders on the scene. After thinking about Chu Zhongshan's recommendation of Chu Zhongba as the first head of the state of Chu, the 3 elders in charge of punishment felt that they must stand up against it. Because in his own opinion, the reason why he opposed Chu Zhongba as the head of the state was to consider the future of the family. Young patriarch, Zhongba is a child I saw when I was young. I know that he is a good child with outstanding qualifications and simple mind. However, the supreme position of the 9th 5-year plan needs someone who is experienced and good at handling government affairs. Therefore, I don't approve of Chu Zhongba becoming the new leader of the state of Chu. In Chu Tianyun's opinion, with Chu Zhongshan's current prestige and influence, as long as his decision is right or wrong, no one except the elder dares to question him face to face. However, what he never expected was that the first one to stand up against was the 3 elders he had always attached great importance to, which made him look at the 3 elders without hiding his anger. In the face of Chu Tianyun's angry gaze, the 3 elders seemed not to notice at all. They nodded to Chu Tianyun with a gentle smile on their face. Zai Ocean, whether you recommend Zhongba as the new leader of the country or let Yuping take over the post of patriarch, it shows that you have been training the children of the younger generation, but you also need to train the children of the younger generation. Because in terms of strength, knowledge, and experience, the value of previous training is far stronger than that of the younger generation. Seeing that the 3 elders took the initiative to stand up against it, it seemed as if the 2 elders who got inexplicable courage stood up. Then they not only spoke out against Chu Zhongba, but also said that they were not suitable to be the new leader of the state of Chu. At the same time, he also began to recommend his ideal candidate. Holding fists with both hands, he motioned to all the elders at the scene. The second elder said with a smile on his face, "It's good for common people to speak. You don't avoid relatives and you don't avoid suspicion. My son Chu Hongwei, regardless of his cultivation talent, martial arts qualification and rich experience, is very suitable to become the new leader of the state of Chu. Therefore, I urge the young patriarch, 3rd uncle, elder and colleagues to carefully consider my opinions." Seeing that the second elder not only opposed his son to be the leader of the country, but even directly recommended his own son, Chu Tianyun was angry and felt endless regret. I knew that the second elder was such a person who turned his face and didn't recognize people and fought desperately for benefits. Why did he risk offending Chu Zhongshan and release his son without permission? So that I had to swallow the evil consequences I made. The 2 elders had the courage to recommend their sons. Chu Zhongshan not only didn't refuse directly, but also didn't seem very angry. This made the elders at the scene seem to see some signal, and they got up one after another to oppose Chu Zhongba's decision to become the head of the country, and also strongly recommended their sons, or the young children they liked. Only Chu Fan and 10 elders did not participate in the discussion of the new leader. Chu Fan did not participate in the discussion because he knew too much about the character of Chu Zhongshan. Since he bluntly pointed out that Chu Zhongba was the leader of the country, it must be more careful than careful consideration. According to his personality, unless the elder speaks against it. Otherwise, no one on the scene can make him change his attention. Since he can't win any benefits, and can't change Chu Zhongshan's decision, why should he take this risk to provoke Chu Zhongshan's unhappiness? It's not that the 10 elders don't want to participate in the enlightenment discussion. Because his son Chu Zhenpeng is not as good as Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping, but he is also a man of the hour of the younger generation of the Chu family. Chu Zhongshan can recommend Chu Zhongba as the supreme power of the 9th five-year plan, so with his support for him at the beginning, why didn't his son have this opportunity? Fortunately, Chu Zhenpeng, who knew that his father was better than his son, immediately stopped him with his eyes when he found that his father had this idea, so that he had no choice but to give up the idea of fighting for it. He saw that those who opposed his son's appointment as the lord of the country were the 2 elders, the 3 elders, the 4 elders, the 6 elders, the 11 elders, the 12 elders and the 13 elders who were regarded by him as his own people, and could fight for power and profit with him. The 8 elders and 10 elders who had always opposed him silently supported Chu Zhongba as the leader of the country. At this time, Chu Tianyan had no anger in his heart, but only regretted that he was short-sighted and short-sighted. Just now, the 10 elders of the inner race fought desperately for the position of national leader. Chu Tianyan finally understood what Chu Zhongshan said. He was not old, but old in mind. He could not see the trend found by the family, and even made fatal mistakes in employment. At this moment, he has given up the idea of putting forward the 4th request with Chu Zhongshan. Now he just hopes that Chu Zhongshan can adhere to his decision so that Chu Zhongba can smoothly become the leader of the country. Then, like the 8 supreme elders who left the council hall, he will not interfere in any government affairs of the family from now on. Grandpa 3, my proposal just now, except for the old patriarch, 8th uncle and 10th uncle, I don't know what your opinion is. Seeing Chu Zhengshuan, who had never expressed any opinion, Chu Zhongshan directly asked by name. Compared with the leader of a country, the leader of a family has an important position, which can be seen at a glance by people with a clear eye. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan knows that the appointment of Chu Zhongba as the first leader of the state of Chu will cause some people's opposition, but what he didn't expect is that the number of opposition is so large and the anti-right sentiment is so fierce. I underestimate the ambition of these elders who hold real power in the clan. Just now I was able to forcibly pass the appointment of Chu Yuping as the patriarch. The reason why these elders do not object is that their strength and deterrence only account for part of the reason. The real reason for them to give up their opposition is that they focus on the position of leader with more power and higher position. It seems that if you want to forcibly push Chu Zhongba to the position of leader of the state, you also need to win Chu Zhengshuan, the strongest person in the family, and the most prestigious and popular elder. Only with the consent and support of these 2 people can he successfully send Chu Zhongba to the position of lord of the country. Otherwise, even if they use their strong strength and bloody suppression to forcibly push Chu Zhongba to that position, it will certainly cause the people to be unconvinced. When they leave the family, those unwilling elders will unite and directly launch a coup during their absence. In the face of the supreme throne of the 9th five-year plan, the family is bound to have bloody conflicts and even the danger of extermination. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan must ensure that after he leaves the Chu family, Chu Zhongba can live in the town. Chu Zhengshuan didn't want to pay attention to Chu Zhongshan's soliciting his own opinions. No matter who became the first leader of the state of Chu, it had no influence on him. Because of his cultivation in the period of Qi Hai and the generation of his ancestors, he has a special position in the Chu family. However, when he saw the special meaning in Chu Zhongshan's eyes, he immediately understood that Chu Zhongshan wanted to fully support Chu Zhongba and let him sit in the position of the first lord of Chu. Chu Zhongshan thought that he had just divided the family into 2 trained young talents to enrich the kingdom, and made the kingdom prosperous with the strength of the kingdom. For the Chu family, his idea is definitely beneficial without harm. If Chu Zhongshan's ideas are to be carried out seriously, the patriarch and state leader in power must be his true confidant and the person who can absolutely carry out orders. Chu Zhangba and Chu Yuping are the people who can execute his orders 100%. Thinking of this, Chu Zhengxuan decided to use his influence to help Chu Zhongshan, Chu Zhangba and Chu Tianyun, who lost his position as patriarch. Because I have more contact with Tianyun, Zhangba is a child I saw when I was young, and I know his mind and qualifications very well. If among the younger generation and the children of the younger generation, who is the most suitable to become the first leader of the state of Chu, in my opinion, it is the hegemony of Chu. Since he chose to help, he should help thoroughly, so Chu Zhengxuan expressed a very firm attitude. Chu Zhengxuan's statement made Chu Tianyun, who had been holding his heart, almost kneel down, and his inner regret deepened. In order to stabilize the power of his patriarch and make his cultivation break through the Qi transformation period, Chu Zhengxuan consumed too much energy. What about yourself? In order to compete for that little right and suppress the young generation of Chu Zhongshan, he did not care about his own feelings. Today, he still firmly supports his son, which makes Chu Tianyun grateful and regretful. Seeing Chu Zhengxuan's strong support attitude, Chu Zhongshan nodded with satisfaction. With the support of Chu Zhengxuan, the strongest person in the family, Chu Zhangba's decision to become the head of the country has become 70%. However, his request was perfect, because the elders of the inner race did not dare to think about it, so he turned his attention to the elder. Before Chu Zhongshan opened his mouth for interrogation, the elder directly expressed his attitude. Xiao Tian, you know I'm addicted to Dandao and don't participate in family affairs. I don't have many personal opinions on the important decision of becoming the leader of the country. The elder's statement made people mistakenly think that he would choose to abstain, but the elder changed his tone and said, although I don't know much about Zai Oba, I know Zai Ocean's character and personality very well. Since he thinks Zai Oba is suitable to be the leader of the country, he is 100% competent, so I support Zai Ocean's decision. It's done. Seeing that the elder also made it clear that he supported Chu Zhangba as the first leader of the state of Chu, Chu Zhongshan was secretly happy. Promising and ruthless Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhengxuan, the first strong man in the family, has made great achievements in Qihai period. The elder with the strongest pill cultivation and the highest family prestige. These three strong men who can decide the fate of the family jointly support Chu Zhangba as the first leader of the state of Chu. Even if many internal elders are dissatisfied, they have to accept it. Seeing the three strong men who can really decide the family and supporting Chu Zhangba as the head of the state, Chu Tianyun knew that the great event had been accomplished, but under the psychology of mixed regret, he directly stood up. First, he went to Chu Zhengxuan, and Chu Tianyun knelt down on his knees. With tears streaming down his face, he said, "Third uncle, I'm sorry." After saying this, Chu Tianyun didn't wait for Chu Zhengxuan to react at all, and directly knocked his head 3 times. Then he got up and came to the elder. Just as his knees bent forward, the elder immediately got up and held him and did not allow him to kneel. Tianyun, for me, you are a successful patriarch, and Zhangba is qualified to be the leader of the country. I just speak with conscience. Elder, I'm sorry. Seeing the white temples of the elder worried about the family, Chu Tianyun made a weeping apology. Reaching out to break away from the elder holding his hands, Chu Tianyun took a deep breath and turned to Chu Zhongshan. Through Chu Tianyun's behavior towards Chu Zhengxuan and the elder just now, everyone knows what he wants to do when he is excited. Therefore, people want to see if Chu Zhongshan is sure to accept the kneeling apology of the last patriarch. Looking at Chu Tianyun coming to him, Chu Zhongshan knew what he was going to do, but he neither accepted his kneeling apology like Chu Zhengxuan, nor came forward to stop him like the elder. But when he was going to kneel down to apologize, he directly used the threat of words to make him forcibly control the kneeling action. If you want to make Zhangba lose the position of leader of the country, then you will kneel in front of me and I will never frown. Seeing his verbal threat, Chu Tianyun stopped kneeling. Chu Zhongshan looked up at Chu Zhangba, who had long been as dull as a fool, and said with emotion, "Uncle Yun, Zhangba is not only your own son, but also my good brother of Chu Zhongshan. If you really knelt in front of me just now, you didn't thank me but wanted to trap me in injustice. Xiao Tian, I didn't mean that. I really want to apologize to you. I was trapped in injustice." Chu Zhongshan's evaluation made Chu Tianyun's face change greatly. At the same time, he immediately opened his mouth to explain. "Uncle Yun, I know you really want to thank me. To tell you the truth, it was after careful consideration that Zhangba became the first leader of the state of Chu, not just because of the feelings between brothers. Reaching out to stop the movement of Chu Heaven, the god in Chu was serious and said solemnly, "Uncle Yun, I don't know if you remember. When I completely defeated the allied forces of the three families, I gave my order on the tower." Chu Zhongshan's words brought Chu Tianyun's thoughts back to more than 10 days ago, when he was both excited and angry. At that time, although I was only the heir of the family, anyway, I reversed the victory of the whole war and saved the fate of the Chu family. Not only did Chu Tianyun's thoughts return to the battlefield at that time, but Chu Zhongshan's thoughts also returned to the battlefield with boiling blood. "That's right. When I was about to die under Liu Yuxi's sword, you saved me in time, reversed the war situation, and saved the lives of countless people in a very short time." Seeing Chu Tianyun recall what happened on the battlefield, the first scene he thought of was to rescue himself. Chu Zhongshan's anger at him for power and profit suddenly weakened a lot. The identity of the successor is the key to reversing the war. The various performances of Chu Zhongshan should win the trust and respect of the people. Unfortunately, I Chu Zhongshan's kind orders in exchange for some people's disregard. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan took a long breath, adjusted his mood, and continued. "With the help of the defeat of the three families, when I taught the blood lessons of those who did not obey my kind orders, I was thinking carefully about the future of the Chu family. Defeating the coalition forces of the three families means that the state of Qi falls into the hands of the Chu family. Then how to manage the state of Qi, and who will manage the state of Qi? Uncle Yun, I have basically considered 4 generations of people in the family at that time." Stretch out his right hand, press his thumb and open his 4 fingers. Chu Zhongshan made his own judgment on the 4 generations of the old, middle-aged, young and young. "I'm sorry for the people of the older generation. I only know Grandpa 3. Unfortunately, Grandpa 3 is not interested in government affairs, so the people of the older generation are directly eliminated." After pressing the little thumb, Chu Zhongshan evaluated the middle-aged generation. "The middle-aged generation is the generation I have the most contact with and know the most. I have considered it carefully. Unfortunately, the ideas and concepts of the middle-aged generation have fallen behind due to years of family living habits, which is not suitable for the state of Qi. What's more, years of high-level life have made you used to being high above others and made you arrogant. Therefore, the middle-aged generation in my mind thought for less than 10 seconds and was denied." Hearing Chu Zhongshan's comments on the middle-aged generation, all the elders of the inner race at the scene felt ashamed and blushed. They knew that after more than 10 years of superior life, their inner impulse of daring to fight was almost wiped out. The elders of the foreign clan lowered their heads in shame. Because Chu Zhongshan's orders at that time were completely considered for them, but they fell into madness and looked down on the identity of Chu Zhongshan's successor from the bottom of their heart, causing them heavy losses. After pressing the ring finger, Chu Zhongshan began to evaluate the young generation. The young generation does have several outstanding children. Unfortunately, they have been around you for many years. They haven't developed good habits. They have learned the bad habit of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. The whole young generation can be worth cultivating, just these 7 people in front of them. Pointing to the 7 young children standing in the corner of the hall, Chu Zhongshan said in a tone of hatred for iron and steel. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's evaluation of the young generation, the 2 elders lowered their heads in shame. He knew that his son had long been infected with the habit of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, but in his opinion, as the legitimate children of the 4 families, as long as it did not affect his daily practice, eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling had little impact. That is, he didn't take it seriously. At this moment, hearing Chu Zhongshan's evaluation and the disgust in his tone, the 2 elders immediately knew that they were wrong. At the same time, I secretly decided that after the regular meeting, I must let my son get rid of the bad habit of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Press the middle finger and leave the index finger alone. Chu Zhongshan commented on the younger generation he really valued. In the whole family, the only one who can catch my eye and contact me most is the younger generation. Although the children of the younger generation have low cultivation and weak strength, they have strong plasticity and can make continuous progress through learning and cultivate a fast-growing generation. So, the object of my final consideration is finally locked in the younger generation. Among the younger generation, Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping are the ones who can really inherit the position of patriarch and head of the state for the time being. Speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan asked Huang Lao in his mind to untie the imprisonment of Chu Yuping, and then continued. Originally, my initial idea was to let Zhangba take over the position of patriarch and become the new patriarch of the Chu family, and Yu Ping was the first leader of the state of Chu. After cleaning up the residence of the three families, I found that Chu Yuping is suitable for Zhangba, who is conservative and impulsive. Instead, he is suitable for expanding territory. Therefore, recommending Zhangba as the leader of the country is not based on brotherhood, but on the interests of the family. I see. Through the careful explanation of Chu Zhongshan, Chu Tianyun, Chu Zhengshuan and the elder finally understood why he pushed Chu Zhangba, who was under the age of 18, into such an important position as the lord of the country. As for the three elders, although they are also very convinced of Chu Zhongshan's explanation just now, they are still unconvinced that Chu Zhangba has become the first leader of the state of Chu. Three grandfathers, great elders, Uncle Yun and uncles. Although the first head of the newly established state of Chu was Chu Zhangba, your descendants will not have no chance to be head of the state in the future. Seeing several internal elders who are still not convinced that Chu Zhangba has become the lord of the country, Chu Zhongshan began the first step of his grand dream blueprint in his refining process. Zhao Tian, what did you mean just now? Since Chu Zhangba has become the leader of the state of Chu, he has basically lost the hope of other children of the family. Why does Chu Zhongshan give them hope? This is what Chu Tianyun is puzzled and worried about. Give an order to the guards who are rearranged to guard at the door, and ask them to prepare some tea first to relieve their dry mouth. In order to avoid serious bloodshed, today's regular meeting in the conference hall can be said to be the day when he wasted the most words since he crossed. Moreover, next, he needs to continue to use his words to make people accept his strange views. Therefore, he must drink tea to moisten his dry throat. After the maidservant offered the fragrant tea, drank a few mouthfuls, and let go of the cup, Chu Zhongshan began to take the first step of his new idea. Through Uncle Yun's more than 10 years of patriarchal experience, the performance of three family patriarchs in governing the family, and my experience in the past 6 months, I feel that people who can decide the fate of a family and a kingdom are not suitable to sit down all the time. Because a long time in that position, the desire for comfort and enjoyment will erode their will and weaken their ability to distinguish and act when they lose their fighting spirit. So, speaking of this, Chu Zhongshan ordered Chu Fan, 8 elders, write my next order in the first rule of the state of Chu afterwards. Facing the order of Chu Zhongshan, Chu Fan was very excited and replied, Chu Fan listens to the order. In fact, I can't blame Chu Fan for being so excited. Because this is the first time Chu Zhongshan issued an order in a formal tone after entering the conference hall. The first person to receive the order is neither Chu Zhangba and Chu Yuping, nor Chu Zhengshuan and De Changdi, whom he most respects, but himself, which is enough to show Chu Zhongshan's trust in himself. How can Chu Fan not be excited? As an elder in charge of family affairs, Chu Fan habitually carries a pen and paper. After receiving the storage bag from Chu Zhongshan, this habit still hasn't changed. Take out the paper and pen from the storage bag. Chu Fan is seriously ready to write down every order of Chu Zhongshan. I have decided that the post of the head of state of Chu is not hereditary or inherited. Each head of state will be in office for up to 10 years. The successor of the next head of state will be decided by all the people over the age of Chu family through real name voting. No one has the right to decide the candidate for the new head of state. Brush down every sentence and word that Chu Zhongshan just said, but Chu Fan stopped when it was recorded that no one had the right to decide the election of the next master of the country. Because the national rule just announced by Chu Zhongshan not only restricts the ambitious who wants to rely on his strength to interfere with the inheritance of the lord of the state, but also restricts himself. This national rule is not good for Chu Zhongshan. Zhao Tian, the national regulations you just formulated are good. They can indeed prevent some ambitious people, but there is a problem that needs to be prevented in advance. Chu Fan can think of the key to the problem. He has a good relationship with Chu Zhongshan. Chu Zhengshuan and the elder also think of it, so Chu Zhengshuan must consider it for Chu Zhongshan. Grandpa 3, you say. Chu Zhengshuan doesn't need to say that Chu Zhongshan can guess, but he hopes that this problem is said by Chu Zhengshuan, and then he can above-board stabilize his interests in the kingdom. As the saying goes, there are all kinds of people with more than 10,000 people. After nearly 1,000 years of inheritance, the number of collateral and direct children of the Chu family adds up to more than 10,000. Although nearly one-third of the people have separated from the family after the shock of the joint siege of the three families, there are still 6,000 or 7,000 people today. With so many clansmen, everyone has different ideas and practices. If someone uses conspiracy to bribe the election and finally succeeds, I'm afraid the Lord who bribes the election will be not a blessing, but a disaster for the state of Chu. Grandpa 3, your question just now is very timely. Let me think about it carefully. His face showed a cautious expression. While thanking Chu Zhengshuan for his reminder, Chu Zhongshan sat on the chair, beating the armrest with both hands, a thoughtful expression. The movie King's acting skills made people mistakenly think that Chu Zhongnai only thought of this problem under the reminder of Chu Zhengshuan, so everyone hurried to find a way to see how to solve this problem perfectly under the condition of ensuring their own interests. The electoral system was a system implemented by most countries on Earth before the transit of Chu Zhongshan. After decades and hundreds of years of development, although this system is not 100% perfect, there are fewer and fewer holes and flaws. It is also the most suitable system for governing a nation. The first step taken by Chu Zhongshan is to learn from the previous election system to realize his ideal blueprint. At the same time, in order to ensure their own influence, which can affect every leader of the state of Chu and enable the state of Chu to continue to inherit according to their own ideas, Chu Zhongshan has added a lot of his own ideas on the basis of the original election system. Well, after thinking for more than 10 minutes, Chu Zhongshan stopped beating on the handrail and said, "At this stage, the number of experts in the clan is too small. All the people whose cultivation has broken through the Qi transformation period will be automatically promoted to Supreme Elder. At the same time, they will no longer take any positions in the family and kingdom." It didn't have much influence on Chu Zhengshuan and the two elders in the period of Qi transformation, because after they break through the Qi transformation period, they spend most of their time on latent cultivation and basically pay little attention to family affairs. Seeing that Chu Zhengshuan and the two elders in the Qi transformation period had no objection, Chu Zhongshan then said, "There are only two benefits and responsibilities enjoyed by the Supreme Elder. First, the first 4 layers of practice resources in the family's secret library are all open to the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder only needs to practice and strive to improve his strength. When the family encounters an irresistible crisis, the Supreme Elder must help the family and the kingdom deal with the crisis. Second, the Supreme Elder has the responsibility of supervising the current head of state. If more than half of the Supreme Elders are dissatisfied with the current head of state, they can directly start the recall procedure, reorganize the vote, and elect the appropriate head of state. 3 grandfathers and elders have 2 voting rights alone. The situation of Chu Zhongshan is relatively special, so I have the final veto. Of course, this is only temporary, because as the family and kingdom become stronger and stronger, there are more and more top experts. People in the Qi period will not be the Supreme Elder. Only people who have reached the Qi C period or the spirit of Qi can become the Supreme Elder. However, this restriction is not aimed at the Great Elder, because no matter what the cultivation of the Great Elder is, he will be the Supreme Elder forever. Chu Zhengshuan and the Elder had the right to decide by 2 votes. Everyone present had no opinion, but they were a little uncomfortable about Chu Zhongshan's 1-vote veto. After all, Chu Zhongshan gave everyone a chance to compete fairly, so they happily accepted the plan. Young Patriarch, in addition to having the Lord who decides the fate of the kingdom, a kingdom also needs to assist his officials. How do you plan to arrange these officials? Since the most important position of the kingdom belongs to Chu Zhongba, the eyes of many elders on the scene are focused on the positions of officials in the kingdom. They hope Chu Zhongshan can give them a satisfactory position now. Uncles and foreign elders, to be honest, a kingdom needs a lot of institutions and personnel to operate normally. I don't have much experience in this regard. So, I want to temporarily end today's regular meeting. I, the Lord, the Patriarch, the 3rd grandfather and the eldest brother will discuss the personnel arrangement of some important positions in the kingdom. After we have thoroughly discussed it, we will announce it in unity. In his opinion, he only needs to arrange his confidants in several important positions, and in his opinion, he only needs to arrange his confidants in several important positions, and the rest is left to Chu Zhangba, Chu Yuping, and several confidants. As a family leader who has been dealing with the royal family for more than 10 years, the present patriarchs are very clear that a kingdom needs a lot of departments and manpower to really operate. It is unrealistic to arrange all of Chu Zhongshan in just one day, so they did not force Chu Zhongshan to give them an answer. Well, let's stop here for today's regular meeting. The Lord, the Patriarch, the third grandfather, and the elder follow me to Jingya Pavilion. More than a month has passed since he left the sect, and there are still 4 months before the opening of the secret land of the end of heaven. Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to waste his time on intrigue, so he plans to deal with all the things he should deal with today, and then set off to return to the sect. Take Chu Zhengshuan, the elder, Chu Zhangba and Chu Yuzhang, who are still in a daze, and Chu Zhongshan back to the Jingya Pavilion. First let Chengxiang and Xiaxiang prepare dinner, and then let Qiaxiang and Dongxiang prepare clear tea. Chu Zhongshan plans to work all night to finish his task in the family earlier. Grandpa San, the elder, to be honest, I have no experience in how to ensure the normal operation of a kingdom, and I don't want to participate in the government affairs of the development of the state of Chu. Therefore, I will not express any opinions on the next development of the state of Chu. It is all discussed by 3 grandfathers and elders, as well as Zhangba and Yuping. After Chu Zhengshuan sat down, Chu Zhongshan drank a mouthful of tea and said, Zai Ocean, with your talent of peerless genius, if you waste your energy on family management and kingdom development, it is definitely a waste of your talent, so you only need to arrange a few confidants in important positions, and let those people assist Zhangba and Yuping to do the rest. Chu Zhengshuan said thoughtfully. Chu Zhengshuan almost guessed Chu Zhongshan's idea that Chu Zhongshan specially invited the 4 of them to Jingya Pavilion. At the same time, he also knew that Chu Zhongshan had a bad time since he returned to the family. The crisis encountered by the family made him improve his cultivation against the clock. He managed to get through the danger of the joint efforts of the 3 families and the struggle for power and profit of Chu Tianyun. After these worrying things, Chu Zhongshan, who was tired, probably didn't want to worry about family and Chu affairs too much. Seeing Chu Zhengshuan, who understood his mind, Chu Zhongshan directly asked, Grandpa 3, the eldest elder, Zhangba and Yuping are still young, and their knowledge and experience are too shallow. They are easy to be fooled by those ambitious inter-clan elders, so they still need your help. Zio Tian, just keep your heart in your stomach. The elder and I are family members. We will never see Zhangba and Yuping bullied and fooled by those people. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan, who clearly didn't want to worry about family affairs, was still doing his best to help the family, Chu Zhengshuan was moved and could only try to help him share more. Zio Tian, what the third uncle said is just what I thought. You don't have to worry about the family and kingdom. Your task now is to cultivate well and strive to improve your accomplishments. Because the stronger your strength is, the safer your family and the state of Chu will be. Similarly, the elder who found out Chu Zhongshan's mind also began to take the initiative to help Chu Zhongshan share some pressure. Seeing that Chu Zhengshuan and the elder finally took the initiative and were willing to bear the burden of the development of the state of Chu, Chu Zhongshan was finally relieved. Next, as long as he arranges a few confidants and comforts Chu Zhangba and Chu Yuping, he can safely set out to return to the sect. 3 grandfathers, great elders, I will not interfere too much in the power structure of the state of Chu. Now I have only 2 requirements. You say, Chu Zhongshan's request made Chu Zhengshuan know that this was the last arrangement before he let go, so Chu Zhengshuan listened carefully. Chu Fan, the 8 elders, is the first prince of the royal family of the state of Chu. Chu Bin, the 10 elders, is the first duke of the royal family of the state of Chu. Both Chu Zhengshuan and the elder know that Chu Fan has a close relationship with Chu Zhongshan. Moreover, in the face of the strong struggle for power and profit of Chu Tianyun, he still firmly chooses to support Chu Zhongshan. They have no opinion on the position of a prince awarded to Chu Fan. Although Chu Bin, the 10 elder, was the most valued confidant of Chu Tianyun in the past, it's not too much to give him a duke in the face of the strong support of weather to abolish the qualification of Chu Zhongshan's successor. The second requirement is to arrange as many young people and their children as possible, so that they can have more opportunities to be tempered. After all, they are the hope of the real rise of the Chu family. Zio Tian, I have some ideas for the younger generation and the younger generation. I will discuss with Chu Fan and Chu Bin at that time, and will give them the best arrangement. Try to take good care of the younger generation and the children of the younger generation. Although Chu Zhongshan did not specify who he was, Chu Zhengshuan knew that the people reasonably arranged were the people he invited into the conference hall today. Those 10 young children are the dozens of people who have the best relationship with Chu Zhongshan and are also the most deeply influenced by Chu Zhongshan. They are the confidants who can continue to master the family and kingdom after Chu Zhongshan leaves the family. Therefore, Chu Zhengshuan and the elder will carefully consider the arrangements of those dozen people. My request is very simple, only these two. Chu Zhengshuan and the elder didn't hesitate to agree, and Chu Zhongshan didn't have any accidents, because they know what they think and why they do it. After a hard day, Grandpa 3 and the elder must be tired. I won't leave Chu today. When I leave the family, I will have a good drink with Grandpa 3 and the elder. Chu Yuping and Chu Zhongba are the key figures to truly master the family and kingdom. Therefore, the next task of Chu Zhongshan is to truly win the loyalty of these two people. Okay, let's go first. Without letting Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping leave, Chu Zhengshuan knew he had something to say to the two alone, so he got up and said goodbye. Xiao Tian, some things can't be done in one piece. You must pay attention to rest. Before leaving the living room, the elder comforted him by looking at the fatigue between Chu Zhongshan's eyebrows. Elder, I know, nodding and accepting, he personally sent the two men out of Jingya Pavilion. After seeing Chu Zhengshuan and the elder off, Chu Zhongshan returned to the living room and sat directly opposite Chu Zhongba. Later, he looked relaxed and asked with a slightly joking tone, Zhongba, you haven't adapted to what happened today. Xiao Tian, to be honest, until now I still feel like I'm dreaming. I still can't accept what happened today. Glancing at Chu Zhongshan, Chu Zhongba said with a sigh. Perhaps only Chu Zhongshan and Chu Yuping were present at the scene. Chu Zhongba, who had been in a dull and nervous state, gradually relaxed his nervous mood, and his dull look became colored. After looking at Chu Yuping, who was also calming down, he responded to Chu Zhongshan's ridicule. Dream. Chu Zhongba's description of his mood made Chu Zhongshan laugh uncontrollably. With the light laughter, he finally relaxed. Faced with the pressure of Chu Tianyan step by step, the generation oppression of 8 supreme elders, and the ambitious attempts of the inner clan elders, Chu Zhongshan felt that his day was more tired than his experience on the 3rd floor of the Blood Devil secret place. Now, he doesn't have to face the pressure of Chu Tianyan step by step, nor look at the intrigues of those inner patriarchs. The relaxed and happy laughter can finally relax him. Zhongba, first of all, I want to say sorry. After laughing, Chu Zhongshan stood up and made a sincere apology to Chu Zhongba. No, Zai Ocean, you don't need to apologize. What happened today is my father's fault. It has nothing to do with you. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan, who is arrogant and never bows his head to anyone and has soft clothes, took the initiative to apologize to himself. Chu Zhongba was moved and dared not bear his apology. Zhongba, you must accept my apology. In order to compete for power and profit, the head-on conflict between me and your father put you in a dilemma. It's my fault. Seeing that Chu Zhongba wanted to explain, Chu Zhongshan reached out and motioned him not to speak, and then said, Zhongba, do you know why I recommend you as the first lord of Chu? Xiao Tian, to be honest, I really don't know. I can't figure it out. Facing Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, Chu Zhongba shook his head and showed a puzzled expression on his face. If it is because of the brotherhood between us, the position of the lord of the state of Chu should be given to Yu Ping. Because of the closeness of the relationship, Yu Ping is much closer to you than me. If it wasn't for brotherhood, but for my ability, Chu Shidao, who has outstanding wisdom, would be more suitable for the position of the lord of the country. Chu Zhongshan didn't know who Chu Shidao was, but seeing that he still didn't know his purpose, he knew to let him guess for himself. I'm afraid he couldn't think of tomorrow. Giving up the idea of wasting time, Chu Zhongshan took the initiative to explain, I recommend you as the leader of the state of Chu for 2 reasons. The first reason is because of the brotherhood between you and me. The lord of a country controls the lifeline and resources of a country. Why should I give it to others in such a superior position? Seeing that Chu Zhongba wanted to lead the topic to Chu Yuping, Chu Zhongshan shook his head, motioned him not to interrupt, and then said, The second reason is that I take a fancy to your qualifications and talents. Zhongba, in fact, it's really easy to be the head of a country. As long as you make good use of the people who manage the government and let them deal with government affairs, you can be the shopkeeper. If you choose the wrong person, you will not only fall into endless government affairs, but may even be shot. Xiao Tian, what do you think I should do? Chu Zhangba asked with an embarrassed face. Chu Zhongshan's way of governing the country just introduced is too simple for him. He doesn't know what to do. Zhangba, why did I ask 3 grandfathers and elders to assist you just now, so that you can learn how to become a qualified monarch as soon as possible while mastering the government? Seeing that the explanation could not make him a qualified monarch, Chu Zhongshan gave up this difficult task and began to win his loyalty. Zhangba, I'll give you a request. In 3 months, you not only have to become a qualified monarch, but also have to break through the physical training period. Can you do it? Chu Zhangba found it difficult to meet the requirements put forward by Chu Zhongshan. If he doesn't become this laborious monarch, he may break through the physical training period in 3 months. After all, he is now in a perfect state of 10 layers in the qi refining period. As long as the spiritual power accumulated in his body is enough, it is not very difficult to break through the body refining period. However, if you want to accumulate enough breakthrough spiritual power in your body, you need some time to practice. After becoming the lord of the country, where does he have so much time to practice? Zhangba, in fact, being the leader of the country is also a process of cultivation. Even with the help of the extraordinary experience of being the leader of the country, you will improve your accomplishments faster and faster in the future. Chu Zhongshan also understood Chu Zhangba's doubts, so he was not angry. Then he took out 2 jade boxes and a pill from the storage bag, and then sent the jade box and pill bottle to Chu Zhangba. Zhangba, in the 2 jade boxes are the lower-level 9-grade dragon gall, which may help to break through the body training period, and the Xunlong fruit, which can make the martial arts master reborn and reach the upper-level 9 grade, which is very rare in the world. As for the pill in the pill bottle, it is a 7-pin fetal pill that can improve the cultivation talent. With the help of these 3 treasures, are you confident to break through the body training within 3 months period? Yes. Unlike Chu Tianyun and Chu Zhengshuan, Chu Zhongshan's gift will be a bad courtesy. Chu Zhangba would not be polite at all. When he put away the jade box and Dan bottle, he responded with confidence. Okay, seeing the confident Chu Zhangba, Chu Zhongshan then put forward a second request. Within 3 years, the cultivation will break through the gas transformation period. Are you confident to do it? Chu Zhongshan also considered whether to help Chu Zhangba break through the gas transformation period. What he considered was not whether to help him break through the gas transformation period, but whether he should help him at this time. After what happened in the meeting hall today, Chu Zhongshan decided to stay away from the affairs of his family and the state of Chu as much as possible in the future, so as to avoid affecting his state of mind and delaying his practice. If he doesn't intervene, it means that in the future, he will return to the family less and less, and the interval between returning to the family will be longer and longer. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to help Chu Zhangba break through the qi transformation period in a short time. Zio Tian, don't joke with me. Don't say it's 3 years. Even if it's 5 or 10 years, I'm not sure of breaking through the gas transformation period. Within 3 years, cultivation broke through the period of transforming qi. In the face of the second request put forward by Chu Zhongshan, Chu Zhangba didn't feel a bit embarrassed. Because he knows this requirement, he can't meet it at all. Why should he be embarrassed? Zhangba, if your accomplishments are raised to the 10 levels of perfection in the cultivation period within 3 years, I will give you pills that can continue to improve your cultivation talents, and spiritual fruits that can help break through the qi transformation period. Seeing that Chu Zhangba had no confidence to break through the qi transformation period, Chu Zhongshan, who originally planned to take out Hunshan pill and Kaiyang fruit, temporarily put out the idea. He wants to take Hunshan pill and Kaiyang fruit as a reward to encourage Chu Zhangba to practice hard and let him strive to improve his cultivation for this reward. Really? Hearing Chu Zhongshan's reward, Chu Zhangba said excitedly, "It's true. As long as you can do it, I can give you more precious treasures than Muddy Sky pill and Kaiyang fruit." Nodding, Chu Zhongshan not only gave him a convincing answer, but also drew him a bigger cake. I will try my best to improve my cultivation to the 10 levels of perfection in the physical training period within 3 years. After getting the answer confirmed by Chu Zhongshan, Chu Zhangba clenched his fist and secretly encouraged himself. Zhangba, if you want to adapt to the monarch's life as soon as possible and have enough time to practice as soon as possible, you'd better go to your father now. He has been a patriarch for more than 10 years and has dealt with the royal family for decades. He knows how to help you become a qualified monarch. Okay, Zai Ocean yupping, I'll go first. Chu Zhangba's current identity. Although he is the lord of the state of Chu, Chu Zhongshan just raised his teacup and motioned, but he didn't mean to get up and send it off. Yupping, give up the throne that should belong to you to Zhangba. Are you complaining about me? Compared with Chu Zhangba, Chu Zhongshan feels that the relationship between Chu Yupping is closer and the conversation between them is more relaxed. Young clan leader, Yupping dare not. Chu Zhongshan's open attitude made Chu Yupping stand up nervously and express his loyalty in horror. Yupping, you are now the head of the Chu family. Your identity is the most noble person in the whole family. When you get along with me in the future, you don't have to treat me respectfully because of your identity. He motioned Chu Yupping to sit down. Chu Zhongshan deliberately increased his confidence. Young patriarch, whether Yupping is the patriarch or an ordinary family child, you will always be my master. I will never betray and deceive you forever. Before sitting down, Chu Yupping expressed his attitude once. Yupping, in the conference hall, Grandpa 3 asked me what was the difference between the Chu family and the state of Chu. I once mentioned that the Chu family is the root, and the state of Chu is the foundation. In the eyes of Chu Zhongshan, roots are far stronger than Ben without roots. Where can Ben come from? That is to say, in terms of identity, you may not be as noble as Zhangba, but your weight in my heart is far more than Zhangba. Young patriarch, thank you for your love. Chu Yupping was deeply moved to hear Chu Zhongshan's so straightforward attitude. Yupping, you also know my character and talent. I won't stay in the family for a long time in the future. How can I ensure the influence of Chu Zhongshan in the family and the prestige of Chu Zhongshan among the people? You are the key. This is the real reason why I put you in the position of clan leader. Young patriarch, please make it clear. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's request, Chu Yupping, who had just sat down, immediately stood up and listened respectfully. For Chu Yupping's actions, Chu Zhongshan knows that it is difficult for him to change in a short time, so he is too lazy to continue to remind him. According to my idea of dividing the family into two, in addition to some old people, more young people will stay in the Chu family in the future. How to make the young people who have just grown up remember me? Chu Zhongshan, you need the means of Chu Yu. Chu Yupping's loyalty to himself made Chu Zhongshan decide to reveal his real purpose with the relationship between the two people. Young clan leader, don't worry. I'm sure that the people who continue to grow up in the family will admire and fear you from their heart. Seeing Chu Zhongshan continue to open his heart to himself, Chu Yupping was deeply moved and decided to try his best to complete the task assigned to him by the young patriarch. Seeing that Chu Yupping had understood his mind, Chu Zhongshan nodded, then took out 2 boxes and a Dan bottle from the storage bag, and then pushed them to Chu Yupping. Yupping, the things in the box and the pill bottle are the same as those I gave to Zhangba. I also hope you can use these treasures to improve your strength when managing family affairs. You should know that in this world where the strong are respected, only their real strength is the basis of foothold. Young clan leader, please rest assured that Yupping will never humiliate you. Put away the box and pill bottle on the table, Chu Yupping vowed. After Chu Yupping put away the box and the Dan bottle, Chu Zhongshan took out another box and 2 Dan bottles, and placed them in front of and behind Chu Yu's plane. Chu Zhongshan explained, Yupping, I will set out to return to the sect after handling the family affairs. If the family and the state of Chu are not in danger of extinction, I should not come back in 3 to 5 years, so I must leave you and Zhangba enough treasures to improve their talents and accomplishments. Open one of the boxes, point to the burning spirit fruit in the box, and introduce. Yupping, this is an Kaiyang fruit, which is a 7-grade spirit fruit that can help break through the Qi transformation period. When your cultivation level is raised to the 10 layers of perfection in the body cultivation period, you can use this Kaiyang fruit to improve the probability of breaking through the Qi transformation period. Young patriarch, this is too precious. For Chu Yupping, the spiritual fruit that can help break through the Qi transformation period only exists in what he heard, never really seen it, and never thought he could get it. However, such spiritual fruit is now naked in front of him, which makes Chu Yupping not excited. Just a spirit fruit is so excited. Look at your unpromising appearance. Chu Yupping, who was trembling at the aggravation of his breathing, criticized Chu Zhongshan in a tone of hatred for iron and steel. Then, he took out a pill bottle, poured out one of the pills and said, This is the next level 8 product Lingrong pill, which can accelerate the transformation of Zhenyuan and make you break through and consolidate your accomplishments in the Qi transformation period. Because Chu Yupping knew very well that it would take a long time for him to break through the Qi transformation period. Moreover, Ronglingdon is a pill that can only be taken after breaking through the Qi transformation period, and he can't use it in a short time. In the face of the indifferent performance of Ronglingdon, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help laughing, because the pill he will introduce next will definitely shock Chu Yupping. Yupping, this is a lower-level 7-grade Hunshan pill. Its function is very simple. It can improve the cultivation talent of martial artists below 6 grades. What, another pill that can improve the cultivation talent? Originally, Chu Yupping was very excited about the birth pill, which could improve his cultivation talent. However, Chu Zhongshan gave Chu Zhongba a gift in advance and gave him a period of time to adapt, so he didn't show a shocked look in front of Chu Zhongshan. Now, facing the second pill that can improve his cultivation talent, Chu Yupping almost fainted with excitement. Yupping, Kaiyangguo, Ronglingdon, and Hunxiandan have 2 shares. You and Zhongba have 1 share, but Zhongba's share remains in you for the time being. When his cultivation level is raised to the 10th level of perfection in the physical training period, you are transferring it to him. After Chu Yupping's mood eased, Chu Zhongshan ordered, "Young patriarch, I remember. Put all the boxes and Dan bottles on the table into the storage bag," and Chu Yupping nodded. Yupping, whether it's the birth elixir and Hunshan elixir that can improve the cultivation talent, or the gentian and Kaiyang fruit that can help break through the realm, are very precious treasures in this world, which are very easy to cause greed of others. So, in any case, you can't divulge the news that you have these treasures. Otherwise, even the 3 grandfathers who have cultivated in Kihai period can't take care of your integrity. Seeing Chu Yupping put away the box and pill, Chu Zhongshan told him with a serious look. Because Chu Zhongshan, who knows the greed of human nature, knows how strong the temptation of the treasures he just presented. He kindly gave it to Chu Zhongba and Chu Yupping in the hope that they could improve their cultivation with the help of these treasures, not to cause them death. Young patriarch, even my own father, I won't reveal half of it. He nodded vigorously, and Chu Yupping patted his chest and promised. Well, it's getting late, go back and have a rest first. The means to be used have been used, and the things to be told have been told. The rest depends on Chu Zhongba and Chu Yupping. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan waved his hand and signaled that he could leave. Chu boy, the troubles of the family are almost handled. What's your plan next? After Chu Yupping left the living room and the Jingya pavilion, the tired Chu Zhongshan originally planned to return to the bedroom to rest, but Huang Lao in his mind suddenly asked, "Old Huang, when I was a sect disciple Dabai, I won the first place of Dabai, a disciple of the outside sect. In addition to the rewards of Spirit Stone and Pill, I also received a special reward. That is, I can enter the secret land of the wilderness for 3 days. What, you can enter the wilderness? Hearing Chu Zhongshan mention that he can enter the secret land of the wilderness for 3 days, Huang Lao in his mind jumped up in shock. That's right. Compared with the top 3 disciples, the external disciples were rewarded with 1 day, 2 days, and 3 days respectively. Chu Zhongshan said truthfully. For ordinary forces or casual cultivation, the wilderness secret place is definitely a secret among secrets, but for the peerless talents of the 9 forces, the wilderness secret place is only a reward that may help improve their accomplishments in the process of cultivation. This is also why young martial artists work hard and want to join the sect. Because the 9 forces control nearly 8 layers of resources in the southern region, becoming sect disciples will have the opportunity to enjoy the cultivation resources and improve their strength. Boy, I want to enter the secret land of the wilderness. After getting Chu Zhongshan's confirmation, Huang Lao said firmly. In the face of Huang Lao's resolute tone, Chu Zhongshan's reaction was somewhat confused and hesitant. Because from Jiao Enjun's mouth, Chu Zhongshan knows that the secret land of the wilderness of heaven is a secret land that can make a person reborn. But the premise is a martial artist with cultivation below the divine soul period. After more than 10 days of contact, and the tone of his usual speech, Chu Zhongshan knew that Huang's accomplishments had definitely exceeded the period of God and soul before he lost his body, and he might even be the supreme power who obtained the title. Therefore, entering the secret land of the end of the world was of no use to him at all. This is what Chu Zhongshan wondered. Old Huang, you always want to enter the secret land of the wilderness, but I don't have any opinion. Although I don't know the specific situation of the secret land of the wilderness, I'm afraid it's difficult for my mentor to introduce the number and strength of the strong people used to monitor when the secret land of the wilderness was opened. Old Huang was able to enter the secret land of the end of heaven with himself. Chu Zhongshan was too happy. How could he object? Because with the master of Huang Lao's array and rich experience, he will bring unexpected benefits to himself after entering the secret land of the wilderness. However, according to Jiao Jun, as one of the top 10 secret places in the southern region, it is very difficult to open the wasteland secret place every time. It can only be opened by 10 of the top and most powerful people in the southern region at the same time. In front of the 10 supreme powers, whether old Huang can perfectly hide in his own breath, Chu Zhongshan is not at all sure. Moreover, he is not clear whether there are taboos against the power of the spirit of old Huang in the secret land of the end of the world, which is also the reason for his hesitation. Chu boy, as long as you agree to take me in, I have my own means as to how to deceive the monitored supreme power. Huang also understands Chu Zhongshan's worries. Although Chu Zhongshan is said to be a genius disciple of Ligun's sect at the demon level, in the face of the rules jointly formulated by the 9 forces, it may be difficult for Ligun's sect to keep Chu Zhongshan who breaks the rules. Therefore, he must find a way to fully integrate his spirit body into the consciousness of Chu Zhongshan. Only when the spirit is integrated into the consciousness can he ensure to deceive the supreme power. Okay, Mr. Huang has a way to avoid the surveillance of the strong. I don't have any opinion, boy. Huang Lao's confident assurance forced Chu Zhongshan to agree to his request. Huang Lao, if you have nothing else to do, then I'll have a rest first. After agreeing to Huang Lao's request, 3 minutes passed. Huang Lao didn't have any movement in his mind. Chu Zhongshan, who was tired, didn't want to continue to work, so he asked casually, "You go and have a rest, I'm thinking about how to deceive those people perfectly." In response, Huang Lao fell into deep thought. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan didn't say anything more. He walked back to the bedroom and fell asleep. 50 years ago, like the destroyed state of Qi, the territory and interests of the whole kingdom were divided by 2 families, forming a tripartite situation with the royal family of Yan. 50 years ago, a genius appeared in the royal family of the state of Yan. The genius was called Yan Heilong. In the adult test at the age of 16, the cultivation talent reached the amazing lower level 7 grades. In January, the cultivation entered the Qi refining period. In 1 year and 8 days, the cultivation broke through the body refining period, and in 11 years and 7 months, the cultivation broke through the Qi transforming period. At the same time, he also has extraordinary wisdom and control over the world situation. Under the leadership of Yan Heilong, the royal family of Yan state weakened the power of the 2 families step by step, and increased the strength of the royal family step by step. 20 years ago, when Yan Heilong's cultivation reached the 7th floor of the Qi transformation period, the Wang family of the state of Yan gathered all the strength of the whole family and the kingdom. Under the leadership of Yan Heilong, the strong man, he destroyed the other 2 families in one fell swoop, unified the state of Yan, and became the true overlord of the state of Yan. Taking control of the lifeblood of a country, with the help of a country's resources, after 20 years of development, the overall strength of the state of Yan has been successfully promoted from the 3rd from the bottom to the 2nd place in the 36 kingdoms affiliated to the Tianlong Emperor. Yandu, as the capital of the state of Yan, is far more prosperous than the destroyed capital of the state of Qi, Lu. In the center of Yandu, there stands a large, magnificent building complex. From a distance, the building complex covers an area of more than 100,000 square meters. The courtyard in the building complex is connected, with rockery and pool, 5-mile corridor, 10-mile pavilion, cornices at the corner of the corridor, palace walls and courtyards, scale tiles, cyan walls, several palace willows and clear water. This magnificent architectural complex is the royal palace symbolizing the orthodoxy of Yan state and the residence of Yan family. In front of the palace. As the real overlord of Yan state, in front of the Yan family palace, in addition to the regular meeting of civil and military officials every month, few people dare to stand in front of the gate to enter the palace. However, today, there is a young man standing in the palace, dressed in light blue clothes, with outstanding temperament and a faint smile on his face. Maybe it's because the temperament of the boy is too unique, or maybe the smile on the boy's face gives people a gentle feeling. The guard leader in front of the main door didn't drive the boy in blue immediately and looked at him quietly. The royal palace is an important place. No one is allowed to approach. The boy in blue standing in front of the main gate, after observing the palace building for a while, walked towards the gate, which forced the guard leader to speak and scold. "I'm looking for someone. being scolded by the guard leader, the boy in blue was not angry and still had a faint smile on his face. Find someone. Hearing that the boy in blue said he was looking for someone, the guard leader had no doubt. Whether the noble temperament of the boy in blue or the clothes sewn by the top silk are enough to prove that the boy's origin is extraordinary. Therefore, the guard leader, who is proficient in human and worldly skills, did not risk driving away, so he had to be interrogated first. "Who are you looking for?" asked the captain of the guard. "I'm looking for Yan Hailong, the first strong man in Yan country." The boy in blue didn't hesitate at all, and directly said the name of the person looking for. Boldness is the respectful title of the prince. You are a hairy boy who speaks frankly and taboo. Hearing that the boy in blue was directly called the king's real name, the originally gentle guard leader changed his face and shouted angrily. Unlike Chu Zhengshuan of the Chu family, since the sect returned to the family, Chu Zhengshuan basically hid in the medicine field and rarely appeared in front of the public on weekdays. Not to mention that the people of Qi didn't know Chu Zhengshuan. Even some people of the direct line of the Chu family didn't know Chu Zhengshuan in the family. Yan Hailong's fame in Yan State is respected by everyone and known by every household. Because 20 years ago, under the leadership of Yan Hailong, the royal family of Yan Kingdom finally destroyed the two families, so that the whole Yan Kingdom avoided the pain of internal struggle, made the whole Yan Kingdom flourish, and made the people of Yan Kingdom barely live a good life. Cut. Facing the reprimand of the guard leader, the boy in blue showed great disdain. With a faint smile on his face, he turned into disdain and said in a sarcastic tone, "A person who doesn't keep his promise, a person who doesn't pay his debts, is also promised by you as God. It seems that the fool's policy of the state of Yan is doing well. Boy, I think you're looking for death." The boy in blue opposite not only called Yan Hailong's name, but also insulted their idol with wild words. How can the guard leader tolerate it? With a greeting, the 8 colleagues guarding both sides of the gate, who had long glared angrily, took out their weapons and rushed to the boy in blue with a grim smile. Alas, too impulsive, too rash. Looking at the bodyguard leader with only 7 layers of cultivation and 8 bodyguards in the early stage of cultivation, the boy in blue couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Later, I didn't see how the boy in blue did it. He had rushed to his 9 bodyguards during the physical training period, and his head was broken almost at the same time. Over the bodies of 8 bodyguards whose heads were smashed, the boy in blue shook his head and sighed and muttered, Why bother?" Then he turned his head and looked at the closed copper door with a cold light in his eyes. With a wave of emptiness, a spirit knife exuding strong authority appeared in the right hand of the boy in blue. Then the boy in blue summoned up his strength, 1 foot on the ground, and the whole man was like a rock flying off, jumping 3 or 4 meters in the air. At the same time he drank softly, the scorching sun. Boom! With the power gathered on the spirit knife, it directly exploded on the copper door. After the power collided with the hardware, it gave a deafening roar. With the deafening roar, it is a copper gate that can withstand the bombardment of refined and best weapons. It is inspired by the spirit knife and directly explodes into countless fragments. Different from the palace of the state of Qi, the palace used for deliberation in the palace of the state of Qi is called the Palace of Hearing Politics, which means to listen to the orders of the royal chamber and show the majesty of the royal family. The palace used by the Yan royal family for deliberation is called the Deliberation Hall, which is an exclusive palace used to discuss national affairs. Although today is not the day when all civil and military officials go to the court to discuss politics once a month, more than a dozen high-grade officials are still gathered in the council hall. These officials gathered to discuss whether Qi would send troops. They have discussed this issue for nearly half a month, but they still haven't reached a satisfactory result. At this time, they gathered in the conference hall, basically the princes and barons of the direct members of the royal family of the state of Yan. While chatting with each other, they discussed where to go after the meeting. Yan Yunhua, the leader of the state of Yan, sitting on the dragon chair in the central hall of the conference hall, looked helplessly at the people chatting below. In the face of foreign enemies, people can unite as one and unite as one. When there is no threat from foreign enemies, they start internal intrigue again, which is another difficult problem faced by Yan state. Of course, the infighting not only exists in the state of Yan, but also faces the intractable problem of infighting in thousands of kingdoms in the southern region of the Eternal Continent. Taking back his helpless eyes, Yan Yunhua's thoughts floated to the state of Qi thousands of miles away. In Yan Yunhua's view, the civil strife in the state of Qi half a month ago was a rare opportunity for the state of Yan in 1,000 years. With the help of the civil strife in the state of Qi and the weakening of the strength of the state of Qi, he sent troops with the momentum of thunder and won the capital of the state of Qi within 3 days. The whole state of Qi basically belongs to the territory of the state of Yan. If we can win the whole state of Qi, with the help of Qi's resources and population, Yan Yunhua is confident that within 3 years, the overall strength of Yan will enter the top 20 of the 36 kingdoms affiliated to Tianlong Emperor. Unfortunately, Yan Heilong as a pioneer not only failed to return, but even the 4-elephant divine beast array, the treasure of Yan, was lost on the battlefield, which forced Yan Yunhua, who had originally sent troops, to temporarily stop his idea. Yan Heilong didn't explain the reasons for his failure too much. He just asked him to cancel the plan of sending troops, and asked him to prepare nearly 1/10 of the practice resources in the treasury and send them to the Chu family as compensation for his failure. Faced with the once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity to easily annex the state of Qi, Yan Yunhua never wanted to give up the idea of sending troops to attack. How could he be willing to take out 1/10 of the resources of the state treasury as compensation to the Chu family? It was under the influence of this psychology that Yan Yunhua began to recruit influential people in the family and let them unite to avoid Yan Heilong and directly attack the state of Qi. Of course, the compensation given to the Chu family has long been forgotten by him. Unfortunately, nearly half of the dozen people he recruited with heavy troops were Yan Heilong, which made his plan to attack the state of Qi stranded all the time. Thoughts drifted back from the state of Qi to the state of Yan and back to the hall of deliberation. Looking at the people who are talking more and more about sex in the council hall, Yan Yunhua knows that if he doesn't stop it, today's meeting will certainly become a discussion on eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Cough! Just after Yan Yunhua used the cough to calm the people on the scene, a deafening roar sounded, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the scene. Where is the bodyguard? In the important place of the palace, without the order of the monarch, someone boldly made this noise. Yan Yunhua, who was in a bad mood, greeted the bodyguard at the door of the hall. "I've seen the king." Hearing the sound, the bodyguard hurried in and knelt down on one knee. "Go and find out who made the noise. If the noise maker is an official below the count, you don't need to report back and kill him on the spot. If it is an official above the count, you should send it here immediately." As the monarch who rules a country, Yan Yunhua ordered very hard. "Yes." After being ordered, the bodyguard turned to check the reason for the roar, but just as he had just walked to the gate of the hall, he collided with another bodyguard who suddenly broke in. Boom! There was another loud noise. When the two bodyguards collided, they not only made a loud noise, but also had a strong rebound, which made the two bodyguards fly more than 10 meters against each other. Happened? Why so flustered? Whether it was going out to do business or rushing in, the bodyguards were all Yan Yunhua's own people, so he couldn't help but ask angrily. He shook his dizzy head and tried to wake himself up. The bodyguard who broke into the hall said nervously, "If you return to the king," a boy of about 16 or 17 years old broke into the palace and was killing the bodyguard who was going to siege. "What? Someone dares to break into the palace and massacre madly?" After hearing the bodyguard's report, the first thought in Yan Yunhua's mind was that the bodyguard in front of him was lying. Even 50 years ago, when the state of Yan was at the tripartite confrontation, no one dared to break into the palace alone, and he was still a 16-year-old boy, so Yan Yunhua's first reaction was not to believe it. However, the bodyguard in front of him is the bodyguard in charge of guarding the inner palace. He is his real confidant. He will never lie. At the same time, he dared not take such a beheading lie. To deceive yourself. Go to the Fengyan pavilion immediately and invite the strong in the Qi melting period to kill the boy who broke into the palace. One pointed to another bodyguard who just woke up. Yan Yunhua ordered. Being able to enter the palace alone shows that this person's strength must be above the Qi transformation period. Otherwise, dozens of high-level bodyguards in the outer palace can easily kill him. Therefore, when it was true that what the bodyguard had just reported was true, Yan Yunhua immediately gave full play to his king's unique adaptability. "Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to have a look with me and see where the young experts dare to break into the palace of the kingdom of Yan alone?" After the bodyguard went to invite the strong person in the Qi transformation period of the state of Yan, Yan Yunhua invited more than a dozen powerful people in the hall. Okay. It's better to kill than to play with women. A middle-aged man with a strong body and ugly appearance, who reached the 10 layers of perfect cultivation period, said with a grim smile. Well, it's better to kill than to drink and punch. A duke who returned from the army shook his head and said excitedly, It's not noon yet. It's too early to eat, drink, and have fun now. Moreover, looking at today's situation, the meeting to discuss the attack on the state of Qi can't go on, so more than a dozen big people present invited them to drink and go to the theater one after another. In front of the palace gate, after the blue-clad boy who smashed the gate fell to the ground, he put away the spirit knife in his hand, and then walked leisurely like walking along the smashed gate into the palace. However, just after he stepped into the palace, dozens of bodyguards, who were in the period of cultivating body and qi, rushed at him with weapons in hand. Oh, why bother? Looking at the dozens of bodyguards coming from the station, the boy in blue shook his head and sighed. Then he waved 2 fists, combined with the medium-level body method and martial arts, like a wolf breaking into a sheep, 1 fist and 1 leg. Seeing dozens of guards with weapons in their hands, the young man in blue is like a wolf who broke into the sheep. 1 fist and 1 leg. In a short time of less than 30 seconds, dozens of bodyguards in the body refining period and qi refining period were killed by the young man in blue with the body method and martial arts skills, and using the basic fist techniques. Looking at the corpses all over the ground behind him, the boy in blue couldn't help sighing. Alas, why bother? Then he shook the remaining blood beads on his fist and turned around. The boy in blue continued to go deep into the palace. However, just after he had just crossed the first fence, hundreds of bodyguards dressed in bodyguard clothes, and most of their accomplishments were in the physical training period, also rushed to him with sharp swords. Alas! Looking at the hundreds of bodyguards who rushed to kill, the boy in blue sighed and took out the spirit knife that had just been put away. Reaching out and touching the smooth back of the spirit knife, the boy in blue was like a friend in life and death. He said sincerely, Tu Ling, come with me to kill the enemy. Looking up at the hundreds of bodyguards getting closer and closer, a cold chill flashed on the green face of the young man in blue. Then he drank softly. A spark can start a prairie fire. Zhenyuan cooperated with Lingdao. The Lingdao in the hands of the boy in blue instantly turned into thousands of Lingdao with strong authority. These scattered spirit sabers are like deadly sickles of the god of death. In a short time of more than 10 seconds, they took away the fresh lives of 100 bodyguards who rushed over. Looking at the corpses everywhere in front of him, the chill on the blue boy's face disappeared, replaced by a green sigh. Alas, why bother? After sighing, the boy in blue didn't take back the spirit knife, but bypassed the dead body and continued to go deep into the palace. When he crossed the second fence, the deafening sound of tearing and killing made his scalp numb. Long. The sound of tearing and killing made the boy in blue look up and see tens of thousands of soldiers dressed in soldier clothes walking towards him in neat and uniform steps. At this time, there was no initial calm on the blue boy's face. Although I don't want to kill, don't force me to kill. Looking at the approaching tens of thousands of soldiers, the boy in blue looked gloomy and threatened. Then, his shoulders trembled slightly, and a strong murderous spirit came from the boy in blue. Although the momentum of tens of thousands of uniformed taxi troops is very strong, it is much inferior to the strong murderous spirit of the blue-clad youth who slaughtered hundreds of people without blinking. Therefore, the strong murderous spirit, combined with his low threat, made the tens of thousands of soldiers approaching slowly stop. Why did those who don't know how to live or die break into the royal palace of Yan and kill hundreds of guards of Yan? Just after the boy in blue used his murderous spirit to force tens of thousands of soldiers to stop approaching, a loud voice of abuse suddenly came from the right side of the soldiers. The loud voice of abuse made Lan Yishao turn his head and see 2 teenagers about his age coming out from the right side of the 10,000 soldiers. Walking ahead was a handsome young man in purple, but with a proud face. At first glance, he knew he was a dandy. At this time, he scolded angrily. The young man in blue disdained to pay attention to this kind of 250-like dandies. His eyes looked at the face of another young man standing behind the proud young man. You are the Chu Zhongshan of the Chu family. The special attention of the boy in blue made the young man standing behind the proud boy pay close attention to the boy in blue subconsciously. When he really saw the boy in blue, he pointed at the boy in blue in surprise and stammered. Brother Yan, I haven't seen you for many days. I miss you very much in the middle of the sky. Seeing that the other party has recognized who he is, the boy in blue, no, it should be Chu Zhongshan, smiling and greeting. 3 days ago, after winning the loyalty of Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping by means of honest heart-to-heart communication and the temptation of treasures, Chu Zhongshan only rested for one night and decided to leave the family the next day. With the help of Chu Zhangshuan, the strongest person in the family, and the great elder of Dandao, the strongest person in the family, Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping will be able to take over the post of head of the state and clan smoothly, so he doesn't want to stay in the family and delay his practice. When he left the family, although he didn't want to disturb anyone, he left 3 letters. A letter was left to Chu Zhangshuan. The content of the letter is very simple, that is, it explains the reason why he left quietly and his next goal. At the same time, please ask him to take care of Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping. The second letter is for the elder. The content of the letter is similar to that of Chu Zhangshuan. The only difference is that there are more words of concern and advice in the letter. At the same time, in addition to the letter, he also deliberately left a muddy heaven pill that can improve his cultivation talent. The great elder who uses the birth pill to improve his cultivation talent has recovered most of his lost life potential. With the yin-yang longevity pill to increase his life, he will surely return to youth. At the same time, he has his own improved spiritual fruit and pill. The big elder can break through the qi transformation period and leave Hunshin pill, which can make him better improve his cultivation and better protect himself. The third letter is for Chu Tianyun, who was forced to abdicate by him. The letter explains the specific reasons for forcing him to abdicate and some ideas for the future development of the family and the state of Chu. Compared with Chu Zhangshuan, who is detached from the world, and the great elder who is addicted to Dan Dao, Chu Tianyun, who has been tempered by the patriarch for more than 10 years, is more suitable to give advice to Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping behind the scenes. Brother Chu, I often miss Brother Chu after my hunting experience. Seeing Chu Zhongshan not only recognize his identity, but also clearly remember himself and stabilize Yan Yongzhen's mood, his heart is filled with emotion. When Qi was hunting Dabai, he fought fiercely with the cultivation of the 4 peaks in the Qi refining period, and took advantage of the pressure of the 7 peaks in the Qi refining period to forcibly break through the potential that could control everything, forcing him to withdraw from the hunting experience in advance. Since then, Chu Zhongshan has often appeared in his mind. Later, taking advantage of the reasons for the neighboring countries of the 2 countries and the identity of his royal children, he always paid attention to the situation of Chu Zhongshan. Until Chu Zhongshan became a disciple of Liyun's sect, Yan Yongzhen gradually forgot about Chu Zhongshan after there was no news about him for a long time. At this time, Chu Zhongshan, whose appearance had not changed much, made him forget that his memory was opened at once. Brother Chu, it is said that you are one of the 9 giants in the southern region and an official disciple of Liyun's sect. If you don't practice well in the sect, why do you come to the king's palace of Yan to kill? Looking at the murderous Chu Zhongshan, Yan Yongzhen asked, very puzzled. Although Yan Yongzhen is only an ordinary collateral child of the royal family of the state of Yan, his excellent cultivation talent, tenacity and hard-working character are deeply valued by Hai Yanlong, the strongest person in the royal family, so his status in the royal family of the state of Yan is not low, comparable to that of the prince of the state of Yan. At the same time, he has always had good luck and adventures. When adults go out to play, they encounter a peerless genius with strong talent and profound background. After a short half-day of conversation, they have forged a deep friendship. That peerless genius not only has the cultivation talent of the lower 6 grades, but also has the potential to control everything. At the same time, like Chu Zhongshan, the peerless genius came from the Qin Empire, one of the 9 forces. It is precisely because his friends who have a good relationship with him secretly help him, so that 2 months before his 18th birthday, his cultivation has broken through the physical training period and become the first young child of the young generation of the royal family of Yan to break through the physical training period. At the same time, I also know a lot of secrets that the royal family of Yan state does not know. For example, the mysterious force that can control everything is called potential. For example, the disciples of the 9 forces are not allowed to leave the sect and return to the family without permission until their cultivation has broken through the qi transformation period. It was precisely because he understood this rigid rule that he wondered why Chu Zhongshan appeared in the palace of the state of Yan. "Brother Yan, to tell you the truth, I don't want to come to your Yan country at all, let alone break into the palace with a knife, but your Yan country owes me a huge amount of spiritual stones and pills from the Chu family. This time I was forced to collect debts." With a swing of his hands, Chu Zhongshan said helplessly. Although he left the family quietly, Chu Zhongshan received a person alone before leaving. This person was Chu Fan, the 8 elders who had a close relationship with him. Before leaving the family, I saw him alone because Chu Zhongshan had something to entrust to him. That is, taking care of him for more than half a year and the lifelong event of 4 girls in spring, summer, autumn and winter. Among the 4 girls in spring, summer, autumn and winter, Chungxiang the oldest is now 19 years old, and Dongxiang the youngest is 18 years old. According to the marriage custom in the southern region of the Eternal Continent, they have reached the age of marriage. Chu Zhongshan knew their thoughts very well, but he knew better that he had no fate with them. Moreover, after he left the family this time, he could return to the family for 3 or 5 years or 8 or 9 years. Therefore, he doesn't want to delay the lifelong affairs of the 4 girls in spring, summer, autumn and winter. He wants Chu Fan to help pay attention to some collateral children of the family with good nature and ordinary origin before leaving. If there are suitable young children, let the 4 marry out in spring, summer, autumn and winter, so as not to affect their whole life. It is precisely because when discussing the marriage situation of the 4 people in spring, summer, autumn and winter with Chu Fan specially told him to come to the state of Yan and storm the palace. When Yan Heilong left the battlefield, the solemn promise made by Chu Zhengshuan made Chu Zhongshan think that Yan Heilong must be a person who keeps his promise, so he didn't ask about the compensation of Yan's state to the Chu family. However, Chu Fan told him that the state of Yan had never fulfilled the compensation agreed on in the battlefield. Moreover, Chu Fan once sent someone to the royal family of the state of Yan to ask for it, but it was gone forever. Yan Heilong, who seems to keep his promise, is actually a treacherous villain. This is the reason why Chu Zhongshan slaughtered ordinary bodyguards and forced himself into the palace. He wants Yan Heilong to know the serious consequences of treachery. At the same time, the newly established state of Chu needs a long time to recuperate, while the state of Yan, which is close to the state of Chu, has always had the idea of annexation, so he slaughtered ordinary guards like a devil, in order to let the royal family of Yan know that they must not provoke the state of Chu. Otherwise, even ordinary bodyguards will not let him go, and the means of revenge will be very vicious, which will make the Yan royal family unable to bear the consequences of his vicious revenge. Brother Chu, don't be kidding. The royal family of Yan controls 156 cities and countless mines and crystal mines in the kingdom. How can they owe a huge debt to the Chu family? Hearing Chu Zhongshan say that he came to collect the debt, Yan Yongjin almost laughed. Although the geographical location of the state of Yan is remote, the income of the royal family of the unified kingdom is still very amazing every year. Apart from the tribute that needs to be handed over to the Tianlong Emperor every year, the remaining resources can save a lot in addition to daily consumption. It is impossible to owe others a huge debt. Brother Yan, are you kidding? Call out the treacherous villain Yan Heilong and ask him. Seeing Yan Yongjin's disbelief, Chu Zhongshan frowned slightly. The compensation price negotiated with Yan Heilong was not low. According to Chu Zhongshan, the compensation price was at least the income of the royal family of Yan State for 1 to 2 years. I'm afraid it's hard to hide such a huge amount of compensation from members of the royal family. Yan Yongjin, who is obviously not low in status, doesn't know, which shows that after Yan Heilong returns to the state of Yan, he may not be able to mention huge compensation at all, which proves that he never thought about compensation at all. A sense of shame that was despised ignited the fire in Chu Zhongshan's heart. At the same time, the eyes of tens of thousands of soldiers in front of us were full of strong murderous spirit. Brother Chu, please pay attention to your tone. Lao Tzu is the god of war of our royal family and the spiritual symbol of our Yan state. No one is allowed to insult his reputation. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan not only called Yan Heilong's life, but even said that Yan Heilong was a treacherous villain, Yan Yongjin, who had been polite to Chu Zhongshan, began to speak fiercely. Yan Heilong, this treacherous villain, get out of here. Xingxing's burning anger made Chu Zhongshan not care about Yan Yongjin's attitude towards himself. He encouraged Zhenyuan to roar at the depths of the palace. The roaring sound, combined with Zhenyuan, the peak of the 7th floor in the gasification period, made his voice like a blast of air. The sound not only spread all over the palace, but also the more than 10,000 soldiers standing in front of him were blown around by the strong air flow and could not continue to maintain a neat formation. Who is presumptuous in the palace of the kingdom of Yan? Just as the roar had just disappeared, a questioning voice of self-anger came from a distance. With the sound of questioning, a line of dozens of people came quickly. More than a dozen people walking in the front are all dressed in gorgeous clothes and dignified. At first glance, they are the great figures of the Yan royal family. Dong Xin has seen his father. Yanjin has seen the king. My subordinates have seen the king. The king is thousands of years old, thousands of years old. After dozens of people came to the scene, the proud young man, the distinguished Yan Yongjin and tens of thousands of soldiers all knelt down and saluted respectfully. Who are you and why do you want to break into the palace of the kingdom of Yan and kill the guards of the palace at will? Standing at the forefront of dozens of people, there were 8 guards on both sides. The middle-aged man in purple dragon robes asked angrily, "You must be Yan Yunhua, the contemporary monarch of the state of Yan." Seeing the middle-aged man dressed in purple 5-clawed dragon robe among dozens of people, Chu Zhongshan knew that he must be Yan Yunhua, the contemporary leader of the state of Yan. At the same time, before he left the family, Chu Fan also briefly introduced the foundation of the state of Yan to him. He also had a certain understanding of the monarch Yan Yunhua. I know that although this man has high aspirations, he is narrow-minded and easy to be self-righteous. He is not a qualified monarch. You don't need to know who I am, just call Yan Heilong out. Watching the monarch of the state of Yan come to the scene, Chu Zhongshan pressed his inner anger and said in a gloomy tone, "Be bold, dare to collide with the lord of the country and be beheaded according to the law." Standing behind Yan Yunhua, an old man in duke's clothes came out of Yan Yunhua's back and shouted angrily. Then, he ordered the bodyguard guarding Yan Yunhua, "Take him down and hand him over to the king himself." "Yes, Duke." Among the 8 bodyguards ordered by the Duke, 2 bodyguards stood up and answered the order. It is because the other party is the monarch of the royal family of Yan State. Chu Zhongshan doesn't want to do too much to cause the war between Yan State and Chu State, but this doesn't mean that he can swallow his anger all the time. If the other duke doesn't pay attention to him, Chu Zhongshan's anger, which has reached the edge, will erupt directly. The high-level body method and martial arts that are about to break through the peak state, combined with the primary saber technique of the peak state, the duke who ordered just now felt a slight pain in his neck. I didn't see Chu Zhongshan's hands. Why did his neck feel pain? The duke subconsciously stretched out his hand and touched it. A few drops of scarlet blood stained his hand. How can I have? Looking at a few drops of blood on his fingers, the duke said to himself in doubt. However, before he finished talking to himself, his neck was like a fountain and blood sprayed everywhere. Protect the king. Seeing the duke who took the initiative and reached the stage of half-step cultivation, he was silently killed by his opponent. The 8 bodyguards around Yan Yunhua reminded him loudly and surrounded him in the middle. You, who are you? It was not clear how Zhongshan came out and what advanced martial arts he was using. The duke who reached the half-step chi transformation stage was killed, which made Yan Yunhua's face frightened and his voice trembled. Being able to quietly kill the strong man in the half-step gasification period means that the young man in front of him can quietly kill himself, which makes Yan Yunhua, who has never had a death threat, feel the fear of death for the first time in his life. My name is Chu Zhongshan, from the Chu family. I broke into the palace this time to collect debts. I'll call Yan Heilong out immediately. After killing the duke who dared to take the initiative by using his body method and sword skills, Chu Zhongshan's inner anger weakened a little and patiently answered the other party's questions. Chu family. Hearing Chu Zhongshan point out his identity and purpose, Yan Yunhua, with a frightened look on his face, finally knew why the young man in front of him broke into the palace alone with a knife. At this moment, Huang Yunhua, who is unwilling to pay huge compensation to the Chu family, has a trace of regret in his heart. Where did you come from, yellow-haired boy? How dare you break into the forbidden area of my palace? When Yan Yunhua had a trace of regret in his heart, it contained the questioning sound of Zhenyuan, which made his regret disappear in an instant. Reaching out to remove the guard in front of him, Yan Yunhua glared at Chu Zhongshan and ordered loudly, "Elder Yunji, catch this rogue official and thief who broke into the palace." The king will let him taste the taste of life rather than death. As the voice of Yan Yunhua's command fell, a thin, middle-aged man in his 40s appeared in front of Yan Yunhua at a light wind speed. Go to Jai and meet the Lord of the State, and the Lord of the State is safe. As a strong person in the Qi transformation period, Yan Yunji, who appeared at the scene, didn't need to kneel down and salute, just need to hug his fist and greet him. Elder Yunji, this son broke into the palace, slaughtered hundreds of guards in our kingdom, and killed Duke Guangxu in front of the king. The king ordered you to capture this son. Pointing to Chu Zhongshan, Yan Yunhua ordered with high spirits. Order! Yan Yunji hugged his fist to answer the order. After turning around with a spirit sword, he looked at Chu Zhongshan murderously. Looking at the sudden emergence of the Qi melting period expert, it was not Yan Heilong who was eager to meet him, but a person he knew. Chu Zhongshan finally burned again in an instant by killing the duke, mobilized the true yuan in the Danshan, and used the mystery of the true yuan attribute. A white tiger about 4 meters high and more than 10 meters long emerged from his head and gradually solidified. Ow! The completely solidified white tiger suddenly roared at Yan Yunji. Then Chu Zhongshan waved his right hand and the white tiger jumped directly at Yan Yunji. Attribute shape. Looking at the white tiger that came to kill himself, Yan Yunji, who was originally murderous, changed his face and shouted in his mouth. Mastering the attribute of genuine, and being able to transform genuine into shape, must be the cultivation of more than 7 layers in the Qi transformation period, and the talent has reached the ranks of top talents. Yan Yunji didn't expect that Chu Zhongshan, who seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old, had reached the high level of Qi transformation period, which made him only have 3 peaks of Qi transformation period. The first idea in his mind was to turn around and run for his life. Unfortunately, Chu Zhongshan not only mastered the strength of his own higher-level challenge, but also integrated the body method and martial arts of the peak by using the white tiger transformed by his true yuan. After only 3 jumps, the white tiger caught up with Yan Yunji, who turned and ran away. The strong tiger tail, sharp tiger claws, gloomy tiger teeth, and a set of simple actions of white tiger hunting killed Yan Yunji, who lost his fighting spirit. Then, the white tiger bit the storage bag hanging around his waist and the spirit sword that fell to the ground, and jumped back to Chu Zhongshan. Reaching out to touch the gentle white tiger, Chu Zhongshan looked at Yan Yunhua coldly. At this moment, the scene, whether the most distinguished monarch Yan Yunhua, the gifted Yan Yongjin, and tens of thousands of soldiers, looked like a fool at the white tiger standing next to Chu Zhongshan. Among these people, the most complicated mood belongs to Yan Yongjin. When Yan Yongjin saw Chu Zhongshan alone in the palace with a spirit knife just now, although he was surprised at Chu Zhongshan's strength and courage, he thought it would only take more than 8 months. Even with the careful cultivation of Liyan sect, one of the 9 giants, the most accomplishments of Chu Zhongshan were in the middle of the physical training period. The reason why Yan Yongjin was able to break into the palace and kill hundreds of bodyguards during the body training period was not only that he mastered the powerful sword technique, but also related to the spirit sword in his hand. This was also the reason why Yan Yongjin was able to be calm and indifferent. However, the strong person who just appeared in the Qi transformation period is still a famous genius of the royal family of the state of Yan. The cultivation talent of the upper 8 grades has broken through the body cultivation period at the age of 18 and the Qi transformation period at the age of 39. Now it is the 3-tier peak of the Qi transformation period. Among the royal families of Yan state, the strength ranks at least in the top 5. Yan Yunji, who is so powerful, is not the enemy of Chu Zhongshan's move. How can Yan Yongjin not be shocked and jealous? Yan Yunji, who can easily kill the 3-tier peak of the Qi transformation period, represents that Chu Zhongshan's cultivation not only breaks through the Qi transformation period, but also is above the middle level of the Qi transformation period. The improvement speed of this cultivation is faster than that of his friend. What makes Yan Yongjin even more unbelievable is that he knows the meaning of the attribute shape. Through the giant white tiger transformed from the sky in the middle of Chu, he knows that his talent to break through the Qi transformation period has at least reached the level of peerless genius. This means that Chu Zhongshan is likely to become the emperor who will affect the situation in the southern region in the future, which makes Yan Yongjin worry about whether the royal family of Yan state, who offends Chu Zhongshan, will lose the hegemony of unified state Yan under the great influence of Chu Zhongshan. After reaching out to take the spirit sword and storage bag vomited by the white tiger and collecting his storage ring, Chu Zhongshan didn't put away the attribute shape, but let the white tiger stand beside him and watch Yan Yunhua together. You, what do you want to do? Yan Yunhua, who was in panic, stammered. Elder Yan Yunji, whose cultivation reached the peak of 3 layers in the Qi transforming period, is not the enemy of one move of Chu Zhongshan. How can Yan Yunhua, who has only 10 layers in the body refining period, not be afraid? At the same time, the regret that had disappeared due to Yan Yunji's appearance was intended to rush into my heart at once, and the regret was intended to increase continuously. For the last time, I asked Yan Heilong to come out and meet him. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing today. Seeing the people completely shocked, especially Yan Yunhua with a frightened face, Chu Zhongshan threatened murderously. Not forced to a certain extent, Chu Zhongshan didn't want to kill more, so he suppressed his inner anger. Of course, if Yan Heilong continues to hide, he doesn't mind letting the blood flow into the Yan Palace. Come on, go and invite the Lord. Seeing that the goal of Chu Zhongshan is only Yan Heilong, and the whole Yan state has only Yan Heilong whose cultivation has reached the half-step Qi-Si period, it is possible to suppress Chu Zhongshan, Yan Yunhua shouted. A bodyguard whose cultivation reached the half-step Qi transformation period responded in a low voice, and then planned to use his body method and martial arts to rush to the depths of the palace. However, just as he had just demonstrated his body method and martial arts skills, a dignified voice made him stop. No, I've come. With the dignified voice, a tall, dignified middle-aged man appeared in front of Yan Yunhua at the speed of the wind. Chu Zioyu, I haven't seen you for many days and my cultivation has further improved. Congratulations. Yan Heilong, who came to Yan Yunhua's side, saw at a glance that Chu Zhongshan, who had not restrained his own breath, was now a real cultivation. The peak of the 7th floor in the period of gasification. It's only 10 days since the fight, and his accomplishments have nearly improved to a small level, which makes Yan Heilong, who has rarely improved his accomplishments for months or even years, envious and jealous. Yan Heilong, you and I don't have too deep friendship. There's no need to get close with hypocrisy. Seeing Yan Heilong being polite to himself as if nothing had happened, Chu Zhongshan, who was disgusted, said impatiently. Chu Zhongshan, although I am not a gentleman, I am definitely not a treacherous villain. Why did you insult me just now? Since Chu Zhongshan didn't leave any kindness, Yan Heilong didn't bother to bring himself closer. After changing his attitude, he asked coldly, a gentleman? Hearing Yan Heilong calling himself an honest man, Chu Zhongshan couldn't help sneering and then said sarcastically, an honest man acts openly and above board. A villain who doesn't pay his debts falsely calls him an honest man. Don't insult the 4 words of an honest man. No debt. Hearing Chu Zhongshan's sarcastic question, Yan Heilong repeated, then looked directly at Yan Yunhua and said in an angry tone, Lord, when I returned to the king's palace that day, I specifically told you to send the spirit stones and pills on my list to the Chu family. Don't you forget. After being forced to promise to pay huge compensation, Yan Heilong quickly returned to Yan state. However, Chu Zhongshan used the potential to break the 4-elephant divine beast array, causing Yan Heilong, who was connected with the spirit of the array, to suffer heavy damage. Therefore, after simply telling Yan Yunhua what to do, he returned to his private practice room to heal his wounds. Until this time, the original heavy damage barely recovered less than 6 floors. If Chu Zhongshan hadn't just used the roar of containing Zhenyuan to ask him to come out, Yan Heilong wouldn't have left the practice chamber at all. If you return to Uncle Wang, I have been busy with government affairs recently. I have not been ready to pay huge compensation to the Chu family. Seeing Yan Heilong's questioning to suppress his anger, Yan Yunhua quickly explained. Looking at Yan Yunhua with some evasive eyes, Yan Heilong knows that he is lying, and why he is lying. After years of monarchy, Yan Yunhua looked down on the weak state of Qi, not to mention that the Chu family was only an 8th-grade aristocratic family in the state of Qi, so he didn't intend to compensate for the spiritual stones and pills on the list he gave him. Yan Heilong was very angry about this, but he was also very clear in his heart. About delaying huge compensation, half of them are responsible for themselves. At the beginning, he was eager to heal his wounds. He didn't know the real strength of the Chu family and the threat to the state of Yan, which led to Yan Yunhua, who was too arrogant, and didn't take his advice seriously at all. Yan Heilong's sincere apology made many members of the Yan royal family, as well as the soldiers and guards who came to solve the difficulties, stare at him in amazement. Because Yan Heilong has won every battle since his debut. He has never failed, nor has he ever paid tribute or apologized to anyone. Even in the face of the powerful Tianlong Emperor, he has a strong attitude to go back. Now, he not only offered an apology, but also the other party who apologized was only a teenager who was about 16 or 17 years old and had not retired. How can he not shock everyone? In addition to being shocked, people's dissatisfaction and doubt turned to Yan Yunhua. Because the short communication between Chu Zhongshan, Yan Heilong and Yan Yunhua just now made people realize that it was precisely because of Yan Yunhua's arbitrariness and arrogance that Chu Zhongshan killed into the palace with a knife, and made their god of war take the initiative to apologize to others for the first time in their life. If it were not for the wrong time, more than a dozen direct royal lords would join hands to launch the impeachment mechanism to impeach Yan Yunhua for his dereliction of duty, and might even take this opportunity to directly abolish Yan Yunhua's throne. Seeing Yan Heilong, who offered to apologize, Chu Zhongshan knew he had misunderstood him just now. He didn't want to repay the debt, but someone else wanted to pay off the huge compensation. Yan Heilong, since you didn't mean to do this, you can forget the treachery. Take back the strong murderous spirit and disperse the white tigers around him. Chu Zhongshan said calmly, Chu Xiaoyu, this is my mistake. I will add 505 grade medium-level spirit stones on the original basis as my own apology to you and the Chu family. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who was willing to expose the matter, Yan Heilong showed neither a trace of joy nor anger. Like Chu Zhongshan's reaction just now, he also said calmly, yes, for Chu Zhongshan, who is shy in his pocket and in urgent need of high-quality spiritual stones to improve his cultivation, it is a beautiful thing he can't object to. Lord, now arrange people to prepare the spiritual stones and pills on the list. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who promised to put forward his conditions, Yan Heilong nodded, and then ordered Yan Yunhua with a dull look. I'll arrange it now. Because of his arrogance and conceit, he may lose the throne of the monarch, which makes Yan Yunhua regret and fall into deep self-blame. Therefore, when facing Yan Heilong's orders, his response was slow for several beats. Chu Xiaoyu, now that the compensation has been settled, let's talk about the crime of you breaking into the palace and slaughtering 100 guards. After Yan Yunhua arranged for someone to prepare the spirit stone and pill for compensation, Yan Heilong stepped to a position 5 meters away from the central sky of Chu, looked calm, and said in a sharp tone, Alas, it seems that today's affair is not over yet. Yan Heilong offered an apology and was willing to pay huge compensation immediately, making Chu Zhongshan think that his affairs had been completely solved. However, seeing that Yan Heilong plans to settle with himself the responsibility of breaking into the palace and slaughtering 100 guards, Chu Zhongshan knows that he wants to win back the lost face for Yan state. After all, as the residents of the royal family of the state of Yan, the royal palace represents the face of the bottom line of a family. It can't help killing itself directly, which is equivalent to a big bus slapping on the face of the royal family of the state of Yan. As the strongest royal family in Yan state and the spiritual symbol of Yan family, Yan Heilong has the responsibility to seek justice for the family and restore the majestic style of King Yan's room. Yan Heilong, I don't know what price I need to pay to make up for the crime I caused today. He stretched out his hand and flicked the back of Benaming Lingdao in his hand. With the buzzing sound of Benaming Lingdao, Chu Zhongshan asked sarcastically. The reason why Xiaoyu intruded into the royal palace is that the royal family of Yan country has to bear certain responsibility. Therefore, Xiaoyu only needs to cut off the arm of my royal children, and today's matter will be exposed. As if he didn't hear the sarcasm in Chu Zhongshan's tone at all, Yan Heilong talked about it very seriously. He took a deep breath and held the Benaming spirit knife. The tip of the knife was aimed at Yan Heilong. Chu Zhongshan calmly said, Do it. Cutting off the arm that is good at using the spirit knife is tantamount to letting him die. How can he agree to such excessive requirements? What's more, this time he broke into the palace of the state of Yan alone and asked for huge compensation is only part of the reason. The other half of the reason is to frighten the royal family of the state of Yan, so that they dare not easily send troops to deal with the newly established state of Chu, so that the state of Chu can get a period of recuperation. Have courage. Seeing the sharp point of the spirit knife in Chu Zhongshan's hand pointing at himself, Yan Heilong admired Chu Zhongshan's courage, but had to kill Chu Zhongshan. Because the young Chu Zhongshan is too threatening to the state of Yan. If he is allowed to grow up, the Chu family has the support of a strong man who doesn't know what kind of future, and the state of Yan will be destroyed one day. Originally, he intended to secretly stir up several surrounding kingdoms after his cultivation was improved, and let them send troops to destroy the Chu family and destroy the root of Chu Zhongshan. In this way, even if Chu Zhongshan will become a top, peerless, and powerful person in the future, he will not look for Yan's state when he comes back for revenge. At the same time, the state of Qi, which lost the Chu family, would not pose any threat to the state of Yan. Of course, there is the possibility of exposure in provoking others. Yan Heilong was still worried about this problem, but now Chu Zhongshan came out in person and was alone, which gave Yan Heilong the opportunity to completely solve the threat of the Chu family. Ow! The white tiger, who had just dissipated its attribute power, quickly emerged around Chu Zhongshan with a low roar. At the same time, by mobilizing genuine Danshan and cooperating with body method and martial arts, Chu Zhongshan took the lead in rushing to Yan Heilong. Take millet from the fire. Among the primary saber techniques reaching the peak, taking millet from the fire is the most suitable saber technique for killing alone. With this saber technique, Chu Zhongshan took Yan Heilong's head with his life spirit knife. Welcome. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan's accomplishments only reached the peak of 7 levels during the Qi transformation period, in the face of his top master in the half-step Qi Si period, he not only didn't make every effort to defend, but took the lead in attacking. Yan Heilong shouted well, took out his spirit sword and greeted Chu Zhongshan's harvest millet from the fire with a move of autumn wind sweeping leaves. The roar formed a strong air current and blew tens of thousands of soldiers, who had just stabilized their formation around the scene. Among them, the soldiers who cultivated during the Qi refining period were directly shocked to death by the strong airflow formed by the roar, and the soldiers at the early stage of the body refining period were stunned a lot. With the strong roar, the huge impact of Chu Zhongshan and Yan Heilong when they were collided by spirit tools forced them back a few steps. Among them, Chu Zhongshan retreated 3 steps, and Yan Heilong directly retreated 7 steps. It can be seen from this point alone that although Yan Heilong's cultivation reached half-step Qihai period, the quantity and quality of genuine are far inferior to Chu Zhongshan, whose cultivation has only 7 peaks in Qihua period. What's more, Chu Zhongshan was not alone. His illusory attribute was the white tiger. When the two people were collided by spirit tools and had to retreat, while Yan Heilong's body didn't stand firm, the black tiger took his heart and took his heart. At the same time, the thick tiger tail, like a deadly whip, whipped his back. When his body was unstable, Yan Heilong knew he couldn't hide all of them in the face of the 2 consecutive attacks of the white tiger. Therefore, he can only choose to resist the heart of the key place and let his back bear the blow of the tiger's tail. Yan Heilong's choice of defense is right. Unfortunately, his opponent is not only strong, but also superior to others in his grasp of the war situation. After seeing Yan Heilong's intention to bear the blow from the tail of the white tiger, the high-level body martial arts of the peak, combined with the knife martial arts of taking millet from the fire, inserted the sharp venoming spirit knife directly into Yan Heilong's chest when Yan Heilong was knocked forward by the tail tiger. The severe pain made Yan Heilong howl uncontrollably. At this time, the white tiger with illusory attributes and sharp tiger claws directly inserted into Yan Heilong's heart, which frustrated his idea of gathering strength to fight back. Cultivation did not break through the spirit period, and there was no protection of the spirit body. The consequence of heart breakdown represented death. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan drew the knife back, and the white raptor used the tiger tail to draw the flying swallow and sea dragon directly. I hate it. The chest was pierced by the spirit knife and tiger claw one after another, especially the heart was broken. Yan Heilong had no hope of survival, but the cultivation of half-step Qihai period still allowed him to survive for a short time. With an unwilling roar, Yan Heilong lowered his head and looked directly at Chu Zhongshan. His tone was full of sad pleading. Young Xia Chu, among the royal families of Yan State I am the strongest. Now I have been planted in your hands, so no one in the whole royal family of Yan State can threaten you. Young Xia Chu, I hope you will spare the royal family and the people of Yan for the sake of my love with your 3rd grandfather. Why? Seeing that before he died, he was still worried about the people in his heart. Chu Zhongshan couldn't help thinking of Chu Zhengshuan and the elder. He was a little shaken in his heart, but he thought that Yan Heilong was the one who took the initiative to provoke. Chu Zhongshan, who didn't reap any benefits, asked reluctantly, Chu Zioxia, although I don't have much experience in Yan Heilong, I also know that too many killings don't take advantage of future practice. Can you bear to kill tens of thousands of people in our royal family? Do you hate to kill hundreds of millions of people in Yan country? Seeing that Chu Zhongshan was unwilling to let go, Yan Heilong, who was about to die, had a stronger sense of sadness on his face. Then he turned his head to Yan Yunhua, who had already been scared and silly, and said, Lord, after my death, no one is allowed to shoot young Xia Chu. At the same time, you will personally take young Xia Chu to the royal treasure house later. As long as it is the treasure he likes, let him take it away. Yes, Uncle Long, are you all right? Yan Yunhua had no objection to Yan Heilong's advice before he died. The strongest Yan Heilong is not the enemy of the three moves of Chu Zhongshan. The royal family who lost the strongest will fight with Chu Zhongshan. Shaking his head, Yan Heilong didn't respond to Yan Yunhua's concern. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Chu Zhongshan and asked, Young Xia Chu, can you let go of the royal family of Yan state? This. Facing the arrangement before Yan Heilong's death, Chu Zhongshan was moved. After the harvest of Chu Zhengshuan's search of the three families' secret storehouses, Chu Zhongshan had a strong interest in the secret storehouses of the kingdoms around the state of Qi. He looked forward to finding the same treasures as Mantra and Evil Ruler in the secret storehouses of these kingdoms. However, the hatred burning in the eyes of the Yan royal family and thousands of soldiers at the scene made Chu Zhongshan understand that even those who wanted to let go of the scene would not let go of themselves easily. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's eyes sweep across the scene, Yan Heilong can only use the identity of the strongest before he dies to give the last order to those people with hatred. The royal children of the state of Yan listened to the order. After the death of Yan Heilong, no royal children are allowed to seek revenge from young Xia Chu. If they violate the order, the lord of the state can directly kill them according to the family rules. Yes, Uncle Long. Yes, Lord. Yes, Grandpa. In the face of Yan Heilong's last order before his death, all the royal family members and affiliated guards on the scene knelt down and responded with tears and grief. Young Xia Chu, can you spare my royal family? After receiving the reply from the people, Yan Heilong, who was already confused, asked. Zai, taking a deep breath and pretending to suppress his anger, Chu Zhongshan stretched out 3 fingers and said, 3 requirements. Pressing his little thumb, Chu Zhongshan said, the originally agreed compensation will be doubled and delivered to the Chu family within 3 days. Yes, Yan Heilong, whose eyes were gradually blurred, endured the idea of losing his life and agreed to Chu Zhongshan's first request. Pressing the ring finger, Chu Zhongshan said, the second requirement is that within 5 years, the state of Yan is not allowed to attack the former state of Qi, now the state of Chu. No problem. For Chu Zhongshan's second request, Yan Heilong couldn't wait to nod and agree. Without the awe of the top power in the half-step Gassi period, I'm afraid Zhang and Wu around Yan will be ready to move. At this time, when it is time to avoid being attacked, how dare the state of Yan provoke the Chu family, which has the top power in the Qihai period, or the state of Chu in the mouth of Chu Zhongshan. The third requirement is that you are not allowed to play any means in the secret storehouse. If you violate it, I will let the royal family of Yan flow into a river of blood. Waving the spirit sword in his hand, the white tiger around him roared in a low voice, and Chu Zhongshan threatened naked. After all, Chu Zhongshan and Huang Lao don't know whether there are other hidden means for the Wang family of Yan who has forged the 4-elephant divine beast array. In order to avoid capsizing in the gutter, Chu Zhongshan must ensure his safety. Young Xia Chu, please don't worry about this. I promise Yunhua they won't dare to play any tricks on you. Yan Heilong's pledge. Don't say that now the royal family of Yan state has no means to restrict Chu Zhongshan. Even if there is him, he can't and dare not use it. Because of losing the awe of the strong man of the half-step Qihai period, if Chu Zhongshan had any damage in the state of Yan, Chu Zhengshuan, the strong man of the Qihai period of the Chu family, would not kill the whole royal family of the state of Yan in anger. However, he was a little worried when he thought of Yan Yunhua's decision to withhold the payment of huge compensation to the Chu family. So he called Yan Yunhua and more than a dozen powerful royal lords to him and gave them special instructions. For Yan Heilong's advice before his death, both Yan Yunhua and a dozen barons nodded their heads. Through the conversation just now, Chu Zhongshan knew that Yan Heilong was a man who kept his promise, so he scattered the white tiger with illusory attribute power, put away his life spirit knife, and proved with his own actions that he was also a man who kept his promise. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's act of keeping his promise, Yan Heilong showed a comforting smile on his face. With the smile, the breath of life on him completely collapsed. Uncle Wang, Grandpa, Lord. With the disappearance of the breath of life on Yan Heilong, everyone at the scene knew that their idol and the patron saint of Yan had fallen. Heartache and worry made everyone at the scene burst into tears. Watching the people crying on the ground, especially the direct family members of the Yan royal family, the voice of crying is the loudest, and the sentiment is the saddest. Chu Zhongshan also feels a trace of sadness. If one day, he or Chu Zhengshuan in the Chu family also died unexpectedly, I wonder if the people of the Chu family will cry sadly like members of the Yan royal family today. The patron saint of the family had just been lost, and there was a strong sense of sadness in the whole palace. Chu Zhongshan was embarrassed to directly ask Yan Yunhua to take him to the royal secret library, so he slipped back to the corner and quietly waited for Yan Yunhua to deal with Yan Heilong's funeral. Who killed my grandfather? Just as everyone was condoling to the dead Yan Heilong, when he was in the middle of the sky, the grieving voice suddenly came from the palace. With the sound of questioning, a young man in dark blue robes, about 20, rushed into the palace with a sad face. Seeing the Yan Heilong that had been put into the dragon coffin, the young man couldn't help howling. "Grandpa, I'm your grandson Yufeng. Open your eyes and look at me. See that your grandson has returned after learning." Climbing on the edge of the dragon coffin, looking at Yan Heilong with a smile but always closed his eyes, the young man who calls himself Yufeng shouted sadly, "Yufeng, who brought you back?" Yan Yunhua, who gradually put away his grief, asked with a sudden change of face after seeing the young man who had suddenly returned. If Yan Yunhua didn't ask loudly, the grieving young man couldn't remember. After hearing his loud question, the young man who claimed to be Yufeng wiped away the tears on his face and asked with a strong murderous spirit, "Lord, tell me who killed my grandfather." The dense murderous qi, combined with the cultivation of qi melting period, made Yan Yunhua, who was only 10 layers round in the cultivation period, step back a few steps. "Yufeng, you have broken through the gasification period." He was able to use his own momentum to force himself to retreat. Only an expert whose cultivation reached the qi melting stage could do this, so Yan Yunhua asked with a surprised look on his face. "Lord, I broke through the gasification period, but now I want to know who killed my grandfather." Facing the surprise on Yan Yunhua's face, the young man who claimed to be Yufeng flashed a trace of unhappiness on his face. Grandpa, who propped up the sky in the King Yan's room, is now lying in the dragon coffin. As the monarch of the state of Yan, you, Yan Yunhua, the descendant of Grandpa, don't help the coffin cry. Instead, you show joy because you broke through the gas period. How can the young people who call themselves Yufeng feel happy? However, eager to know who the murderer was, he didn't care about Yan Yunhua's gaffe for the time being. "Yufeng, you don't need to intervene in the affairs of the state of Yan for the time being. Now you return to the Qin Empire immediately." The questioning of the young man, who claimed to be Yufeng, suddenly reminded Yan Yunhua of Chu Zhongshan, who had not left, and was eager to enter the royal secret library. He immediately asked the young man who claimed to be Yufeng to leave quickly. "Lord, you are not only the monarch of the state of Yan, but also my elder. I shouldn't blame you, but what you are doing now disappoints me." Hearing that Yan Yunhua told him to leave the state of Yan immediately and did not allow him to intervene in the burial of his grandfather, the young man who claimed to be Yufeng was very angry. "Lord, first of all, I'm the direct son of the royal family of the state of Yan, and the affairs of the state of Yan are my affairs. Second, my grandfather was killed. As his own grandson, how can I ignore things and let the enemy go unpunished?" Although the cultivation of the young man who claims to be Yufeng has broken through the qi transformation period, as he said just now, first of all, it is the subjects of your country of Yan, followed by his younger generation. His kindness to help you is in exchange for a meal of cynicism, and Yan Yunhua also has a fire in his heart. "Yufeng, do you really want to know who killed your grandfather? Since you want to die yourself, I'll help you," the angry Yan Yunhua asked coldly. "Yes, I'm going to peel off the murderer who killed my grandfather alive. I want him to know what life is better than death," the young man who called himself Yufeng said fiercely. "He's the one who killed your grandfather." Pointing to Chu Zhongshan standing in the corner and paying attention to the situation here, Yan Yunhua said with a gloomy look, Yan Yufeng, don't be impulsive. Seeing the young man who claimed to be Yufeng, holding a spirit sword, went to the central sky of Chu. Yan Yangjin, who was a little remote from the location of the dragon coffin, soon found something wrong. He quickly stopped it loudly. Yangjin, what do you mean? Yan Yangjin stopped loudly, so that the youth who claimed to be Yufeng had to stop and look at Yan Yangjin with inner anger. Facing Yan Yunhua, the monarch of a country, the young man who claimed to be Yufeng was very arrogant. But when facing Yan Yangjin, the royal son, he was very polite, which made Chu Zhongshan, who had long noticed the situation here, a little puzzled. Brother Yufeng, you are not the opponent of that person now, so I hope you can be patient for a while and look for that person's revenge when your strength improves in the future. When he came to the young man who claimed to be Yufeng, Yan Yangjin quietly persuaded him. Yangjin, that man is about the same age as you. I have the most accomplishments, that is, the training period. If I break through the Qi transformation period, I can kill that boy with a slap. Hearing that Yan Yongping mentioned the man standing in the corner, the scruples on his face, the young man who claimed to be Yufeng said with disdain, Brother Yufeng, there's something wrong with your brain. Your grandfather is already a top expert in the half-step gas C period. Even he is not the opponent of the other party, so you can be his opponent. Seeing the arrogant attitude of the young man who claimed to be Yufeng, Yan Yangjin criticized him impolitely. Yangjin, won't my grandfather revenge? Yan Yangjin's fierce criticism calmed down the angry young man who claimed to be Yufeng, but he was unwilling to say when he saw his grandfather lying in the dragon coffin. Didn't I just say that when your strength is strong enough to kill each other, it's not too late to take revenge? Seeing that the other party could finally listen to his persuasion, Yan Yangjin breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Yunhua, who stood aside, saw a young man who ignored himself and even spoke ill of himself, but was able to listen to Yan Yangjin's criticism. Although his face remained calm, his heart was very uncomfortable. This young man who calls himself Yufeng, named Yan Yufeng, is the only grandson of Yan Heilong. When he was 3 years old, his parents were accidentally killed when they went out to practice. He became an orphan without parents. Yan Heilong raised him alone. When he was 16 years old and tested his talent, the cultivation talent of the middle level 7 grades made him the most talented person in the royal family of Yan State. With the careful cultivation of Yan Heilong, the top strong person, Yan Yufeng entered the Qi refining period within 1 month, broke through the body refining period at the age of 17 and 5 months, and reached the 7th level of the body refining period at the age of 19. Yan Yufeng is the most talented person in the state of Yan, and supported by the first strong person in the state of Yan, which makes Yan Yufeng extremely arrogant. Few people can be regarded by him, even if he is the monarch of the state of Yan. The reason why he was able to listen to Yan Yangjin's words, and even dare not refute Yan Yangjin's fierce criticism, is that when Yan Yufeng was 19, he was able to join the Qin Empire, the leader of the 9 forces, and become a student of the Qin University, relying on the help of Yan Yangjin's close and talented friend. When he entered the Dakin University, the reason why his practice can always follow the wind and rain is also the help of Yan Yangjin's friend, so Yan Yufeng thanked and flattered Yan Yangjin from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Yan Yufeng also knew that according to his friendship with that peerless genius, 4 months later, when the university opened for apprenticeship, Yan Yangjin could become a student of Dakin University. Moreover, with the help of noble people, he would practice much faster than himself. This is why Yan Yufeng was severely criticized and accepted with an open mind. Yangjin, I listen to you and don't fight with him for the time being, but I want to know him and see what he can do. Yan Yangjin's criticism made Yan Yufeng give up revenge temporarily, but he still wanted to know each other so that he could find revenge after his cultivation increased greatly in the future. It's okay to know, but you must suppress your inner anger. Knowing such a peerless genius as Chu Zhongshan is also good for motivating him to practice next, so Yan Yangjin agreed to Yan Yufeng's request. Brother Chu, let me introduce you. Taking Chu Yufeng to Chu Zhongshan, Yan Yangjin introduced with a smile. Brother Chu, this is Yan Yufeng. He is the direct descendant of the royal family of Yan. Now he is the inner disciple of Dakin University. Pointing to Yan Yufeng, Yan Yangjin warmly introduced. Then he pointed to Chu Zhongshan and introduced to Yan Yufeng. Yufeng, this is Chu Zhongshan, the direct descendant of the Chu family in the state of Qi. Now he is an inner disciple of Lei Yun's sect. His cultivation is unfathomable. take a few deep breaths to suppress the impulse of revenge. Yan Yufeng said stiffly. Yan Yufeng has seen elder martial brother Chu. You don't have to suppress your inner hatred. If you want revenge, Chu Zhongshan is waiting at any time. Looking at Yan Yufeng with strong anger and extremely stiff tone, Chu Zhongshan said quietly. The conversation between Yan Yongjin and Yan Yufeng just now, although the voice is very low, the Huang Lao in his mind is a strong person with the body of God and soul. The movement within 10,000 meters can't hide the power of his God and soul. Therefore, the conversation between the two of them just now, Old Huang has been repeated to Chu Zhongshan word for word. Seeing Chu Zhongshan, who already knew the inside story, Yan Yongjin suddenly changed his face and immediately stood in front of Yan Yufeng. He begged in a tone, Brother Chu, please look at my face and let Brother Yufeng live today. Yan Heilong, whose cultivation reached the half-step Qi period, is not the enemy of the 3 moves of Chu Zhongshan. His cultivation is just Yan Yufeng, who has just broken through the Qi transformation period. Is he his opponent? Yan Yongjin is afraid that Chu Zhongshan has the idea of cutting down the grass and roots and is killing Yan Yufeng here. Brother Yan, although Chu Zhongshan is not a gentleman, I'm also a man who keeps my promise. I promised Yan Heilong that I won't deal with you as long as you people of the Yan royal family don't provoke me. Coldly glanced at Yan Yongjin, and Chu Zhongshan said with disdain. It was only at the age of 20 that Yan Yufeng broke through the gasification period, and his cultivation after transforming Zhenyuan barely reached the peak of the gasification period. Therefore, it can be judged that when Yan Yufeng broke through the gasification period, he showed the highest talent, that is, the top talent. For such an opponent, Chu Zhongshan had no idea of eradicating the root. Of course, if Yan Yufeng takes the initiative to provoke him, he doesn't mind cutting the roots. Although he has no interest in Yan Yufeng, he is very interested in Yan Yongjin's mention of Dakin University just now. As one of the 9 giants in the southern region, the Dakin Empire ranks first in terms of overall and top strength. It is the most famous and most talked about by outsiders. In addition to the Dakin cavalry, which has always maintained an invincible posture when fighting in the world, Dakin University is also a holy land for cultivation that countless talented disciples want to enter. The reason why the great Qin Empire was able to dominate the southern region and become the first of the 9 forces was not only the overall strength, but also that they had the largest number of top powers. Nearly 9 floors of these strong people are from Dakin University. Now it is widely said in the southern region that if the Dakin University is independent, its strength and heritage are not weaker than the 3 sects, and it is fully qualified to become the 10th largest force in the southern region. Lord, I wonder if you have free time. After Yan Yufeng's quarrel just now, Yan Yunhua, who was still dealing with Yan Heilong's funeral, was already standing there at leisure. Chu Zhongshan, who didn't want to stay at the scene, hurried to him and asked, Young Xia Chu, what can I do for you? Seeing Chu Zhongshan walking beside him, Yan Yunhua asked nervously when he thought of the cruelty he had just killed Yan Yunji and Yan Heilong. If the Lord of the Kingdom is not busy now, please take me to the royal treasure house. After selecting the treasures I am satisfied with, I can continue on my way. In order to search for the treasure as soon as possible, Chu Zhongshan asked with an impatient look on his face. Okay, I'll take young Xia Chu to the Royal Secret Library. Hearing that Chu Zhongshan wanted to go to the Royal Secret Library, Yan Yunhua felt a bit of pain in his heart. However, considering that the secret library and his party were one of the conditions for Chu Zhongshan to promise to let go of the royal family of Yan State, he could only pretend to respond with an atmospheric attitude. The country of Yan, which has the advantage of geographical location, is not only stronger than the country of Qi in terms of overall strength, but also far more than the Palace of Qi in terms of construction and area. After following Yan Yunhua in a roundabout way for nearly 2 hours, he finally saw his long-awaited secret library in a very hidden place in the palace. Although the strength of the state of Yan is very strong, the structure of the secret storehouse is similar to that of the Chu family. The whole secret storehouse has 5 floors, and the gate of the secret storehouse is also made of bronze. Young Xia Chu, this is the secret storehouse in King Yan's room. Pointing to the simple 5-story building in front of us, Yan Yunhua said, Please open the door of the secret storehouse. Seeing the bronze gate, Chu Zhongshan's inner desire for treasure hunting is ready to move. If it weren't for Yan Yunhua's presence, He even planned to use Benaming's spirit knife to directly blast open the bronze gate in front of him. "Young Zia Chu, please wait." Gesturing to Chu Zhongshan, Yan Yunhua went to the bronze gate, took out the key to the secret library given to Yan Heilong before his death, and inserted it into the keyhole of the bronze gate. As Yan Yunhua turned the cylindrical key, the closed bronze door opened slowly, and then a thick aura came to his face. Although the concentration of aura coming to his face was close to gasification, Chu Zhongshan didn't have a look of surprise and joy after being baptized by the aura in Jiao and Jun's practice secret room in another hospital. "Young Zia Chu, would you like me to accompany you in person as a guide?" Seeing Chu Zhongshan with a calm look and no surprise, Yan Yunhua warmly recommended himself while feeling admiration. "Don't bother the Lord, just go in the sky alone." Shaking his head, Chu Zhongshan refused Yan Yunhua's kindness. Yan Yunhua followed him into the secret storehouse. Although it can ensure that no one dares to do it outside, the treasures in the secret storehouse need Huang Lao to leave his mind and check them himself. Yan Yunhua is also an eyesore. Therefore, after thinking over and over again, Chu Zhongshan finally decided to enter the secret library by himself. "Okay, young Zia Chu, help yourself." The enthusiastic proposal just now was just said casually by Yan Yunhua. He didn't want to go in with Chu Zhongshan at all. Chu Zhongshan didn't break into the palace. He was the monarch of the state of Yan. After breaking into the palace, Chu Zhongshan not only killed the patron saint of the state of Yan, but also made the state of Yan fall into national war at any time. At the same time, it also made his throne shaky. At this time, he was able to face Chu Zhongshan calmly because he was afraid of Chu Zhongshan's strong strength and cruel means. Looking at Yan Yunhua who turned to leave, Chu Zhongshan suddenly opened his mouth and stopped him. "Lord, please wait a minute." "What else can I do for you, young Zia Chu?" Turning around, Yan Yunhua asked. "I need to tell the Lord about the huge compensation." After searching the secret storehouse, Chu Zhongshan will leave the state of Yan and continue to move in the direction of Lei-Un sect. The state of Yan compensated a huge amount of Reiki and elixir. Those above the 9th floor are low level, which is of no use to him, so he asked Yan Yunhua to arrange for someone to return to the Chu family. According to the amount of compensation I agreed with Yan Heilong at the beginning, the 5-grade medium-level spirit stones and the spirit stones will be handed over to me, and the rest of the spirit stones and pills will be sent to the Chu family and handed over to Chu Yuping, the new head of the Chu family. After telling Yan Yunhua, Chu Zhongshan turned and entered the secret library. Looking at Chu Zhongshan who entered the secret storehouse without worry, Yan Yunhua couldn't help sighing. In fact, there is no need for Chu Zhongshan's special advice. He will also send the spirit stone and elixir of compensation to the Chu family as soon as possible, and send Chu Zhongshan's murderous god to leave the king's palace of Yan State as soon as possible. Walking into the first floor of the secret storehouse, the first thing you see is rows and piles of spiritual stones of different grades. Carefully distinguish the grade of Lingxi. Chu Zhongshan couldn't help shaking his head. The number of spirit stones in the first floor of the Royal Secret Library of the State of Yan is amazing, but the number of 8 and 9 spirit stones occupies nearly 7 floors, and the number of 7 spirit stones occupies nearly 2 floors. There are only more than 300,000 pieces of 6-grade medium-level spirit stones that can assist his daily practice. As for the 5-grade medium-level spirit stones that can quickly improve their cultivation, the number is only more than 13,000, which inevitably disappoints Chu Zhongshan. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is also a piece of meat. 300,000 6-grade medium-level spirit stones and 13,000 5-grade medium-level spirit stones are enough to raise your cultivation to the peak of the 9th layer of qi. He went straight to the 6th grade and 5th grade middle-level Lingxi. Chu Zhongshan waved his sleeves, and all the 6th grade and 5th grade middle-level Lingxi were collected in the storage. Ignoring the spirit stones of other grades, he climbed the stairs directly to the 2nd floor of the secret library. The magic weapon with dazzling light made Chu Zhongshan, who had just stepped into the 2nd floor of the secret storehouse, temporarily blind. After his vision fully adapted to the light in the secret storehouse, he quickly observed the quality of the magic weapon on the 2nd floor of the secret storehouse. When he saw the quality of the 2nd layer of magic weapon in the secret library, he felt endless regret. Because the magic weapons on the 2nd floor of the Royal Secret Storehouse of the State of Yan and the magic weapons on the 9th floor are of high quality and reach the peak of refining weapons. Moreover, there are more than 60,000 pieces in quantity. If all these high-quality magic weapons are handed over to the people of the Chu family, the overall strength of the Chu family will be improved by at least 1 or 2 levels. Unfortunately, when negotiating compensation with Yan Heilong, he only thought about the spiritual stones and elixirs that could improve his cultivation, and forgot the magic weapon that could directly enhance his strength. Looking at the dazzling magic weapon in front of him, Chu Zhongshan felt very sorry, but he was not a villain who broke his word. Therefore, after driving the regret in his mind out of the sea, he continued to observe the remaining weapons. In addition to the best weapons on the 9th floor, there are nearly 100 half-spirit weapons in the second room of the secret library. Chu Zhongshan didn't have any weapons of this level, but he still chose 10 semi-spiritual weapons of good quality to be needed for gifts in the future. In addition to refined top-grade weapons and semi-spiritual weapons, there are 15 lower-grade spiritual weapons on the second floor of the secret library. When he came to the spirit weapon, he bent over and observed it carefully. He selected 3 inferior spirit weapons of high quality, including sword, axe, and whip. The reason why Chu Zhongshan chose these 3 inferior spirit tools was that he took into account his 3 good friends, Time Liang, Zhang Kaiyan, and Wang Zhongning. As his first follower, Shit Liang doesn't have many opportunities to fight on weekdays. His main purpose is to help himself take care of the number 9 other courtyard of Qianlongfeng and ask for some news. Inferior spirit sword can not only improve his strength, but also facilitate his behavior. As a gentle girl, whip is more suitable for Zhang Kaiyan to defend, which can increase her chance to save her life. As a powerful Wang Zhongning, he is more than 2 meters tall. He is as strong as a black bear. He is more suitable to give full play to his powerful power with the inferior spirit tools of Spirit Axe. Put away 3 inferior spirit tools, and Chu Zhongshan turned and climbed to the 3rd floor of the secret library. Just walked to the door of the 3rd floor of the secret library. A smell of ink came to my nostrils. Looking up, Chu Zhongshan found that there were not many books on the 3rd floor of the secret library. More than 1,000 books were scattered on more than 50 rows of bookshelves, which was far worse than the storage of books in the 4 families of Qi. Go to the nearest row of bookshelves and casually draw out an old book with a slightly gray color, which is written in 3 big characters of Wind and Thunder Fist. Open the page and read it quickly. Chu Zhongshan found that the Wind Thunder Fist was a medium-level fist technique of Huang Pin. Go to the bookshelf in the other row, draw out a martial art book called Wind and Rain Sword, take a general look, and find that this is also a medium-level sword skill of Huangpin. The level of martial arts of the books on the outer edge of the bookshelf has reached the middle level of yellow. What is the highest level of thousands of books on the 3rd floor of the secret library? Chu boy, don't bother so much. I'll help you find the right martial arts. Seeing Chu Zhongshan open books one by one, Huang Lao in his mind couldn't help stopping. If you want to finish reading more than 1,000 books on the 3rd floor of the secret library, according to Chu Zhongshan's current speed of viewing books, it will take at least half a month, which is obviously not conducive to their next actions, so Huang volunteered. Thank you, old Huang. Because his mind was attracted by martial arts, Chu Zhongshan forgot Huang Lao, who had the body of God and soul in his mind, and could use the power of God and thought. At this moment, hearing that old Huang is willing to take the initiative to help himself find it, Chu Zhongshan is eager for it. Otherwise, more than 1,000 books of different grades will have to be seen by him. Huang Lao, who checked the books through the power of his mind, didn't spend much time, so he chose 2 books suitable for him from thousands of books. Reach out and take the 2 books that Huang Laoli sent to him with the power of divine thoughts. Chu Zhongshan opens one of them and finds that it is a note about realm perception. Chu boy, the person who records this state perception note, is a top strong man whose cultivation has reached the peak of the Qihai period. Although his talent has only reached the level of genius, his perception of how to break through the Qihai period and the whole Qihai period is far more than that of the top genius or even the peerless genius, so this practice perception note is very suitable for your next practice. Seeing the first book opened by Chu Zhongshan, old Huang immediately explained. After hearing Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongshan immediately closed the book and solemnly included it in his storage ring. Now, his cultivation is only the peak of the 7 layers in the Qi transformation period, and there is still a certain distance from breaking through the Qi C period. Now it is not suitable to feel the realm of the Qi C period. If you force perception, it is likely to damage his foundation. Seeing Chu Zhongshan put away the realm perception notes, Huang nodded with satisfaction in his mind and then introduced the second book in his hand. Chu boy, the second book is called Yu Dao. There are 5 moves in the Dao technique. Each move is powerful enough to break the mountain and the sea. It is a lower-level sword technique of Xuanpin. It was said that it was the lower-level sword technique of Xuanpin. Chu Zhongshan's idea of reading suddenly went out. Now his Huangpin primary saber technique has been promoted to the peak. Huangpin medium-level saber technique has just entered the stage of small success. For the time being, he doesn't want to skip Huangpin high-level saber technique and directly practice Xuanpin level saber technique. Huang Laoyue was more satisfied with the performance of Chu Zhongshan, and the more satisfied he was, the stronger his regret was. Old Huang, please help me to see if there are high-quality sword, axe, and whip skills among these skills. I have 3 friends who need these skills to improve their strength. When Chu Zhongshan selected the lower spirit tools on the 2nd floor of the secret storehouse, Old Huang was very strange. He wondered why he specially chose axe and whip. At this time, after hearing his request, he understood the reason why Chu Zhongshan chose axe and whip. Of course, Huang didn't say anything about the requirements of Chu Zhongshan. Using the power of divine thoughts, he quickly selected 3 high-level sword techniques, axe techniques, and whip techniques of Huangpin. Put away the 3 high-level martial arts of Huangpin. Chu Zhongshan walked down the stairs to the 4th floor of the secret library. Then there was a strong smell of medicine, which made him feel cool in autumn. On the 4th floor of the secret storehouse, there are hundreds of copper shelves, each with dozens of bottles of pills. Go to the outermost copper rack, reach out and pick up a pill bottle on the copper rack. After opening the bottle cap, Chu Zhongshan will know that the pill in the pill bottle is still the top 10 qi-enhancing pill by smell. The top 10 qi-enhancing pills have no effect on him now, so he put the pill bottle back on the copper frame. Next, instead of continuing to observe the pills on other copper shelves, he chose to go deep into the deepest part of the 3rd floor of the secret library, in front of a row of copper shelves with only 5 bottles of pills. Reach out and pick up a Dan bottle on the copper frame, open it and smell it. Chu Zhongshan shook his head, because the pill in the pill bottle is only the upper-level Jiupin Qi and Blood pill. Jiupin Qi and Blood pill has no effect on having non-attribute essence that can supplement essence and blood essence that can quickly restore essence, Qi and spirit. Put the pill bottle containing Qi and Blood pill back on the copper frame. Chu Zhongshan took down the 2nd pill bottle, opened the bottle cap and smelled it. He still shook his head, because the pill in the 2nd pill bottle is only an upper-level 9 product melting elixir. For Chu Zhongshan, who used the lower-level 8 product and upper-level 8 product melting elixir to transform Zhenyuan, the upper-level 9 product melting elixir was equal to garbage, so he didn't want to take it away at all. The common of the first 2 bottles of pills made Chu Zhongshan have no expectations for the remaining 3 bottles of pills. However, when he opened the 3rd bottle of pills, he unexpectedly found that he didn't know the origin of the pills in his hand. Huang Lao, do you recognize this pill? It doesn't matter if he doesn't know it. Someone knows it in his mind, so he poured out the only pill in the pill bottle and asked Huang Lao in his mind for confirmation. A. Seeing the pill poured out by Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao, who was still lack of interest, suddenly cried out in surprise. Then, he used the power of divine thought to observe the pill in the hands of Chu Zhongshan. After the observation of the power of divine thought, Old Huang said in a slightly surprised tone, Chu boy, this is a lower-level 8-grade soul-nourishing pill, which is a pill specially for the soul. Unexpectedly, there will be such a precious pill in a small 7-grade king's country. After sighing, Huang Laoli directly swept away the soul-nourishing pill in his hand with the power of divine thought. Chu boy, although the grade of this soul-nourishing pill is very low, it is just suitable for my damaged soul, so this pill belongs to me. For Huang Lao, who didn't discuss with himself and directly took away the soul-nourishing pill in his hand, Chu Zhongshan didn't say anything, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Appearance of the next level 8-grade soul-nourishing pill made him start looking forward to the pills in the remaining 2 pills. Take down the 4th Dan bottle from the copper frame, open the bottle cap and smell it. Chu Zhongshan's face shows another expression of doubt. Old Huang, please take a look at this pill. Because he also didn't know the pill in the 4th pill bottle, he could only trouble Huang Lao, who was recovering his soul with the help of Yanghun pill. Lower Level 8 Product Qi God Pill. After taking a look at the pill in Chu Zhongshan's hand, Old Huang shouted out the grade and name of the pill in surprise. At the same time, when Chu Zhongshan didn't react, the power of divine thought swept away the Qi God pill in his hand at one time. Chu Boy, the Lower Level 8 Product Qi God Pill is also a pill for the soul, which is helpful to my current situation, so this pill belongs to me. Without consulting himself twice in a row, he directly took away the pill, which turned Chu Zhongshan's inner discomfort into a trace of dissatisfaction. Originally, according to Huang Lao's care for himself, not to mention the pill of the 8th grade of the lower level, even the pill of the 1st grade of the upper level, Chu Zhongshan won't feel the slightest pain as long as it is useful for Huang Lao's recovery of his spirit. However, Huang Lao felt a trace of dissatisfaction with his practice of being good at making opinions and not negotiating with himself. After taking a deep breath and suppressing a trace of dissatisfaction, Chu Zhongshan took the 5th bottle of pill. However, this time he didn't open the bottle cap at all, but directly included it in the storage ring. He planned to check the pills in the pill bottle after returning to Qianlong Peak. Even if you don't know the pills in the pill bottle, there is Zhao Enjun who has a wide range of knowledge on the Qianlong Peak. According to the position of the pill bottles, the copper frame with 5 bottles of pills in front of him was already the deepest, so Chu Zhongshan ignored the pills that might be of low grade around him, and directly turned around and stepped into the 5th floor of the secret library. On the 5th floor of the secret storehouse, there is neither the dense aura emitted by the spirit stone, nor the dazzling light of the magic weapon, nor the smell of medicine emitted by the elixir. There are only 5 jade platforms made of jade, and each jade platform is placed with an item. Although there are few items in the 5th floor of the secret storehouse, Chu Zhongshan's inner expectations far exceed the first 4 floors of the secret storehouse. Race straight to the 5 jade platforms. Chu Zhongshan first looked at it from the right. On the first jade platform on the right was a spirit sword with strong authority. There was no prohibition on the jade platform. Chu Zhongshan reached out and grabbed the spirit sword and mobilized the real yuan in the dantian to enter the spirit sword. Then, the spirit sword sent out a strong pressure. Through the majesty of the spirit sword, Chu Zhongshan can basically conclude that it is a very high-grade middle-class spirit sword. Although he is not an expert in using the sword, he knows many people who use the weapon of sword. In the future, he may be able to use this middle-grade spirit sword in exchange for the treasure he took. Therefore, without any hesitation, he directly put the middle-grade spirit sword into the storage ring. Go to the 2nd jade platform on the right. On the jade platform, there is a branch about 56 cm long and emitting a faint aura. Seeing that he has never seen this type of branch, the world consciousness in Chu calls Huang Lao in his mind. Huang Lao, it's time for you to show your rich experience. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's teasing joke, old Huang looked unhappy and snorted coldly. On the 4th floor of the secret storehouse, when Chu Zhongshan took away the 5th bottle of pills, he not only didn't open it for identification, but directly received the storage ring. It was obvious that he complained about taking away the soul-nourishing pill and Qi God pill, which made old Huang very dissatisfied. I'll help you break the 4-elephant beast array and completely turn the war around. Not to mention that I help you distinguish spells, evil feat, and yin-yang longevity pills. The value of the array knowledge I gave you is far more than these 2 pills. Seeing Huang Lao, who didn't help him identify the treasure in front of him, Chu Zhongshan thought a little and knew that he was probably angry with himself. The root of his anger was that he deliberately didn't check the 5th bottle of pills just now. Huang Lao was angry, and Chu Zhongshan was also unhappy. If you don't help me distinguish the treasures in front of me, can't you help yourself? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongshan stretched out his hand to take the branch of unknown species and planned to bring it back to Qianlong Peak and let Zhao Enjun help him distinguish it. Boy, if you don't want to be sucked into the body, you can reach for it. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan didn't apologize to him, he stretched out his hand to take the branches on the jade platform. He was so frightened that he hurried to remind him. The palm stretched out is only 1 centimeter away from the branch. Huang Lao reminds 1 second at night. He has grasped the branch by this time. Huang Lao, what on earth is this branch that can devour creatures? Huang Lao's reminder made Chu Zhongshan swallow a mouthful of saliva and asked with some fear in his heart. In the face of Chu Zhongshan's rash move, old Huang snorted bitterly, and then opened his mouth to explain the true origin of the branch. Through Huang Lao's introduction, Chu Zhongshan finally understood the real origin of the branch in front of him. It turned out that this seemingly withered and dead branch in front of us is actually a very famous branch of the eternal continent. It is a soul-devouring spirit that people see people die and flowers see flowers fall. Any living creature avoids it. It is called a demon spirit by the world. Among thousands of spirit trees of different grades in the eternal continent, there are 10 spirit trees that reach the top of the first grade, which are called the top 10 spirit roots in the world. 8 of the 10 spiritual roots nourish themselves by absorbing the aura of heaven and earth, and then produce spiritual trees that can improve martial arts cultivation, talent, potential, talent, and other spiritual fruits. There are 2 spirit trees. While absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth, they will devour the spirit of living creatures and expand themselves. They are the magic tree in the spirit tree. One of the 2 magic trees is called Tianjiling, which absorbs the poison gas scattered between heaven and earth and expands itself with the poison gas. On the contrary, within 100 miles around the Tianjiling tree, the emperor will also be invaded by the poison gas and finally turn into a pool of poison water. Another magic tree is called Soul-Devouring Spirit. It grows itself by devouring the spirit of living creatures. It is a complete magic tree. The withered branches placed on the jade platform in front of us are the remnant branches falling off from the soul-devouring tree. However, even the broken branches still retain the ability of the soul-devouring tree to devour living creatures. According to the ability and speed of the soul-devouring spirit tree to devour the spirit, chi and spirit of living creatures, the remnant branches separated from its body can devour the bones of a top expert in Qihai cultivation in 10 seconds. Huang Lao, if you just introduced it, then the branch of this soul-devouring tree is of no use at all. A few steps back, Chu Zhongshan's face showed a trace of disgust. Chu boy, you are wrong. For the useless theory of Chu Zhongshan, Huang Lao directly retorted. As the saying goes, when things reach the extreme, they will turn back. The soul-devouring spirit tree depends on the spirit and spirit that devours living creatures to grow itself, but when it is promoted, 3 magic fruits will be produced on the spirit tree. These 3 magic fruits can not only improve the cultivation of martial arts, but also increase the probability of martial arts breaking through the 9th floor of longevity. It can increase the probability of breaking through the 9th floor of longevity, and the effect brought by the magic fruit of the soul-devouring tree is enough to make the strong people in the soul period of the eternal continent crazy. Breaking through the longevity period represents not only the enhancement of strength, but also the long life of martial artists, which is an irresistible temptation for the peerless strong who are eager to live a longer soul period. But in front of him was only a fallen branch of a soul-devouring tree, not a fallen magic fruit. Huang Laogang's excited introduction didn't make Chu Zhongshan so excited. Chu boy, as I said just now, as one of the top 10 spirit trees in the eternal continent, the soul-eating spirit tree has a certain intelligence. On the contrary, there are only 1 living creature thousands of miles away from it. As a result, there is no bones swallowed. However, if you hold the fallen branches of its body, it will think that you are something on it, and the soul-devouring power will not be aimed at you, which can let you take the opportunity to approach and take away the magic fruit. Seeing Chu Zhongshan's disgusted step back, he didn't mean to put it away at all. Huang quickly explained. Huang Lao, you have just said that as long as you touch it, genuine and flesh and blood will be swallowed up. So how can I take it away? Chu Zhongshan asked, puzzled. As the 10 famous spiritual roots in the eternal continent, they are basically the dragon without the head. Chu Zhongshan doesn't know whether he can meet the soul-eating spirit tree before breaking through the longevity period, so he doesn't expect to take away the branch in front of him. What's more, the branches in front of him still retain the ability to swallow, and he doesn't know how to take them away. Stupid! For the problem of Chu Zhongshan, old Huang couldn't help drinking and scolding. Just now I have clearly said that the devouring power of the soul-devouring tree is only for creatures. There is no way for items that are not creatures. You just need to use an ordinary weapon and put it into a jade box. Once he patted his forehead, Chu Zhongshan was defeated by his own stupidity. Hurriedly took out a half-spirit weapon-level sword and a jade box for storing spirit fruit. Using the method mentioned by Huang Laogang, he put away the branches on the jade platform. Then he put the jade box containing branches in an empty storage bag. However, he did not immediately observe the 3rd treasure, but made a sincere apology to Huang Lao. Huang Lao, just now it was the boy who was wrong. It was the boy who was narrow-minded. It was the boy who wanted to get rich. The boy made an apology to you here. The lesson of soul-devouring tree branches made Chu Zhongshan clearly realize that he can't live without Huang Lao and the assistance of his rich experience. Moreover, his timely reminder just now also shows that he has been silently caring about himself. In the face of the old man who cared about himself, he was angry because the other party took the pill that was useful to him. Chu Zhongshan began to reflect on whether he was narrow-minded. Forget it, it's over. Just pay attention in the future. Seeing Chu Zhongshan take the initiative to admit his mistake, old Huang is embarrassed to continue to be angry. Moreover, he obviously made a mistake in the matter just now. Huang Lao, what is the origin of this treasure? After getting Huang Lao's understanding, Chu Zhongshan went to the third jade platform on the right and found a treasure he didn't know and shaped like a round cake on the jade platform. Chu boy, let me check it with the power of my mind and say it later. On the jade platform, there are treasures like round cakes, which can't be distinguished by the naked eye. Therefore, he scattered the power of his mind and used the power of his mind to check the structure of the round cakes and the array built on them. Using the power of divine thought, he checked all the round cakes from inside to outside. Old Huang said in surprise, "I'll go, there are treasures I don't know in this world." Then, he began to use the precious power of the soul, with the help of the special rules of the power of the soul, and began to check the internal structure of the round cake. As a result, he still couldn't understand the origin and function of the treasure. Chu boy, I don't know the specific origin of this thing in front of me, but in my opinion, it is either an earth-shaking treasure or an ordinary plaything. How to deal with it depends on your own. Huang Lao, who can't recognize the origin of the treasure, also illegally gives Chu Zhongshan the way to deal with it. He can only let Chu Zhongshan deal with it by himself. He was not sure whether the round cake in front of him had the power of swallowing like the branches of the soul-devouring tree, so he also used the semi-spirit longsword to put it into an empty storage bag. Then his eyes turned to the treasure on the fourth jade platform on the right. Put away the round cake with unknown origin and function on the third jade platform, and then put your eyes on the fourth jade platform. On the fourth jade platform, a smaller Dan bottle is placed. Although he didn't know the grade of the pill stored in the pill bottle, he was very familiar with the pill bottle in which the pill was stored. He knew that there could be no phagocytic power on the pill bottle, so he directly reached out to pick up the pill bottle. After opening the bottle cap, there was a fishy smell, which almost made him vomit out. Chu boy, don't lose the pill bottle in your hand. The fishy smell of vomiting made Chu Zhengxiangxia realize that he wanted to lose the pill bottle in his hand. At this time, Huang Lao in his mind quickly reminded him loudly. Huang Lao's reminder made him subconsciously grasp the pill bottle that was almost out of hand, and then cover the lid of the pill bottle with lightning speed. Huang Lao, is it difficult to become the pill in my hand? What kind of pill is it? After closing the cap of the pill bottle, and the smell of vomiting disappeared, Chu Zhongshan was finally able to relax, and was in the mood to pay attention to the real origin of the pill in his hand. Chu boy, I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world who can recognize the real origin of the pill in your hand. Even those masters who have achieved more than 3 grades in the cultivation of the pill, I'm afraid they can't distinguish the origin and efficacy of the pill. Seeing Chu Zhongshan firmly grasp the pill bottle, old Huang sighed with relief, and sighed about the origin of the pill. Huang Lao, don't buy it. You'd better tell me the real grade of this pill and its efficacy. Chu Zhongshan doesn't care whether other people's master Dandao knows him or not, as long as he knows Huang Lao in his mind. Chu boy, this pill is a non-product pill because no pill master in the world can refine this pill. It is made by the power of heaven and earth under very special circumstances. Huang Lao said solemnly, "No pill, the power of heaven and earth is condensed." Huang Liagang's explanation made Chu Zhongshan involuntarily think of a book called Journey to the West that he had read before crossing. The protagonist's son Wukong in that book was formed by the condensation of heaven and earth spirit stones. Once born, it can be earth-shaking. It's hard to believe that this pill in your hand also belongs to that earth-shaking existence. Chu Zhongshan's eyes showed a burning light, which let Huang know his explanation just now, and filled him with infinite beautiful imagination about the pill in his hand. Although he didn't want to destroy his beautiful fantasy at this time, Huang Lao, who knew the real effect of the pill, broke his fantasy. Chu boy, the pill in your hand is called Juk Huangquan pill. The pill is like a ball and stinks to the sky. It has only one function. It can let the creatures who have lost their memory regain their former memory. So simple, the pill formed by the condensation of heaven and earth only helps the living creatures to recall their past memories, which makes Chu Zhongshan, who is full of expectation, feel disappointed and unwilling to believe. Yes, the effect of Jiu Qianquan pill is so simple. After the very positive tone completely broke the only trace of fantasy in Chu Zhongshan's heart, Huang Lao said with a sad tone. Before I lost my body, I once had a good friend with the title of Supreme. He had a confidant who lost his soul and lost his memory due to an accident. My good friend traveled countless planets in order to find a Jiu Qianquan pill that can evoke memory. At the beginning, I made friends all over the stars with the reputation of the array master. My friend once entrusted me to help pay attention to the whereabouts of Jiu Qianquan pill, and deliberately left me the scene and information about Jiu Qianquan pill. Therefore, I can conclude that the pill in your hand is still the Jiu Qianquan pill gathered from heaven and earth. Taking back his sad thoughts, old Huang saw the indifferent look of Tianmo in Chu and knew that he didn't know the role of Jiu Qianquan pill in the world's top power, so he deliberately reminded, Chu boy, whether you use this Jiu Qianquan pill in the future or not, it is formed by the condensation of heaven and earth, and may be used in the future, so I hope you can treasure it well. Huang Lao, don't worry, I know what to do. In response to Huang Lao's request, Chu Zhongshan directly put Jiu Qianquan pill into the storage ring. Huang Laogenkai is right. As a Jiu Qianquan condensed from heaven and earth, its effect may not be as simple as what he just said. They said that after the cultivation breaks through the longevity period, their life will reach 10,000 years. If you continue to improve your accomplishments, your life expectancy will increase exponentially. If you have such a long life, you may really need this Jiu Qianquan pill. Seeing Chu Zhongshan obediently put away the Jiu Qianquan pill, Huang Lao in his mind breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, as Chu Zhongshan suspected just now, the effect of Jiu Qianquan pill can not only change the memory lost after the soul is damaged, but also help the probability of realm breakthrough. However, the level that Jiu Qianquan pill can assist is so high that old Huang doesn't know whether Chu Zhongshan can reach that level, so he doesn't disclose another level of efficacy of the pill. After putting away the Jiu Qianquan pill, Chu Zhongshan's eyes turned to the last treasure on the 5th floor of the secret library. When he saw the items placed on the 5th jade platform, his face showed a look of disappointment, because there are 5 dark black stones on the 5th jade platform. Through the color and shape, Chu Zhongshan knows that they are ordinary objects. If it weren't for the faint aura on the black stones, I'm afraid they wouldn't be as good as the stones on the roadside. Chu boy, if you don't want the 5 black stones on the jade platform, you can give them to me. After I recover my body in the future, I can give them to the younger generation of cultivation in the period of transforming qi. The disappointed look on Chu Zhongshan's face made Huang Lao, who knew the direct origin of Blackstone, laugh at him. The shrewd Chu Zhongshan soon heard the mystery from Huang Laogang's joking tone. He reached out and grabbed the 5 black stones on the jade platform, showing a flattering smile on his face, and asked, Old Huang, you can always ask the boy to give you the black stone, but you have to first introduce the real origin of the black stone and let the boy know what the treasure I sent out is. Although it is said to be given to Huang Lao, holding Haishi's hands tightly has betrayed his real thoughts. Come on, I don't know your boy's mind. Old Huang clearly saw the little move just made by Chu Zhongshan. He knew that he didn't mean to give it to himself at all. However, he just joked and didn't really want Blackstone, so he began to introduce the origin of the black stone in the hands of Chu Zhongshan. Chu boy, among the treasures in the royal treasure house of Yan Kingdom, the 5 black stones in your hand are really useful for your cultivation and can quickly improve your strength. Huang Lao, what is the origin of this black stone and how to improve my strength? Holding Blackstone's right hand and subconsciously tightening, Chu Zhongshan asked with expectation. The black stone in your hand is called Attribute Stone. It is a top treasure that can help martial artists feel mysterious and reach the next 7 grades. With your demon-level talent and your understanding of the mystery of attributes, with the help of these 5 attribute stones, you can successfully improve your cultivation to the 10th level of perfection in the qi melting period in 1 to 2 months at most. So powerful! He can help him further understand the mystery of his attribute and help him quickly improve his realm. Hearing the introduction of Huang Lao to the black stone in his hand, Chu Zhongshan confirmed that he didn't believe it. It's true. Before being used, the attribute stone belongs to a treasure without any attribute. That is to say, as long as the warrior with any attribute gets the attribute stone, he can improve his understanding of the mystery of the attribute with the help of the special power in the attribute stone. Perhaps because the shape of the attribute stone is too ordinary, or the energy contained in the attribute stone is too special. Seeing that Chu Zhongshan still had a trace of doubt, Huang used his own experience to prove the role of the attribute stone. Chu boy, when I was at the peak of the 6th floor in the gasification period, a strong man who asked me to help crack the array once gave me several attribute stones. It was with the help of attribute stones that I improved my cultivation to the great perfection of the 10th floor in the gasification period in a month. Great! Huang Lao used his own experience to prove the strength of attribute stone and made Chu Zhongshan completely believe that the black stone in his hand is an attribute stone that can help improve his cultivation, which made him excited. In less than 4 months, the secret land of the wilderness will be opened. According to Jiao Yinzhen's original description, the special environment in the secret land of the wilderness has the effect of reborn for the martial arts below the divine soul period, but the effect of reborn is the strongest for the martial arts in the Qihai period. Originally, he was still worried that his cultivation could not break through the Sea of Qi period before the secret land of the wilderness was opened. Now with the help of attribute stone, he has enough confidence to break through the gas sea period and even reach the peak at the beginning of the gas sea period within 4 months. Solemnly put away the 5 attribute stones. Chu Zhongshan carefully observed the 5th floor of the secret storehouse. After ensuring that there were only the 5 treasures just put away on the 5th floor of the secret storehouse, he turned and planned to leave. Chu boy, wait a minute. Just as he turned to leave, Huang Lao in his mind suddenly called him. Old Huang, I found something. Although I just observed it carefully to ensure that there was no omission, the naked eye observation was not as powerful as the mind, so Huang Lao's voice reminded Chu Zhongshan to look forward to whether he had a new discovery. Chu boy, move 10 steps to the right. Ignoring Chu Zhongshan's interrogation, old Huang motioned him to move. Chu Zhongshan didn't have any opinions on this but listened to Huang Lao's arrangement honestly. Move forward 5 steps, old Huang ordered. Move 3 steps to the left, old Huang ordered. Move forward 1.5 steps, old Huang continued to command. Well, this is the position. After moving 4 times, Huang finally determined the position and then ordered, Chu boy, take out your life spirit knife and use your strongest strength to attack the void 3 meters in front of you. Although he obediently took out his life spirit sword, Chu Zhongshan didn't attack immediately but said in a worried tone, Old Huang, although my cultivation is only 7 peaks in the Qi transformation period, after using all my strength, the real combat power is close to the Qi C period. I'm afraid I can't withstand such a strong attack with the bearing power of this secret library. Chu boy, since I let you attack, I have my own reason. For Chu Zhongshan's concern, Huang always satirized with disdain. Then, he said confidently to the secret library, Don't say it's the attack power in the air C period, even the attack power in the peak state of the spirit period, you can't destroy the secret library. All right. Seeing that old Huang is full of confidence in the secret library, Chu Zhongshan is not that kind of forward-looking. Take out Benaming's spirit saber and mobilize Genuine in the elixir field. One move is the most powerful. Use the most skilled scorching sun and directly cut it at the position designated by old Huang. In the imagination, the roar generated by the spirit knife after cutting the hard object did not ring, but the emptiness in front of us was cut a small gap by the spirit knife containing genuine and martial arts. It seems that the hardness of this barrier node is beyond my prediction. Chu boy, continue to attack until the barrier in front of me is completely broken. Chu Zhongshan's all-out strike only opened a gap the size of his thumb in the void in front of him. Huang was a little surprised. At the same time, the crack also proved his speculation just now, so he continued to encourage Chu Zhongshan to increase the attack. The attack power close to the air C period can even open a gap in the void in front of him. Chu Zhongshan knows that this is not his strength, but what must be hidden behind the gap. The harvest of the 5th floor of the secret library was not rich. He immediately encouraged all Genuine to continue to increase his attack power. After 5 attacks in succession, Genuine and Danshan consumed nearly 7 layers. With a broken sound, the gap in front of me, which was only the size of my thumb, completely cracked into a hole enough to accommodate adults. With the complete formation of the mouth of the cave, a strong aroma of fruit comes to your nose. Chew boy, go in. When the hole was completely formed, Huang Lao in his mind suppressed his inner expectation and said, looking at the hole in front of him that was enough to accommodate adults, Chu Zhongshan felt ecstatic. Unexpectedly, there seems to be only 5 layers of the secret library, but there is still a 6th layer hidden in the void. I don't know whether the 6th layer was specially built by the royal family of the state of Yan or condensed by the former strong ones. Through the entrance as like as 2 peas, the interior structure of Chu was found to be the same as the 5 layers of the former. The only difference is that the space here is wider. In addition to the broader space, Chu Zhongshan was most shocked by the fact that a tree about 3 meters high and 1 meter thick was planted on the 6th floor of the secret library, which was covered with fragrant fruits. Huang Lao, what is this? Pointing to the fruit tree full of fruit in front of him, Chu Zhongshan asked in shock. This is the next level 9 grade Mingxin fruit, which can be used to improve the physique of martial artists and increase their potential. Huang Lao, who was originally full of expectation, was calm after seeing the fruit trees on the 6th floor of the secret library. Spirit tree, Chu Zhongshan shouted in surprise. The spirit tree of the 9th grade at the lower level, Chu Zhongshan shouted in shock. Although I suspected at the beginning that the fruit tree full of fruit in front of me was probably the rumored spirit tree, I had never really touched the spirit tree, and Chu Zhongshan was not sure. Now, after Huang Lao's confirmation, looking at the spirit tree full of spirit fruits, how can he not be surprised? Alas, it's so hidden that I thought it was at least a spirit tree with more than 7 grades, but I didn't expect it was just a spirit tree with 9 grades at the lower level. Different from Chu Zhongshan's surprise response, Huang Lao's response at this time is very disappointed. Huang Lao, perhaps the state of Chu and the state of Yan hide earth-shaking secrets, but due to the remote geographical location and the scarcity of heaven and earth aura, it is lucky to have a living Jiupin spirit tree. If there are spirit trees with more than 7 grades in the space, and the spirit trees devour the amount of Reiki, wouldn't you devour the Reiki with a radius of hundreds of kilometers? Huang Lao's disappointed evaluation, Chu Zhongshan also heard clearly, but he didn't think so in his heart. Although spells, evil ruler, Jiushan star shining stone, Yin-Yang longevity pill and Jiuk Huanquan pill were all top treasures millions of years ago. These treasures do not need to absorb aura, so they can appear anywhere. However, the spirit tree, which can survive and grow by relying on the aura of heaven and earth on weekdays, has very strict requirements for the environment. Therefore, it is a miracle that Jiupin's spirit tree can appear in the remote Yan State secret library. That's what I said. Chu Zhongshan's explanation made Huang Lao gradually understand the truth. Then he adjusted his mind and introduced the function of the spirit tree in front of him. Chu boy, with your current cultivation and potential, the Mingxin fruit produced on the spirit tree in front of you, although the effect after taking it is not very obvious, it can't stand a large number. Replacing diet with Mingxin fruit on weekdays can not only improve your cultivation, but also make your qualification improve imperceptibly, which will help you break through the longevity period in the future. It seems that diet has become dispensable since the cultivation was promoted to the physical training period, but taking Mingxingyu as a snack is still a good choice. Huang Lao, is there any way to remove this spirit tree? It is about 3 meters high and 1 meter in diameter. With the expanded branches and leaves, the whole spirit tree occupies an area of nearly 200 square meters. I'm afraid it's unrealistic to quietly remove it. I have no way, shaking his head. Huang Lao indicated that he had no way to quietly remove the spirit tree in front of him. Huang Lao, through your judgment just now, is the space on this floor man-made or formed naturally? Since the spirit tree cannot be removed, the heaven in Chu will determine the ownership of the spirit tree in front of him, because only when he really determines the ownership of the spirit tree can he consider the next plan. Absolutely man-made. Without any consideration, Huang gave the answer directly. Is this the means of Yan Heilong? Chu Zhongshan guessed. Since it is artificially cultivated, the space for the existence of the spirit tree is in the secret library of the royal family of Yan State. The person who has always mastered the key of the secret library is Yan Heilong. Therefore, Chu Zhongshan suspects that the spirit tree is probably carefully cultivated by Yan Heilong. Cut! Chu Zhongshan's speculation made Huang very disdainful. Not to mention the strength of the half-step Kihai period, Even if it is a strong person whose realm exceeds the longevity period, it is impossible to create such a space suitable for the growth of the spirit tree. Huang Lao, if the facts are as you said, then the royal family of the state of Yan may not know the secret of this space. The strong in longevity could not create such a space. The refutation of old Huang disdained raised a trace of joy in Chu Zhongshan's heart. That's for sure. After confirming Chu Zhongshan's speculation, old Huang motioned Chu Zhongshan to go under the spirit tree, and then said to the spirit fruit hanging on the spirit tree, "Chu boy, you carefully observed the spirit fruit on the spirit tree to see what you found." Through the size, color, and aroma, Chu Zhongshan found that the spirit fruit on the spirit tree was already mature, and even some mature spirit fruits were vaguely possible to fall. By observing the maturity of Linguo, Chu Zhongshan understood the meaning of Huang Lao. If the spirit tree in this space was cultivated by Yan Heilong, or the royal family of Yan State, they would have picked the mature spirit fruit long ago, and would not let the mature spirit fruit fall. "Huang Lao, can I recover the node you just let me break?" Since it was not specially cultivated by the royal family of Yan State, it means that the spirit tree in front of us belongs to ownerless things. Now that he has found the spiritual fruit, it means that it belongs to his own private spiritual tree. The first thought in Chu Zhongshan's mind is how to hide it. "Don't worry, Chu boy. When we leave here, you can use the method I taught you to restore the structure of the node. This space is still hidden in this void." Chu Zhongshan didn't explain his true intention, but by talking, Huang Lao already knew what he thought, so he gave him a reassuring answer. Huang's definite reply made Chu Zhongshan completely relieved. Then he began to circle around the whole spirit tree and found that 2/3 of the more than 1,000 spirit fruits on the spirit tree had matured. 2/3 of the mature fruit reached more than 800 pieces, and there were less than 30 jade boxes in his storage bag and ring, which made him wonder how to take out the more than 800 mature fruit. "Chu boy, like Minxin fruit, which can improve your physique, the storage conditions are not harsh. You only need to place it in the storage bag alone. There will be no deterioration in 100 years, let alone reduce its effect." Seeing Chu Zhongshan take out the jade box for storing the spiritual fruit from the storage bag and the unwilling look on his face, old Huang knew his troubles at this time and gave a solvable answer with a smile. "Great. Independent storage can solve their own troubles." Chu Zhongshan, immediately relieved, and then mobilized the real money in the field, began to collect the mature fruit around the Ling tree. It took nearly half an hour. All the mature spiritual fruits on the lower-level Jiupin Minxin tree were put into the storage bag. "Old Huang, please check this space with the power of your mind to see if there are any missing treasures." After leaving this time, he may not come back for 3 or 5 years or 8 or 9 years, so he doesn't want to miss the treasures that may be hidden in this space. "Chu boy, don't have illusions. Just when you picked the spirit fruit, I had used the power of the spirit to check the whole space. There were no hidden treasures in the whole space except the spirit tree in front of me." For Chu Zhongshan's worry, Huang, who is unwilling, has long considered it.